Call to order the Tuesday, January 17, 2023, Town Council Committee of the Whole to order at 6:30. Roll call, all councilors are present with the exception of Councilor McBride. On to new business. Today we just have one order of business, which is the ARPA fund update. I just wanted to start out by saying thank you to Councilor Jones and his daughter Heather for putting in a lot of work on this worksheet. The spreadsheet that we have here, during our deliberations, the town manager will have it shown, and as we enter numbers, we can see how much of the money we have allocated and how much we have left. Say anything that he feels appropriate at the time.
I just have a point of information before we start.
Sure, what's your question?
If you could just discuss how we're going to go through this, like, are we going to take what section? Is the plan to go through all this tonight? So my question is, I know you said that there's been talk about this spreadsheet, which I appreciate, but at the last meeting, we asked about questions, those came forward, and it was discussed to have some of the recipients present to answer any questions, shall we need them. Okay. So I understand that you're stating that you've made all the decisions on how the platform will go. I just would like to know that, not all counselors had a say in how it would run tonight, and I just would like you to discuss how we're going to run it, so we're prepared. Thank you.
Yes, so once the spreadsheet comes up, we can definitely explain all that, and here we go. Okay, so in terms of having people come speak, it wouldn't be equitable if we invited some of the applicants to come speak and others not to come speak. So it was sort of we have to invite everybody or no one situation. We put out a questionnaire and they answered us back. So we definitely have responses from every single applicant. Having every applicant here to answer questions is just, it wouldn't be, we wouldn't be able to get this done ever. So I've made the decision. We have these questions and answers from each applicant. That should be sufficient. If you don't believe it's sufficient, certainly you can abstain if you do not have enough information here to make your votes. So the way this spreadsheet works is, and maybe Councilor Jones, you'd be best to explain this. So here you go.
So basically what we have in the green column were the original asks. So it's that column there. That's the green column. That was the original asks for each applicant. And then with the 6 questions that planning sent out, they asked for any revisions, changes, and that kind of thing. And those are reflected in the column that the manager has. Let me just put the glasses on. Oh, so much easier. In column F. So those are the adjusted figures. About 3/5 adjusted to a new number, and some didn't adjust, and they gave the justifications in the 6 questions. So those are the new numbers that they're moving, and if it's blank, then you move the green column. The red column, the red numbers just reflect premium pay or employee pay numbers, so it just highlights those items. So numbers will be entered into the orange, yellowish column, and they'll be totaled down at the bottom. You just scroll down. They'll keep a running total. Go down. And we have a target number. There it is. Okay. And down at the bottom, you'll see at the bottom of the yellow column, there is a target. It'll add up everything. The only reason there's a number currently in the second from the bottom is just to make the percentage column work. Otherwise, it gets a word stuck in there. The second number, just move your cursor up, John, a few, 1, 2, 3, or down a little bit. That's the total that we need to get to, the one above it, the $2,495,000. And then the bottom number is what we have remaining in the balance. So as we add items in, it'll calculate it, tell us what we have left. And if it turns red, it means we went over. And if it's white, it means we're under. We can still keep on going. So it's pretty easy, and then on the side, the right-hand side of it, it's just a percentage of what it is of that total. So we just put numbers in there. Can we talk about
Okay, very good.
premium pay page, or?
Sure. I don't know if he has that up. Oh, he
Okay,
does.
there it is. So this spreadsheet's set up with a second tab. We've talked about premium pay, which is paid for police, town employees, that kind of a thing. And this is a dynamic spreadsheet, so we can enter a number in the yellow column, and it'll get reflected back on the first page, and it also gives us a total. So it's like a calculator, is really what it is. So at the moment, that has 500, John, just type 700 into there for a second, and you'll see that the number to the right of it changed. So it's just dynamic, and it gets reflected on the first sheet in the green. So it just gives us a running total. We can kind of do what-ifs here, figure out what you want to do, and then we'll move it manually into the yellow column. So you can put that back to 500.
Manager Burr, do you have the spreadsheet that had the numbers?
The one you just provided me, or the,
Yeah.
or this one?
So one
that's
with
with
like
yours.
your baseline numbers?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what you have in front of you is essentially, this is not anyone's allocation. You have an allocation in front of you. There is 166,593 remaining unallocated, and you could see that on the second page all the way on the bottom. So some counselors decided to fill out Bruce's spreadsheet and submit them. Others did not. This is just an average of the counselors that did. These don't mean anything. These numbers won't go on the floor. These are not motions. This is simply just a baseline. If we fund at or around this level, we will be about 166,000 short. So this is just to give you an idea of, you get a baseline number. If you think it should go up a little, you can argue for that. If you think it should come down, you can argue for that as well. This is just to give you an idea of about where approximately we can or should be in the process.
A point of information
Yes?
for the town manager. Before we get started, could you also just state how much we were allocated and where the current allocations have got, where they've gone thus far in relation to what's left? I think it just really paints a good picture, because when deciding, because it doesn't have it on the papers in front of us without me going into other sections, but it would be nice to have that as part of the presentation so that we can add that to these sheets. And then another quick question in regards to this spreadsheet. It came out on Sunday. I apologize. I was one that did not submit. I just haven't had the time over the last 2 days. I didn't know it was coming before Sunday, and when I found it Monday, there was no time. So I
That's fine.
appreciate it. I've worked with these. This is a basic, numbers sheet that, it's a subtraction thing that most accountants use, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
The original amount allocated was just slightly under 8.6 million. Already allocated at this point to various things is about 5.14 million. That does include the 1.4 million that's been set aside for the city seawall. And then leaving unallocated 3.4 million, a little over than that. Now, the Long-Term Recovery Committee had recommended keeping a little over 800,000 as contingency, so that's why we were sort of shooting for the 2.5 million mark, ideally, at least as a starting thought today.
Point of information, did 1.5.1, can you just say what that went to, besides the 1.4
Sure.
being set aside for seawall?
Or 430,000 for the Quonic Bridge traffic light, 200,000 for sidewalks, 980,000 for Sutton Park revitalization, 210,000 for the community bike plan, 260,000 for the study of Groton golf course, 80,000 parks and open space master plan, 200,000 town facility improvements. I don't recall offhand what that is. Do you remember?
For the Groton Community Center property, studying the boilers.
Oh, got it, yeah, okay. 125,000 Groton Public Library windows, 455,000 golf course bathrooms, 25,000 golf course clubhouse, 70,000 Gateway wayfinding sign project, 15,000 Mystic parking, and then the 1.4 million for the Shore Avenue seawall. And we also had kind of separately from that process, Ledge Light Health District, 85,876. ARPA coordinator, over 100,000 a year, 4 years. COG allocation, 56,364, and human services, 150,000. And just to mention, at some point, Marge Pondulis, the director, is requesting another 150,000 because they have been helping quite a lot of people.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Yes?
I'm sorry, I have a few questions. Mr. Burt, did town staff review and approve this worksheet?
I reviewed it, yes. And then I'd sent it, I don't know how much time other staff had to look at it since it was the holiday yesterday, but I had reviewed it.
Okay, and you're okay with this worksheet?
Yeah, it's great, fantastic tool to plug numbers in and see where we're at.
Okay, I appreciate a counselor taking the initiative, but I just want to make sure that town staff had time to review and
Yeah,
all
yes.
of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you foresee any FOIA issues with counselors submitting this worksheet to a counselor?
No, it's just a tool.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, are we planning on going through this line by line? Because I am confused about how this process is going to work tonight.
Yes, so I plan to start with premium pay, and I want to take them all together because I think they sort of go together. And then we can start working down the list if at any moment someone wishes to make a motion for a few or a couple together. They can so do so. If you want to make a motion for one and you think the council supports that, you can make a motion for anything you wish at any moment, and we can have a discussion on that. But my plan is to take the premium pays together, those are the ones listed in red, and then start working down the list.
Okay, so to clarify, you are starting with premium pay and then you're going by project number down the list?
Yeah.
Okay, and is this going to work? I apologize. Continued point of clarification, if that's okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So you plan on doing this like budget?
Yeah.
Do we have to have a certain amount of numbers on the floor at a time?
Yeah, I think 3 still stands. This number you see here, does, like in the budget season, we have to have a number on the floor at all times. We don't here, so that number doesn't have to be the first number on the floor. So essentially, but you still couldn't have more than 3 numbers on the floor.
Okay, was this process submitted to counselors at all before tonight?
What do you mean?
Did you have a plan for the process tonight?
Like, what do you, I don't understand.
I'm asking if it was put out to counselors, if there was a plan for how the process was gonna go tonight.
No?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay,
I have a point of information.
sure.
So we're going to go down the list, and are we voting, or are we taking consensus?
We'll be voting. I mean, if someone makes a motion on a number, we'll vote on that number.
So if you vote on it, you're stuck, you're set with that number, and by the time you get down to the bottom, if any of those wanted to be funded and there's no money left, they will just be stripped out because they're at the bottom of the list.
No, because you could always use a motion to reconsider. And also, we have the running total on the bottom to see if we're running over or under. So we can take a look at that after we vote on each one. But there's always a motion to reconsider. So if we get down to, I don't know, 57 and run out of money, and we want to fund the last 4 or 5 projects, then we'll have to cut somewhere else. I mean, this is how, there's only so much money and there's so many projects, so.
I think I take issue at voting on each line item. The way it goes is, I think a consensus and a vote at the end for the total would be better. I mean, this was supposed to be a workshop, not taking it on as a budget session.
You want to take a consensus on each line?
I think consensus would be better than voting on each line, because then we can come back to it and change things if needed without having to go through formalities. Because,
Okay, I mean,
I don't know, I think the process
What if-
should have been sort of figured out
okay,
in full before we got here.
all right, well, I'd ask the question, what if there is no consensus? I mean, at some point, we have to vote on a number, so,
Point of
Um,
information.
all right,
I
If
have
there's
a-
no consensus, then that would be a 0, I would assume.
all right, so we're gonna just go ahead and start.
A point of information, because it's pertaining to this and it's important for me to know, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I do apologize. I just don't want this, like, stuff down my throat. I do think this should be something that was planned out beforehand, just like this wonderful chart was. There should have been some discussion. And so until we are fully aware of what we're doing up here and how that process is going to work, I do not feel comfortable just moving
Okay.
forward.
Thank
But
you.
additionally,
Thank you.
the town
We're gonna
manager
move on.
Burt
We're gonna
did
move on.
state that there was $150,000 that
We
Mrs.
are.
Von Dulis is asking for. Is that in this packet, John?
That's gonna come out of the reserve, 850,000 that we are already setting aside. That is already accounted for.
It is?
It's not set aside, it's a request,
It's-
but it was not entered during this process. Earlier on, the funds weren't being spent very quickly, but all of a sudden now they've caught on, so now it's a new request. So it wasn't part of that application process, so it'd be, just like we handled it separately, it would likely be a separate process. And if you do leave 800, whatever, you leave 1,000, you leave, it would necessitate taking it out of that.
Right. It'll come from the reserve that we are leaving.
So can we first start off by agreeing on a process as a collective body?
So, we have a lot of work to do, and we only have a limited time. We are going to begin with our deliberations. Mr. Bronk.
Thank you. Much of the comment tonight will be in response to the materials that we have provided. Just as a quick recap, the full applications are online for those who have not yet seen them. Every detail is online, Greater Groton site. We've also provided summary documents. We refer to them sometimes as the one-pagers, paragraph descriptions. There was a request for supplemental information, which was basically coordinated by Kevin Fitzgerald and coordinating with those who had applied. Most of that information has been provided in the referral or the application that was provided by Kevin. There was some commentary regarding certain applications which have been modified. Case in point, application number 33, Craft Bake Shop, has withdrawn. Also, one did not complete the supplemental information request. Application 57, Precious Memories Preschool of Sandy Hollow. There is further information in his memo talking about how certain applications have been combined, trying to give further explanation regarding how some of the labor premium pay requests have been identified. The packet that you have, we took the liberty of giving the one-page project description with the supplemental information for your ease. We hope that that's helpful. I just want to point out as well, just generally speaking, it's possible that funding would be allocated to every request in some fraction, but not necessarily. It really is incumbent upon the council to basically find out whether or not that application rates well, scores well in comparison to others. So I just want to put that out there, although the spreadsheet is an excellent tool and we appreciate that. It is possible that you may find that one request would receive little or no funding and other requests may receive all of their funding that they've requested. So I just want to make that clear. Just because an entity submitted a request doesn't guarantee that they would receive funding. I think those are my general comments.
Okay. Thank you.
Kevin, did you have anything else you wanted to add generally?
I'd echo the idea of some projects require full funding to fully implement them, while other ones could be considered for partial funding. We asked the applicants to outline that in the initial applications and throughout those one-pagers and supplemental responses, just to hear about the feasibility of partial funding, to implement them effectively and get the most utility out of the ARPA funds.
Okay. And as we go through, can you just note which ones are all or nothing and partial funding, so counselors understand whether we're voting on all or nothing, or if we can find somewhere in the middle? That I think that would just be helpful at the beginning of each one. If that, thank you. Okay,
I have questions.
sure.
So project number 75 was not in our packet. This was left on our table. Can you explain that?
That's an oversight I have to take ownership of. That was a mix-up on my end, where I had attributed to a different social service agency, and when they reached out to our department head to talk through the steps that it can be incorporated in the packet, but not including that from the start of the packet is a filing mistake that is mine.
Okay. Can you also explain who filled out like these, who by the town filled these out?
The one-pagers?
This is a page that's the Town of Groton ARPA Investment Impact Assessment, and it seems as though somebody from the town wrote their explanation of what they thought about the application.
Which application?
For example, I'm looking on page 14 in our packet.
Is there a project number?
Yeah, actually, it's
16.
16?
Yeah.
In the title of his Town of Groton ARPA Investment Impact Assessment, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Mr. Fitzgerald would complete most of those forms. We refer to these as the one-pagers. As the applications came in, this was our attempt with the Long-Term Recovery Committee to actually provide a summary sheet as to what each lengthy application contained. I think that same one-page information was carried forward by the time we came back to the council.
Okay, and when these were filled out, for example, this page here, it says the applicant's board and management emphasize experience in EMTs, but do not represent nonprofit management or finance professionals. So when things like that are stated, how did you go with every ARPA request and go into their management skills?
It was just on the professional background.
All right, so
I need these,
we're gonna,
I need
we are
overall
going
questions
to,
answered.
we are going to get to that when we are at that item. We are
No,
going-
this
yes.
is an overall
No.
question. If he
These-
asked
Point of
all
order.
representatives,
Point of
Excuse me.
if,
Point of order.
Counselor Parker, what's your point of order?
We are now discussing this whole thing without, there's several point of information questions. You as the mayor need to say, this is what we're doing and how we're gonna do it. If they had questions, you should have emailed the people, Mr. Bronk and Mr. Fitzgerald regarding these applications. We have discussed this previously, and I would like to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your point of order is well taken. Mr. Bronk, you can continue.
I just had a point of information just in regarding to.
So, So we're gonna actually begin, okay? So,
Well, I mean, in all fairness, mine is just a question about what we asked when I reviewed to prepare for this meeting. I watched the meeting where we discussed these, and there were some questions that were gonna be asked. I just had a question about that, because it's not in the packet.
what is your question?
So my question is that we had asked that the outside applicants that might be housed in another town, but might be providing resources to our town and region, one of the things that had come before us, and it was already previously asked, was that, which came from the recovery group, and then it was brought up again here, that you reach out to the agency and ask that they keep the funding, even though it's housed in a different town, right, so the building or where they are, but that funding would be utilized for Groton residents. Has that been addressed?
We had gathered the information for regional communities on their contributions to those nonprofits, and also in the supplemental responses, was a question about the community investment in the Groton community, or the impact of the Groton community.
Right. I guess I know previous town mayor, Patrice Konatowski from the recovery group had stated as well, and many others, that they wanted it stated that it would be, that they would be keeping the funding in the town of Groton. So
That's
I just want to know that before voting.
That's correct.
And just to address, I think, Councilor Bordelon's question, if you turn to page, or the third bullet point for any of the supplemental information requests, the question states, outline the direct benefits this proposal will have on the Groton community. So each proposal was asked that.
Right, but it doesn't require them to have to. It's a
Okay.
recommendation.
So at this time, I'm
So
gonna make
are
a
we-
motion.
Are we requiring them to
I'm
keep
going
it
to
in the
make a
town of
motion.
Groton?
Make a motion for $159,000 for stabilization funds, number 16. 25,500 for number 43. $100,500 for number 47.
I don't even know what you're doing, to be
I'm
honest with
making
you.
a motion.
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm making a motion for $23,000 for number 63.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
60.
these, please?
I'm in the middle of making a motion. After I'm done making the motion, I can repeat. 16,500 for number 68. 58,500 for number 76. And $2,500 for number 77. So moved.
I motion to recess.
Second.
Second. Jones?
I have a motion on the floor, seconded by Counselor Jones.
And I motion to recess.
I have a motion to recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to recess by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Franco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Counselor Baumgartner, how do you vote?
I'll abstain for the first time. Abstain.
That's 4 in favor. Kasiri, Westervelt, Bordelon, Franco. 2 opposed, 1 abstaining. It fails.
All right. I motion to go into a Democratic caucus or something to discuss, or with, and we can invite in Scott Westervelt
No,
to
you can't.
discuss this, no?
You can.
Well, we
No,
need to
you
do some,
can't.
we need to do some type of
Okay,
discussion or recess.
Okay.
I would concur.
I have a
Anyways.
motion on the floor, Counselor Melendez, and seconded by Counselor Jones.
You have a motion on the floor for a caucus.
You do not have to motion
You
to
can't.
caucus. That is a recess, and you can call a caucus. Do not need a motion for that. Okay, you want a caucus? We'll caucus.
I
The
just-
council is in recess.
No, you can't. You just we just voted on a recess. And it failed.
No, we're not in a recess. We are,
I'm not caucusing.
okay.
Do you have a room, John?
You guys want to go down to CR two?
There's no room down there?
Do we have?
HCC.
Oh, HCC. We can make it. I'm just trying to get, this is still not paused. Oh, I gotta stop sharing, that's what it is, okay.
Recording stopped.
not going in that room. No way. No way.
What's the plan?
The plan is you're gonna go caucus, that's the plan.
Listen, I'm not being disrespectful to you. I asked up front so that we wouldn't be in this situation.
Go caucus, and
There's-
when we
there's
come
been-
back, we can start doing our business.
There's no plan in place. We have to discuss what we're doing here. You can't just throw a bunch of numbers on the board. You just do it your way. You're not going, it's not a waste of time if you're not going to discuss. Well, I mean, you took the time and it was great to get the spreadsheet, but there's been no discussion on how we're gonna work on this tonight. That's all. It's only communication, and we've gone a long way.
Recording in progress.
Democrats are back in caucus at 7:11. Okay, there's a motion on the floor made by Melendez, seconded by Jones. To clarify the motion, I've taken all of the premium pay numbers, accounts. They are all highlighted in red. And I have simply moved the number that is listed under the column I would fund. So again, stabilization fund, 159,000, steelworkers premium pay, 25,500, police premium pay, 100,500, Quantic Bridge Fire Department premium pay, 23,000, Groton Telecommunicators premium pay, 16,500, town employees, 58,500, and town employees part-time, 2,500. Again, this is meant to be a starting point.
Point of information.
Discussion. Yes?
Are we not moving all of the other project numbers line by line?
So,
I'm very confused about why we're moving all of the premium pay all at once.
okay, because
When we
that's the
could do it in
motion.
separate motions.
So this is the motion that I've chosen to make. If this fails, then we can make a motion for each one. Any counselor can move any one account, or they can move multiple accounts. It's up to the counselor on what motion they want to make. I have chosen to make a motion to put all these together because I think they are related. That is my choice. If you disagree, you can vote no.
Can you
Counselor
repeat the
Baumgartner.
numbers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just out of curiosity, the combined premium pay number, what would be the allocation per employee?
I believe it's 1,000 per employee, but Manager Burt, is that how this is?
He's got, you look, this one, you see here, this is from the second page's worksheet. You see still workers, 500,
Okay.
police, 1,500, telecommunicators, 1,500, Connecticut Bridge Fire, 1,000, town employees, 500, part-time, and that's full-time, part-time, 250.
Right. There you go. Thank you.
Point of information.
Yes.
Item 16 is not in that list, but you can
Oh,
include it
correct.
in the motion.
I can explain that.
Okay.
The reason it wasn't, it was an individual application. So none of the, of the 5 ones that are on this list, they weren't included in the numbers on the long-term recovery. So the Groton Ambulance did a separate application for their employees. So it was just a separate application, it's just also employee numbers. So the reason it's not on this sheet is because it wasn't part of the town. They're not town employees. So it's a separate line item, but they are employees, but they're just, they applied it as an individual application item. So it's just included in this vote, but it's not, if that makes sense. But
No, you are.
yeah,
You are.
it's employees, but they just weren't part of the, they're not town employees, they're a separate line item, but it's the same money going to employees.
So at the moment, it might be better to be on the other page here. So you get your,
Well, I kind of have my answer, except that I understand they are employees, just not town employees.
Right.
But if we're going to do a premium, if we're going to call it premium and we're going to use it for town employees, then perhaps we should pull that out and vote that separately.
okay, so you want to remove number 16 from this motion?
I'd like to remove number 16 from this list.
Is there a second?
I can support that, that's fine.
That's not, we
It's
didn't
just a
get that
separate
on the
application.
second spreadsheet though. Did we? Did we get that handed out?
No, that one, no.
We did it? Because
I don't know
can't
if he has
see
them
that.
printed out. So if you're having trouble seeing that one, there's a monitor closer here.
Is that project 16, stabilization fund, Groton Ambulance?
Okay, I have no second for that motion.
What is the motion on the floor for verification?
The motion on the floor is all of the red lines, the number in the I would fund for number 16, 159,000, for number 43, 25,500, For number 47, 100,500, 63, 23,000. For number 68, 16,500 for 76, 58.5, and 77, 2,500. That is the motion on the floor. Mr. Bronk, do you have a copy of this one that I'm looking at? The numbers that I just read, or do you not?
I don't have one that's printed, no.
Okay. All right,
This is what this is right here.
okay. So any discussion on those numbers? Counselor Franco?
Hold on, I'm trying to put these together. So, what is your total?
Let me see.
That'd be 198 plus the,
198.5.
plus the.
Plus the 159.
Plus the 159.
I'm sorry, say that number again.
198,500 plus 159,000. It should be 357.5.
500.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amended motion then.
Okay?
So I have town staff at 173 members for $88,500. I mean, I'm sorry, $86,500. That would be $500 apiece. I have the Groton PD and the communicators, 78 employees at 1,500 apiece, and that would be 117,000. I have Quantic Bridge Fire Department with 23 members at 1,000 apiece would be 23,000. I have Mystic Ambulance with 30 employees at 1,000 apiece for 30,000. I have Groton Ambulance at 30 employees at 1,000 apiece for 30,000. I have Groton Long Point Fire Department at 15,000. Old Mystic Fire Department for 15,000. Mystic Fire Department at 15,000. Knowing Fire Department at 15,000. And Center Groton at 15,000. All fire departments from Groton Long Point to Center Groton are flat rates, and they would be able to spend it as they choose. It would be up to their department. We would not tell them how
Point
to
of
spend it.
information?
Just let her finish her motion first.
Total of $361,500, and those are basically first responders and town staff.
Can I just make a note? Just to make clear, anyone we give money to, we'll have in a written agreement with, that they'll use it per the federal guidelines. So it's not like they could use it for their pension fund or any of that stuff. That's not allowed. I just want to make clear, everybody will be signing an agreement before they can take money.
But they can use it for equipment, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second for this motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion by Counselor Franco, seconded by Counselor Bordelon. The total is 361,500.
And what is your total point of information?
Mine was 357,500.
And what's the difference that's happening here between the two, if you could explain, somebody?
My motion also gives it to the ambulance. The ambulances, including Mystic Ambulance, as well as the fire departments, not just Quantic Bridge. Because if I am correct, they didn't have to fill out an application. We can give it to them regardless of them filling out an application. Is that correct?
Yeah, council can, as it can do whatever they want, basically.
Right, and I do believe that some may have been told they didn't have to actually file an application, because in actually the ARPA guidelines, it states in there they didn't have to file applications, so.
Were all your per persons the same? Or did these change?
I have the Groton PD and telecommunicators at 1,500. I have the ambulances and Quantic Bridge at 1,000 apiece, town staff at 500, and then flat amounts for the fire departments.
Okay. Counselor Kasiri?
I know that we're supposed to be talking about Counselor Franco's motion right now, but can we go back to, the mayor's motion for a second? I just would like to know what the per person rate was for the employees for each union.
Those are the ones listed in yellow. So 500.
No, the 1,000 per employee, what was that?
Right, so the steel workers were 500, the police were 1,500.
This is yours?
It's right up.
This is, yeah, this one's my motion.
On the screen right now is yours?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to respectfully request that we do this line by line, because this is getting very complicated. I am trying to write down $1 million right now, or $1 million amounts right now, and this is disorganized. I don't feel comfortable voting on these large summaries of numbers. I would much prefer to go line 16, stabilization fund, Groton ambulance, and vote on a number. I would much prefer to go police union and vote on a number, because I cannot even keep track of what we're doing right now. And I would respectfully request the mayor and other counselors to please rescind your motion so we can do this a little bit cleaner. We're dealing with a lot of money, and I would feel much more safer voting line by line on these items. Thank you.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Thank you. I know we've had a lot of discussion tonight about process. I would note that the town was appropriated $8.5 million in ARPA funds. Actually, Manager Bronk, do you know the precise date the town received those funds from the federal government?
When?
Yes.
They received it in 2 different tranches. We've already received both tranches, but they were roughly a year apart. Do you happen to know the approximate dates?
We received the second tranche in full in this past September, so September 2022.
And we received the first allocation back in 2021, so we've known of this program since 2021.
Yes.
And we've had bodies, including the Long-Term Recovery Committee, deliberate on these items for months. We've been in receipt of these applications for months, sought clarifying questions to the applicants a few weeks ago, maybe even a month ago. And we've had plenty of time to review all of these applications, correct?
The full applications have been online, made available to the public, the committee, and the council for a few months, as well as the one-pagers.
And I appreciate the work town staff has put into developing this process. I know oftentimes as a council, we haven't been able to move forward with decision-making when it pertains to the spending, as we've already allocated a good chunk of those dollars, but still have $2.5 million to allocate. So I would just note that, again, we've had plenty of time to review these proposals, and I would have hoped everyone came prepared to move forward with a number of their choice. Again, we are all different counselors representing varying viewpoints, different perspectives, and we likely won't all agree on something, but I think at a bare minimum, we need to utilize as much time that we do have tonight as possible to get through these items so we can expend them for the good of our community. So as much as I know we've talked about process, I just hope for the remainder of the discourse tonight, we can actually move forward with some decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Counselor Bordelon?
Thank you. I mean, I think when we're talking about 2.5, I think process is the most important thing. Process in anything. Yes, I had this. Yes, we've had it before us. And yes, I served on the committee with counselors up here, but, you know, we were waiting for paperwork from the town staff, things moved forward. But with that, nothing was ever sent out about how we were gonna move, and I respectfully hear another counselor here stating that she's asking to slow down a little bit, and that doesn't mean that they're not prepared or that they don't know what is in front of them.
Council Bordelon,
so-
discussion should be on Council Franco's motion.
That's what it is on, Counselor Franco's motion and the process of it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And so with that, I respectfully understand that this can be a little bit confusing. And, you know, it also was discussed when we're looking at the process on Counselor Franco's motion, that we, at the last meeting, stated that we would figure out a way on how we were going to deliberate. Take all 52 applicants, split it in half, or whatever we're going to do, or have people here present to speak. And then we agreed that we'd send the questionnaire out. The questionnaire went out to all the
Your
counselors.
comment should be on Councilor
is.
Franco's. You're not speaking on 361,500.
Yes, I am, about the
You are
process
not.
and how I'm feeling about allocating it.
You are not speaking on $361,500. If you cannot speak on this, the floor will be moved to another counselor. Please speak on Councilor Franco's motion.
Okay, but you, for point of clarification, you let another counselor speak about the process to be slowed down on that motion,
Many counselors have spoke about process.
right? But you didn't stop the
That was an
deliberation.
error. We need to
Okay, so
talk
I'm gonna
about
be the outlier.
Councilor
That's fair.
Franco's motion.
That's fair, I just want to make sure I'm the outlier.
$361,500.
The point is the process is broken, and there was plenty enough time for us to know exactly how we're going to deliberate on this. With that, I second Counselor Franco's motion because I think all first responders should be treated equal. I don't care what branch they work for, and some are omitted. So my question is to the town manager, if they're not on here, how do we add them, just verbally? And if we decide to go down the road of Counselor Cassieri's motion of, or a thought of going line by line, how does one add things that are not on this line then?
Well, Counselor Franco had just added some that weren't on the lines.
Right, and
so-
this is
so it could
part
just
of
be
that,
added,
and
yeah.
this is a part of that deliberation and process that was not explained on the front end. Wasn't sent out how we could do any of this, so we can add things. So that's another thing that should be fully disclosed at the beginning of the meeting. You know what I mean? That was not discussed. So if you guys want to rush through this and have no process, then so be that.
So your discussion should be on the motion that you seconded.
And it is, the
On
process of how do I get extra,
$361,500.
the process of how do I put extra people on the
If
list?
you want to move the accounts one by one, you can vote no and then make such a motion.
And then if we want to
The
add
motion right now on the floor is to put these 7 accounts together at $361,500. If you do not speak on that, we will be moving the floor to
I'm still
another
speaking on it.
counselor.
So adding the lines, we can add any counts we want on any of these motions.
You can amend the motion.
No, other outside agencies that are not on here.
What's your question?
The list of outside agencies that were put forward, some were put forward that are not on here, that have not
Right.
applied. So
That's
we're
fine.
allowed to, sky's the limits then, basically.
You can move to allocate money to organizations and entities that did not apply, sure.
Well, that's what happened tonight, and I'm just making sure I'm understanding, again, the process to understand her motion.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Kassir.
Thank you. Counselor Franco, you allocated 1,500 for the police union
For the police and the telecommuters,
and telecommunicators?
yes.
Great, so I will be voting no on Counselor Franco's motion tonight, only because I actually think that police, fire, and telecommunicators should be receiving higher tonight. I hope you'll put forward another motion if this fails, and to also allocate money to the other fire departments if this fails. I'm just really hoping to go through this line by line. So I will be voting no only because I think that some of these individuals should be receiving a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see Counselor, oh, I can't see. Counselor Parker, you don't have your hand up. Okay?
There's a sidebar conversation going on, we need to pause. It's actually, shouldn't happen.
Is there any other discussion on the topic? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on Counselor Franco's motion, $361,500 total. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'll vote aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
No,
Okay, so that's Kasiri, Westervelt, Jones, Baumgardner,
Parker.
and Parker. Abstaining? Counselor Bordelon, how do you vote?
I voted no.
Counselor Bordelon voted no. Okay,
Make an amended motion.
1 second. 6. It's 2 in favor, Franco Melendez, 6 opposed, 0 abstaining. What's your motion?
I will do the exact same motion except for changing Groton PD and the communicators. I will change the Groton PD and the telecommunicators up to $3,000 apiece and leave everybody else the same with a grand total of $392,000.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Franco, seconded by Kasiri. A total of $392,000. It's the same motion as previously. However, did you say police and telecommunicators went to 3,000?
$3,000 apiece from 1,500, yes.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
I could support that, but I'm a little concerned that EMTs and firefighters, police are responding, as support. But if someone's down in cardiac arrest, if the police is there before, yes, they may administer, but the one who's really having sustained long contact in a medical situation when people were coming up with COVID and needing to be transported out of the house were the EMTs and the firefighters. And then transporting them and standing next to them, giving them life-saving respirations, oxygen, whatever they needed until they got to the hospital. Not discrediting the police, but I just feel that their number shouldn't be below the police. I'm not saying that the police should come down from that number either. I'm just simply stating that I have trouble with it because it doesn't feel fair or just. So we talk about COVID, and when I think of COVID, yes, cops, served and protected and supported as well during the COVID. But EMTs and firefighters were walking into houses when families called and said, I have a family member down that's not breathing, and they would come in and get them and take them out. So I just don't want to send a message that we're going to give the cops 3,000, but the EMTs only get this, and the firefighters only get that. I would hope that maybe we could find a consensus number, because I think they're all on the same level as far as the exposure and being out there. So I'm just a little concerned about that variation. It was 3,000 for police, and what was the number for EMTs and fire?
EMTs were 1,000, and Quantic Bridge was 1,000.
Right, so that's $2,000 less that they're getting. I'm not an EMT, as a person who works in the medical field who also worked through COVID, I would consider that a huge hit. As a person, if we're allocating it based, I guess, my question is to Councilor Franco, what would be your rationale, I guess, so I can support it?
Well, the Groton PD and the telecommunicators are actually town staff. Quantic Bridge is, and the fire departments are their own entities, and they actually are taxing districts. And the Groton ambulance are not employees of the town either, but this is a thank you and recognition.
Okay, so with that, I don't know, I'd encourage maybe someone to move another number. As we look at the list here, we're allocating money to not just town staff. We're allocating to things from businesses and all that. So no disrespect, that rationale wouldn't fit the puzzle for me in that respect. So I think we should move something that's fair and just, because they're not a town staff, they're still providing the same, if not higher level of medical training. A EMT and firefighter have different training than a police officer, and vice versa. All created differently but not equal, but definitely just because they're not town staff, and I've been told in other meetings that we should not treat them any different because they're providing a service to the town of Groton. And we're going to go down this list and give money to all these other outside agencies that are not town employees. So I don't know. I'm having trouble with the number, just the variation.
Thank you. Council Kasiri?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I speak through you to Counselor Franco?
Sure.
Are you giving Mystic River a blanket amount of money, or is it based on the amount of EMTs they have?
It's based on the amount of EMTs.
Okay,
but
so it is per EMT.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to agree with Counselor Bordelon on this. I think that the amount of money for fire and EMS should be at least a little bit more equal to police and telecommunicators. I would support this motion if it was just a little bit higher for those other entities. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Baumgartner?
Yes, I'm not at all opposed to premium pay. Obviously, given the, just reading through the packets, what many of our first responders went through during the pandemic, performing, above and beyond what should be, I think, expected from really any other job. So while I am prepared to support a number for specifically first responders, I understand that, for example, the Quantum Bridge Fire Department did put forth a number for $1,000 per the 23 employees, so that would be a $1,000 per employee. They have 23 employees, so that would be $23,000. So I would be willing to support that number of $1,000 per employee for any entity that would function as a first responder. So our EMTs, our fire departments, and obviously our police departments as well. So if we can arrive at that number, I am comfortable with the 500 for town employees and then the 250 for part-time. But if we can agree to that $1,000 per first responder, I'd be comfortable moving forward with a number similar to what the motion was made.
Thank you. Council Kasiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to touch very briefly on the reason why I'm kind of stuck on this a little bit. I think it's important to remember why we're considering premium pay. I am the only counselor with police and fire experience, and I think it's important to highlight that they had, all of them, all first responders had to enter homes, have close contact, including dealing with having to physically touch or be in close proximity to sick or symptomatic individuals, having to respond, and they have a duty to act. They could not socially distance. There was no glass shields for protection. There was lack of proper PPE in the beginning of the pandemic. They had to be face-to-face or have close contact or proximity to patients that they believed to have COVID-19 or in fact had COVID-19. And I hate to go to a kind of dark place, but these first responders and police, fire, and telecommunicators have to deal with the long-lasting side effects of the emotional trauma from having actively had to tend to the sick, the dying, or the already deceased individuals from a disease that we really knew nothing about in the beginning of the pandemic. So this is why I think I'm focused on this very much, and I believe that we should make sure that our premium pay is adequate. Thank you.
Council Baumgartner?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion if possible.
Okay.
And I may need some help from Manager Burt. I don't want to miss a beat on this number. So to clarify, 47, 66, 6, and 63 represent first responders or bargaining units representing first responders that apply for ARPA funds.
You said 47, 68, 63?
Yes. And are we excluding any bargaining units?
Not for first responders. Other employees fall under those other categories.
Oh, and that would include fire districts? I don't think so.
No.
All right. Before I move forward with the motion, though, just to clarify, Counselor Franco, I understand you put forth allocations for the respective fire districts
Yes,
for premium pay?
yes.
And how did you arrive at that $15,000 number for fire district?
I put in 15,000. Some of the fire departments have between 25 to 30 members. They're basically part-time and they're volunteers, a lot of them. Some do have full-time, not all of them. So I figure 15,000 would be a good recognition of them as an entity. And also, they are not our primary fire department, which is Paquonic Bridge. So it might equate to a little bit lower than Paquonic Bridge, but it's a recognition and thanking them.
And Manager Byrd, I know for premium pay requests, I think that at least the 3 for the first responders that come from bargaining units. Will it be at all problematic that those funds would be directed to the fire districts?
No, and we're not going to cut a check to individual employees. We'll just sign the agreement with the fire departments. In that agreement, it'll say what the allowable uses are, and once they sign that, then we issue the money.
Okay, and Councilor Franco, can you repeat again what those bargaining units were? I'm sorry, with the respective fire districts that you included for the 15,000?
I have Center Groton,
Yeah,
Noank,
yeah.
Mystic, Old Mystic, Groton Long Point. I also have Groton Ambulance and Mystic Ambulance. I have Paquonic Bridge. I have the Groton Town PD and the telecommunicators. And then I have town staff
I'm
separately.
sorry, can you start at Connecticut Bridge again?
Paquonic Bridge.
Yeah.
Then I have the Groton PD
Yeah.
with the telecommunicators, dispatch. And then I have the town staff separately.
Okay. So GL, Center Groton, Noank, Mystic, Old Mystic, Groton Long Point, that would be 15,000 each?
Yeah.
I just have a point of information.
Oh, he's in the middle of his motion.
You can go.
It's just an inquiry for the town manager. Did GLP also get ARPA funding? They got a little bit, didn't they, like
What about much?
75,000?
Kevin, do you know how much they have by chance?
I believe it was about $350,000.
Okay.
I did not put in Pleasant Valley nor the city because they're both covered under the city and they have their own ARPA funding for those, so.
All right, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to allocate $1,000 per employee for project number 47, representing the police, town police, 68, representing the telecommunicators, 63, representing Paquonic Bridge Fire Department.
And those are all 1,000 apiece?
Yes. And also to clarify, what number were we using for the Groton ambulance as far as the estimated employees?
The estimated employees are 30.
30? Okay.
Are we able to change those on the screen live so we can see them?
Or just add another column.
In addition to that motion, 30,000 for the purposes of premium pay to the Groton Ambulance Association?
Point of
25,
point of question?
He's in the middle of a motion. No, he's in the middle of a motion.
go, yeah.
Yeah,
if
the
you-
Groton Ambulance has their own line, number 16. Do these things conflict with each other?
Mine is not part of line 16.
I just,
Okay,
Groton
so-
Inlet has
okay.
159,000 as their own line item, and you're adding here, are you adding twice? I just want to make sure we're,
Well, I'm not putting in I personally did not put in the whole 159 because I'm just dealing with premium pay, and the 159 was dealing with premium pay as well as other issues that they asked for. So what we're dealing right now with is premium pay.
and just, Councilman, is
Will,
that?
will it count towards the 16, so if we put that motion on the floor, will it not be brought up? Can 16 not be brought up again?
Now we
It
can do whatever we
it could be
want.
brought up again.
Okay.
And you could deduct that from it or do whatever you want with it.
Or make an adjustment? All right, so for the purposes of making it clean, number 16, 30,000, for the purposes of premium pay. For 43, an allocation of 25,000 for 51, 25,500. For the 51 employees. For 76, an allocation of 58,000. For $500 per employee, a total of 117 employees. For project number 77, 2,500. For an allocation per person of 250 for a total of 10 employees. And lastly, Manager Burt, I understand on our last application, it does not have an application number. This was for workforce sustainability.
Are you doing anything for the fire departments
Yes, I am.
and the Mystic ambulance?
Yes.
Are those off, did you say those
Not-
numbers?
Not yet, no. So it would be page 164 in our packet, workforce sustainability. I understand there was a request for, it looks like premium pay. From one of the bargaining units for Groton Utilities.
Town Manager Burt, are you able to make the screen just a little bit larger for that section that we're working? For visual purposes. Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify what that request entailed, because it was a premium pay, but it, I didn't see it on.
It's city,
Thank you.
it's city, that's why it wasn't included.
Okay.
Groton
All right,
Utilities is city.
we'll cross that bridge later then. And then lastly, to address the, thank you, Counselor Jones. Lastly, to speak to what Counselor Franco just brought up regarding the ambulances. Honestly, I would defer to her as far as because whatever the employee number is, and then for $1,000,
Mystic ambulance are 30 employees,
30,
and your number is 1,000 apiece.
yes.
Point of
And I
information.
had done 15,000 per fire
Sorry.
department.
And 15, for a total of 15
15
employees?
each. They vary from 20 to 30 employees. And they're not employees. A lot of them have employees and volunteers. For Center Groton, Knowing, Mystic, Old Mystic, and Groton One Point.
Okay. So I would make that, again, that just to make it clean, 15,000 allocation to each of those fire districts mentioned. So Center Groton, Knowing, Mystic, Old Mystic, and Groton 1 Point.
Mayor, could we just ask
So
the town
moved.
manager to go up another one more notch on size? If you are able to, John, just go up a little bit bigger.
1 second.
Thank you.
Point of information. Counselor Baumgartner, what
Yes.
did you say in regards to page 164, the workforce sustainability?
Yes, on the last page, there's an application called Workforce Sustainability.
Yep.
It was submitted by
Perfect, thank you.
Groton Utilities, but there was no project number assigned to it. So it just says,
Did you allocate something towards that?
no.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So just to make sure I have it right, 500 per regular town employee, 1,000 per police telecommunicators, Paquonic Bridge Fire, the 2 ambulance services, and then 15,000 for the other fire departments. Okay. Bruce, where do you do the total? I'm using the online one, I'm not using a regular expense.
Yeah, I just usually do equal sum, parentheses, and then it'll grab it above it. Yeah, just do equal sum. Yeah, there it goes. It'll do
It's
it.
not regular
Yeah.
Excel.
Oh, no, don't go that far
Oops.
down. Yeah. Do it again, just don't go that far down. Yeah, thank you.
We want to go all the way up to here, though.
Yep, yeah. You got it, right to there. Hit return.
Oh.
Oh, put a,
Some.
use some.
Some.
Parentheses, and
Parentheses.
then you have to end it with a parenthesis.
And then
Did you put parentheses at the end?
There it goes. I'm having trouble seeing
do
it from here,
Excel
too.
101. There it goes.
Yeah,
You
there
got
it
it,
goes.
okay.
Closer.
Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay,
I
so I
have a different.
I have a motion on the floor by Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. The total is $345,500.
Okay. Franco said she had something different.
Counselor Franco?
I must be missing something here.
So the top ones stay the same, right? Except for 1,000 for the.
So there's 11,
Yep.
and that's 11 employees.
Yep. And then 30 for Groton Ambulance, 30 for Mystic Ambulance, 23 for Paquonic Bridge Fire, and 15,000 for 5 other fire departments.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Parker?
may I ask a question?
Yes.
This is only a one-time payment, correct?
Correct.
So there's no sustainability or workforce, anything, it's just a one-time payment for the time that they worked during 2020.
Right.
Thank you.
Counselor Kasiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the counselor's motion, but as someone who is still kind of privy to the law enforcement world, $1,000 is far too low for police, telecommunicators, fire. And I just simply can't support a motion giving them a payment that's supposed to be a really big thank you for what they had to endure during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I will not be supporting this, as I think it's just far too low. Thank you.
One thing I should mention too, there does need to be some parameters on this in terms of having worked here, for instance, at the beginning of COVID, you don't want someone who came last week to suddenly get the money. So it'd be people who work, I sent out the date earlier, for when I declared the emergency declaration, March of 2016, I think it was, March 16th. And then that they still work here, because if they left at some point, then they wouldn't be eligible.
Point of information,
Yes.
how drastically will these numbers change?
Very little.
Counselor Parker?
And I'm saying that for our employee, I'm not saying those parameters for outside agencies, I'm just saying that for our employees, working with HR on it.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Parker, is that a new hand?
No, it's the same hand.
Okay.
But I do have a question. Well,
Okay.
I should say, make a statement. I can agree to between 1,000 and 1,500 for the police and telecommunicators, fire department, all the other, the town employees. Well, I can agree to those, that's set. The Quantic Bridge Fire Department, I'm okay with. Groton Ambulance, since it's a separate line, I'd rather look at that separately. And I can agree to the fire departments, but I will not agree to giving them $3,000. Because a lot of us have worked throughout the time period too.
It's
No.
a 1,000.
No, I know, going back, I said I can agree to $1,000 to $1,500. I will not be supporting the other number that was on the floor. I can agree to this dollar amount and be satisfied. But Groton Ambulance, I really believe needs to be in a separate line.
Okay. I believe in this motion and Counselor Franco's motion. Are you speaking to number 16?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Their motions do not include number 16. This is sort of in addition to. And when we take up, if this passes and we take up number 16, we can take this allocation into account on that number. So this is essentially just the premium pay portion of number 16.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Jones?
We have, the Peconic Bridge is in here twice, so it just needs to be, yeah, see this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's in here twice, so just that one, take that one out, because they're above it. They're number 63.
That's right.
Okay.
That's 322.
So,
Now we match.
There we go.
Somebody-
Yeah.
okay, there you go. So Counselor Counselor Baumgartner's motion is for 322,500.
Point of information?
Counselor Kasiri?
I'm sorry, we have not voted on Counselor Franco's yet,
No.
correct? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we have three motions on the floor. First, we voted on Counselor Baumgartner's 322,500. Second, Counselor Franco's 392,000. Then my own 357,500.
Point of information,
Yes.
for the town manager, is, what's the numbers look like in other towns, that are giving premium pay?
Kevin reviewed them, surveyed them before. Kevin, do you have a feel for that?
The majority I've seen it just from the state's efforts to do premium pay. From local municipalities, I haven't really seen it.
And what was the, do you know what amount that they were giving?
I can refer back to it and give a more solid answer.
Any further discussion? Counselor Franco?
I personally think like the last motion I had on the floor before was $1,500 for the police department, and now we're going down to $1,000 for the police department. I thought 1,500 was a respectable number, but I think going down to 1,000, I don't think I could really support 1,000. I think it should be 1,500 or higher, so, although I appreciate everything that you've put out for it, I just think the police and the dispatchers should get more. Thank you.
Maybe this is a question for Kevin. What was the requested police and telecommunication per person allocation? I know it's in here, I just don't know where at the moment.
Those were distinct. For telecommunicators, was 4,500 per employee, and for police, it was previously undefined. But in their response to the supplemental, they added a request for $25,000, which is the maximum allowable
Per person.
per person.
Okay,
person.
okay. And was there a revise on the second ask? When they responded back, when we asked the second round of questioning, was there a revised number or no? Or was it the same number?
Their revision was just submitting the 25,000. They had originally put undefined.
Okay, okay, understood. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Just a question for Counselor Franco. So you're saying the police and the dispatcher should be 15, everybody else could be 1,000?
That was my original motion. My, a motion that I have now on the floor is the police at 3,000 and the rest at 1,000. I mean, and it would have been nice if we could sit and have a workshop, because then we could really like just chat and try and fix these numbers and tabulate them on there. And let's just see what the totals come up with. That would have been, I thought, a better way, maybe me personally, of how to do this instead of all these motions. But, because then the more we talk, the more you can feel like where somebody's coming from, and then we can put the numbers in and we can see where everybody's coming from. instead of me trying to guess and make an amended motion. You know what I mean, on where you're feeling, or where Counselor Westervelt's feeling on these numbers, like, you could put them in, and we can see where people are on them. I think, especially having so many of them all in at once, it's a bit much, especially when it seems like the crux of it comes down to the ambulance and the police department. It seems like that's our crux
So
right
my
now.
question through the mayor then would be, if he could ask, would 1,500 be a consensus, meaning just to know that we should throw that number on the floor to vote? Is everything else on the floor going to be a no game? Like, why go, we'll go through them, but just ask the body, what if we move the numbers all to 1,500 with all the outside ones that you proposed and Counselor Baumgartner?
Or maybe you could take a consensus before we vote on it.
Yeah, that's what I was just asking. Is that possible, Mayor, to just ask so that we can just put those numbers in and move on and vote those other ones quickly and get going?
Sure, okay, so are you saying 1,500 for police telecommunication?
Well, so what I'm hearing here, and if I'm wrong, correct me, because there's a lot going on. I heard Counselor Cassieri does not want to support 1,000 because it's too low.
Yep.
I heard Counselor Franco say that she wants to be at 1,500, so there's two. Counselor Parker stated that she would like to be between 1,000 and 1,500, if my notes are correct. That's 3 votes.
Okay.
Counselor Baumgartner put a motion for 1,000, so he's there. We have 2. I guess the question is, I guess we don't know if Counselor Parker is going to vote for the 1,000 or the 1,500, but if she's not going to vote for the 1,000, then that's 3 people. We probably should move on and see if we can move 1,500. My only discrepancy is that all first responders are created equal, police, fire, and EMTs. And that number, if it's going to be 1,500, it's 1,500 across the board.
Okay, so, my question is, from these lines, you are proposing, because we can just make another motion, I can rescind my motion, we can add another one. I'm just asking, you're putting 47 police, 68 telecommunication, and 63 Paquonic Bridge Fire at 1,500? Is those the 3 you're proposing to go to 1,500 and leave everything else the same?
If I'm understanding correctly, and once again, there is a lot of numbers that Counselor Baumgartner's were all at 1,000, is that correct?
Those 3 were, yes.
What were the other ones at?
The other 3 are listed down here. Right, so town employees was 500, Steelworks was 500, town employees part-time was 250.
Right, so, and in Counselor Franco's motion, she was leaving the 500 and the 250, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
In Counselor Franco's motion, she was leaving the 500 and the 250 as there, correct?
The 5 for this town staff, is
Yeah.
that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mean, everything that was changed.
So
those-
police telecommunication and Paquonic Bridge to 1,500.
Everything that Counselor Baumgartner just did, along with Counselor Franco's, but only to 1,500.
Okay, I'll
So we
rescind
can
mine.
just ask a consensus first, and then we can put it on the floor, and then it's gonna move.
So we have 3 motions on the floor.
But you could ask.
Can I just ask something?
Sure.
All the outside fire departments, Center Groton, Noank, Mystic, Old Mystic, Groton Long Point, does anybody have an issue with those getting 15,000 apiece? So we're pretty good there. So then you have Groton Ambulance and the Mystic Ambulance, which have 30 employees apiece. They're at $1,000 apiece right now. Both you and I had agreed on that one. Anybody else have an issue with that one?
I do, I think everyone should be created equal.
Okay. Anybody else have an issue?
Say that again, please.
Groton and Mystic Ambulance, both at $1,000 per employee. Basically, they have about 30 employees. Are you okay at $1,000 apiece?
I'd like it a little higher.
Okay.
I
I'd
think
be
we-
happier with it closer too.
Okay.
Counselor Jones, 1 second.
So then you have Quonic Bridge, which asked for 1,000 apiece. Does anybody have an issue with that?
I would like them closer to police.
I do.
Wait, Paquonic Bridge was proposed, over at 1,500.
They
Fire
had
department.
asked for 1,000 apiece.
They have an application for 1,000.
Okay, so their requested is
Does anybody have a problem
1,000.
with 1,000 though?
I do.
Closer.
You,
I think, once again, application or not, people were added on that did not have applications.
so 1,500 is where you're at?
EMT, fire should all be on the same level.
So you're at 1,500.
If we're gonna do it, if we're funding anybody, like, I'm just simply saying, it should be fair across the board.
So now, then we have town staff.
If I
Everybody
may,
okay with about 500
It's okay.
apiece?
I would be comfortable with
I'm at
I'm-
town staff though.
I'm sorry, I would be comfortable with fire and EMS closer to 1,500. I would be
Okay.
more comfortable with that, yes.
Anybody have an issue with town staff at 500?
No.
All right. Then we have, so now we come down to the
Excuse me.
telecommunicators and
Point of order.
the Groton PD.
Counselor Parker, what's
Point
your
of
point of order?
Mayor, are you running the meeting, or is Council Franco running the meeting?
Counselor Franco is trying, I believe she's trying to gather some consensus for a new motion, which is,
Because I don't think all of us are responding. So are we like nodding heads, yes or no?
yes, I understand you are sort of at a disadvantage being online, but some people are responding. You can choose to respond if you wish. Counselor Franco?
So we're down to the Groton PD and the telecommunicators, and that's where the crux of the issue is here, I think, with us. Some seem to want more, some, I don't know where everybody stands. And I think if we can come up with a number there, then we can solve this one and move on. Because we've been here like an hour and a half, so let's figure out this one number and move on.
I think 3,000 is fair, but that's my viewpoint.
1,500, 1,500.
1,500.
Okay.
I'm going to stand strong that I love our police department, and I have family that are police officers. But again, police, fire, and EMTs all serve a different role, but their exposure in the COVID relief were all the same as a
Okay.
first responder.
All right, so I will rescind my motion. Counselor Jones, will you rescind your second?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And then I will move exactly what is written up. Currently, it is essentially Counselor Baumgartner's motion.
No,
It's not?
he said 1,000 apiece.
Right, except police, telecommunication, and Paquonic Bridge Fire are at 1,500 rather than 1,000.
Who seconded my motion?
Counselor Bordelon.
So all I have to do is rescind my motion, she rescinds her second.
I'll take it, I'll resend it,
I'll make a motion.
make it 1,500.
Well, I
Mirror my previous motion with the caveat that first responders receive 1,500 instead of that 1,000.
Okay, sure, if you want, okay, so, okay.
Second.
Okay, so Counselor Baumgartner rescinded his motion, and he moved the same numbers, except 47, 68, and 63 are 1,500 per person allocation rather than 1,000.
May I also attempt to get consensus for a different motion?
Sure.
Will anyone support 2,000 for police?
Point of inquiry, do you mind if I just ask him
Sure.
one question before I understand that?
Sure.
Counselor Baumgartner's is putting everybody, EMTs, fire, and police all at 1,500, is that correct?
Yes, because I believe
Okay.
we should treat all first responders, whether they're police, fire, or EMTs equally.
Okay, all right, just
Sure,
making sure, thank
so
you.
will everyone support 2,000 for police and fire to receive equal? 2,000 for all of them?
Did you say EMTs in that, or just
Yep.
police and fire?
Yep, no, everyone. We bumped that 1,500 up to 2,000. Would anyone else support that?
If we,
1,500.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't want to hog the time, I know others have their hands up too, but just again, compromised here, I'm comfortable at the 1,500. If we were to move, I also heard a counselor who is not here stated she will not move past the 1,500 amount. I'm willing to listen, however, reason I asked earlier for the last page regarding the workforce sustainability application from Groton Utilities, yes, they are technically employees of the city. I have no knowledge or understanding if the city will be distributing premium pay to their employees. Now, there's city employees that are, fire department, city police department, others, and then Groton Utilities does function as a utility for a good chunk of our town as well. And so they did submit a request. I would note that, I have been supportive of allocating funds for our fire districts. Many of those districts did not formally submit applications, whereas we did receive an application from the Groton Utilities Bargaining Unit to our town for premium pay. So if we were to move to that 2,000 amount, I could not do that in good conscience without at least allocating $500 per employee. So that would be 32 employees for premium pay. So 32 employees for the Groton Utilities, the amount of 500.
Okay, so two counselors expressed they'd go as high as 1,500. Manager Burt?
I just want to point out the awkwardness of this when that management's not involved in this, and they have to be the ones that sign, to issue checks and sign off on the plan, so it gets a little complicated with GU. Not that I'm against it, I'm just making you aware we'd have to go through management there and go through a process to see if they agree.
Manager Burt?
Hmm.
It's my understanding that the bargaining unit submitted this application.
Yeah, it still has to go through the city though, or through their management, no matter what,
Why is that?
to issue the checks. And they have to take responsibility for the money, the municipality does.
And that's the same for?
Everything will go through our management for our employees, it has to, yeah.
even Our town police department? and
Yep,
telecom-
yep.
Really?
Mhm. Yep.
Counselor Kasiri, do you have?
I understand that there's two that will not support it, but I just want to see if we have a majority that would support the 2,000 at this point.
I'm at 1,500 right now for
Okay,
everybody
thank
across
you.
the board.
1,500?
Okay.
2,000.
Thank you.
Okay.
Two? So we only have three at 2,000? Mayor Melendez?
Looks that way.
Okay.
Counselor Bordelon, did you?
No, my comment would stand the same. I just think everyone across the board, if you're gonna move, I think 1,500 is my stopping point at this point, and I hope we can come up with a number and move on to the next item.
Okay. All right. Counselor Kasiri?
Thank you. So obviously, there is not a majority to go higher for premium pay. So I will be supporting it because I obviously want to make sure that our first responders and police and telecommunicators get premium pay. But I just want to be on the record stating that I feel like this is severely too low for our people that put their lives on the line during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, I don't think I read out Counselor Baumgartner's new total was 403,000.
I'm sorry, what was it again?
403,000.
403,000?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's correct.
Counselor Bordelon?
I wish there was more money to give as well. I think, the numbers were really all over. I mean, we had people not getting funded, and we had people down to 1,000, and folks up to 3,000, and discrepancies with 2,000 to 3,000 waiver amounts difference. This gives a flat rate to everybody, and there's more money to go around, so everybody gets something. It's not the perfect number, but to be able to go up to 2,000, we'd have to cut out some other of those people that are there, and that would be moving EMTs and fire back to 1,000. And so my thing was to find a compromise, which is not the best number, but it's a compromise number that everyone was at least put on the same playing field. The other numbers proposed were not going to do that, and that was my concern. So the 3,000 was a lot. Once we added in all the other outside things that were not on here, now everyone's being funded, and at least now everyone's getting something. So we go back to the other model, we take other people out, and then you're saying EMTs and fire are getting 1,000 and police are getting 3,000, and I just, I don't know, I think the 1,500 is kind of the middle number, and it allows us to give all of these agencies a fair shot.
Thank you. All right. Counselor Baumgartner?
Yeah, I do want to recognize, initially when we were going through these applications, especially as part of ARPA, I think in many respects, as we were vetting proposals, premium pay was overlooked. So I do want to just give credence and to the folks who have come to us in our meetings, being the case, our public safety bargaining units, and certainly counselors that were supportive. You definitely convinced me. So I'm glad we could find consensus on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if you can make sure that it's for employees, people employed as of 3/16/2020, sorry. And then still employed probably as of when the final approval's given.
Okay. Counselor Baumgartner agrees. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, carries unanimously, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you. We could just update the sheet, but as we do that,
Can we just take a small break?
sure. We'll be back in 10 minutes at 8:25, recessed at 8:16.
guys only have to do half of it.
Okay, so we are out back from recess at 8:31. All right. So I guess we should start moving down. Emergency Communications Center improvements, number 1.
If you don't mind, just for sake, can we just over highlight the first like 2 so it's nice and big so we can see them?
First two?
Well, zoom in so that you can see like the first
It's
2
hard
or
because
3.
it's a long one though.
Yeah, whatever we can do to make it more visible.
I don't know if we get much
John, you
more
can
than-
slide the bar between
Yeah.
B and C to the
Yeah.
left. You can close that up a little bit.
I'll make sure.
On the green line, go up to the green line. Up in the green, up between B and C, the column number.
Can I move a number while they're
And you
doing
can
that?
just slide it to make it smaller.
Yeah, so just, yep, the line in between. Yep.
175,000.
Thank you.
Or no, open that back up and move the other one.
Which one?
Or you can do that. You can do the one between B and C.
The one between B and C.
The one right between B and C. Just slide that one to the
The
left.
break right in front of the word town.
Yeah.
You slide it to the left or whatever way you're.
Yeah, yeah, that one. Whoop, just-
Oh, the
that
break,
one, yeah, just move that over
Yep.
to there. Yeah, that's good. Okay, there you go. That's, yeah, a little bit that way. That'll do it.
Okay, so we have a motion for project number 1 for 175,000 by Counselor Kasiri. Melendez will second.
May I speak to my motion?
Sure.
So if you have been privileged enough to go visit the police department and see the communication center, you realize how busy it is. Our dispatch center is the central hub of emergencies. It is the lifeline for our community. This ARPA application indicates that 3 out of their 6 terminals are not working consistently, which if you've ever worked in a emergency setting, you will realize how vital it is to have every workstation up and operating in case of emergencies. So I will be supporting their ask for the $175,000, which was, Mr. Fitzgerald, this was what they asked for, correct? Their new ask amount?
On the low end, for their feasibility with partial funding, they said that they could fund improvements to 4 of the 6 centers, and the estimates they put were $175,000 to $200,000 is that range.
Great. So I will be supporting the $175,000 to make sure that we, in the least, have 4 functional operating terminals. Also, these new terminals are going to be making them more energy efficient, so that's always a great thing. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded. Could we get just a brief explanation of Project 1?
This would be improvements to the telecommunications center, which provides resources to the Groton community as well as neighboring community, just to respond to emergency calls. Their outlook, or their outline, they showed that the center was constructed in 2000 and hasn't received an improvement since, and this would provide ergonomic improvements for workers working in there, as well as service improvements for the community members who are calling into the center.
Thank you. Counselor Parker?
I believe this is a CIP, and I thought we've had this brought to us before, so I can't support this at this time because I feel it's a CIP that needs to go through the proper channels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
I can understand what Councilor Parker's saying. I believe if to the town manager, didn't we like take down a wall in the communication center? Wasn't there a CIP back when I was on RTN?
Yeah,
Perhaps.
which was a different thing, yes, we took down.
So this
a
is the
wall.
actual mechanical now?
I believe so, yeah.
This mechanical improvements as well as just workplace.
How old are the systems?
I'd have to refer back to the system proper. I just know the center was constructed in 2000, and it's had limited improvements since then.
And I guess the question to the town manager, how come there's limited improvements? I would think that'd be something as a town, as it was stated by Councilor Parker, as a CIP, and I guess what I'm asking is isn't this something we would be just, making sure it's updated every 5 years, or?
The police believed at the time was now, so now's the time. So it could be CIP or it could be ARPA, either way, so.
So I guess my next question is, I'd like to look at, once again, looking at the whole ARPA picture and making sure we're allocating proper and fairly. The next one is also for the police department. I guess, did they state which one was more of a priority out of the two? Because, they do have 2 items on here.
In their application, they've emphasized the value for both. They've stressed more so on application number 1, but I think it would be important to view them both on their own merits.
Right, because I guess, to look at this funding, we don't currently have a strategic response vehicle, is that correct, John?
Correct, and
Okay,
there
so
have
that
been
would be-
times when they've been out in the weather and other things,
Yeah.
that'd be good to have that kind of vehicle.
Right, so if it was something, it's like, almost like, one would think, because this is kind of where I start to go. So the original ask for this communication was 250,000. The ask for the strategic response vehicle is 225,000. To me, it would make sense, the strategic, which is wonderful to have, every town doesn't have one, response vehicle, fund at 0, but wouldn't it make sense to fund that at 0 and then fund this at its full amount at 250 if needed? That's how I'm seeing things. I'm trying to see what is really important. I'm not saying a strategic, response vehicle is not, but that might be something under a grant that would be nice to apply for.
And I do think your core system, and keeping that up is #1 priority, being the #1 application.
Right. So from the town manager's perspective, looking at the systems and the funding, and the need from what it reads here, would it be fair to say the strategic response vehicle at 0 and the emergency communication center funded? What will not get done at the 175?
They would only improve 4 of the 6 stations. So those 2 stations that would be left unaddressed.
So that would, right, so to me as a council, that's why it's so critical to me that we map this in a way that kind of, and it's not a criticism, it's just an idea, is that when we go line by line, to look at 1, you have to look at 2. And it's so important to understand, because to me, we're already at 175, what's a little bit more to fully fund it, so all 6 systems are fully up and operational, and we maybe wipe out the strategic response vehicle. It's a wonderful thing that they can respond, but we could, have 6 fully up and operational systems. That's just what my mind goes to when I think about, my own budget, my own need of my house. If I thought roof and furnace, brand new vehicle, well, I'm gonna go with my roof and my furnace, and I'll get that vehicle later. So I just wanted to see if there's any thoughts on that.
Well, Chief Fusaro's actually watching. He says the vehicles is #1 choice, but
The vehicles more than the systems?
I think it's hard through the CIP process to get the vehicle. I think that's part of it, whereas people are pretty supportive of work on the dispatch.
But wouldn't there be grants you can apply for, which I've seen other towns do, for the type of vehicles and strategic things like that?
It's always possible.
So he thinks #2 is more important?
That's his preference. I'm not going to say important, I'm saying that's what his preference is out of the ARPA dollars.
This is why, I don't know, it throws a whole wrench in the plans, in my opinion. Do we need another vehicle? Because that extends the cost with the maintenance and the gas and wear and tear, whereas fixing the system is ensuring that we're up and running and our safety's, front of the line. And we can worry about the strategic response vehicle at another time. That's how I see it.
And there will have to be work done in dispatch no matter what, whether it's CIP or ARPA, for the new
I understand
fire
that.
radio system.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, if he doesn't think this one, I guess, I guess the question to the mayor, should we look at these together and kind of talk as a consensus if he wants the vehicle over the machines?
A motion could be made to put them together. Currently, the motion is on project number one.
I'd like to make a motion to combine 1 and 2.
Do you have a number?
I would say I'd put a motion down for 250,000 to get all 6 systems up and running, and I would zero out the strategic response vehicle.
Is there a second? There's no second.
I'll s-
Second.
Yeah.
Second,
She'll
Parker.
I got a motion by Counselor Bordelon and a second by Counselor Parker.
And my
$250,000 for project number 1, and $0 for project number 2, which is a strategic response vehicle. Mr. Bronk or Kevin, could you just briefly explain project number 2? Since it's on the floor now.
This would be a mobile emergency operations center that could be used in a variety of ways. It could respond to a natural disaster, but it also would have a community presence. In their application, they cite activities like distributing masks or pandemic-related supplies, as well as just being incorporated in the community and being visible at community events.
Okay.
There would be work to outfit it after it's been procured, so it would be able to be tailored to Groton's specific needs, but it would be something that would be a reliable asset to have on hand in the event of a variety of emergency situations.
Thank you.
May I just
Counselor
respond to my
Bordelon?
motion? Basically, just what I just said, I think the 6 systems are, from what I see as, as a counselor, as a priority, and the vehicle is great. I think we should look for ways to fund that. But I also just asked the town manager that, no one else gets to speak, no other person can speak to their ARPA funding. So I just asked, in all fairness, that, with no disrespect to the chief, that we open that line of communication for everybody, if that's the way. So everyone had a chance to speak, and we should keep it the same. There's people in the audience here that are not allowed to speak tonight, so.
Counselor Franco?
I'd like to make an amended motion.
Okay.
1 and 2 are on the floor, and I'd like to make both of them 0.
Is there a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, I got a motion by Counselor Franco and a second by Counselor Bordelon for $0 for projects number 1 and 2.
While I think these are, important to our community, I also think they're CIPs. And during our budget sessions, we had allocated a lot of money to CIPs. So I think a lot of these other items that are listed on our ARPA funding requests should take some kind of importance, especially for a lot of the nonprofits. So I think this can go as a CIP, as it has been said, both of them, and we can deal with it in our budget sessions and CIPs. And that's basically it for now. Thank you.
Counselor Baumgardner?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify what Counselor Bordelon meant by and I've heard the number, not just from Counselor Bordelon, but the 6 systems.
So what I'm understanding, and I guess I'll have him correct me if I'm wrong, the 175, so original amount asked was 250 for item number 1, and then they came back at 175, and that would only fix 4 of the 6 systems. They have 6 systems, but 2 would be untouched. Is that what you explained?
That's correct, and the 175 is the low end of their modified range.
Okay, and just reading the recommended action, it was mentioned that it was recommended that the proposal be divided into 2 projects, 2 project phases, and also mentioned that the second phase of this request ought to be packaged in the FYE, so the upcoming town budget, or funded with ARPA contingency funds. How much has the town allocate, or we as a body allocated towards the ARPA contingency fund?
The LTRC was advised to put $850,000 as a contingency, and to address cost overruns or quotes that go beyond their scope.
And have we expended any funds from that account? you know?
Not at this time.
Okay, all right, so should the, in the case that, I would agree with the phased approach, I know we're not going to allocate, you know, just, it was shared tonight that we ought to deliberate on this CIP during the budget process, which I'd be supportive of, but I think it's important to include some of those recommendations as we deliberate on how the town expends those dollars. And then also include there was another comment, this phased approach should be coordinated with the Department of Public Works Facilities Management staff to address the most pressing workspace improvements while minimizing costs and project management inefficiencies. And I would extend that for any department, but whether it be the police department, planning and planning and development, whatever town staff, that there is that coordination with the Public Works as far as, you know, utilizing space effectively and efficiently. That is all.
Thank you. So I do understand the argument that these are eligible for CIPs and wanting to do it that way. However, there are actually multiple projects here that are eligible to be CIPs, and if we took them all out, we'd be, I believe, well under our allocation. So while I understand potentially taking some out in order to not go over, I do think that we should fund some of the CIP eligible projects because we have the available funds here. And again, these all have to go through the RTM. It's the same process, whether it comes from the budget process or the ARPA process. So I think if you took all of the CIPs out, we'd be significantly under our allocation. So while I understand taking them out, I do think that at the end, when there's available money left over, we should go back and fund some of those CIP projects. That's my personal opinion. Councilor Bordelon?
I could agree too that, you know, what Councilor Franco stated and Councilor Bumper kind of alluded to, as well as Councilor Parker. And, you know, I could see leaving these as CIPs. I can support that when it comes before me. So I probably won't vote on my motion. I probably will be voting to keep them as a CIP.
Councilor Kassiri?
Thank you. So I just want to go over that. First of all, I think, again, we need to be voting on these line by line. I put a motion on the floor for project number 1, and I think we should look at project number 1 and not be throwing project 2 into it, because though these both come from the Town of Groton Police Department as the applicant, they're really kind of apples and oranges in the emergency world, because the first project number is for the communication center, which is like the nervous system, if you will, of the emergency world. It's where police, fire, and EMS, you know, are dispatched, and that's how we get those entities to come to us when we need help. And project number 2 is really more of an emergency management issue, because it's for, you know, the project description is actually great. If you look at page number 10, you know, it outlines that the benefits would be utilized by all first responders to coordinate emergency incident plans, disaster recovery command posts, crime or accident scene processing, and act as logistics operation centers at point of mass distribution of medication, vaccinations, or PPE. Both of these, to me, are very qualified under COVID-19 ARPA issues, which is why I think they need to be looked at completely separately, because one is our communication center and another is an emergency management, and though they may come from the Town of Groton Police Department, they are really not the same thing. So I am not going to be supporting 0. I'm going to be supporting both of them, and I will hopefully be able to make the motion to put the ask for project number 2 on the floor, and I hope counselors can look at this a little differently with that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the original motion that's on the floor, which is the $175,000. I think that's that's fair, looking at the answers to all the questions, the 6 questions that each applicant resubmitted. Everybody gave a good faith effort in trying to work with the whole town and contribute where they wanted to be. And the one for the police department wrote, replacing 4 of the 6 counselors would be an option and could reduce the project cost between $175,000 to $200,000. So that was the police department's view of how they would treat this. I'm going to go along with theirs, and I think the 175 is a fair number, and I'll support the first motion on the floor.
Thank you, Counselor Baumgartner.
I'd like to make an amended motion.
We have 3 right now.
Oh, come on, there
Yeah.
are 3?
Yes, so.
I'll take my motion down. You seconded, right, Counselor Baumgartner?
Counselor Parker seconded your motion. That was a motion for fully, $250,000 for emergency communications center improvements and 0 for strategic
What's
response
the
vehicle.
last motion on the floor?
The one we vote on first, or?
It's the 0, is that
Yes.
the third motion? All right.
I'll be able to take mine down.
Counselor Parker, do you rescind your second?
Yes.
Okay. We have 2 motions on the floor.
In the spirit of identifying a compromise so we can move forward on the plethora of other proposals, I'd like to make a motion to allocate $125,000 to the Emergency Communications Center improvements, project number 1. The caveat that it also implements the recommended action as set forth in the investment impact assessment application. But obviously, instead of funding it from ARPA contingency, we'd be funding it directly from that 2.5 million of ARPA we're allowed to expend tonight. So allocating 125,000, which is exactly half of that 250,000, to implement phase 1 of the project.
Okay.
So basically follow the recommended action.
And no number for project number 2, right now?
It's not on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have is there a second?
Point of clarification or a question. So if we allocated 125 from ARPA, the other 25 could come as a CIP, is that correct, John?
Yeah, I think they would, try to take a quick look at what could be done with the 125, and then any difference needed would be submitted as a CIP.
Right, because the phase 1, as Councilor Baumgartner said, the 125 could start it, and then we could go to the CIP and try to go for the other phase.
Correct.
Because it states in that.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't currently have a second for 125,000.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I have a motion by Counselor Baumgartner and a second, 1 second. So 125, okay, by Counselor Westervelt. Did you speak to your motion?
Yes, I made that motion to honor Councilor Kassiri's request to not include the second item. It will have no bearing on how I vote on that second item, but just to be fair, I think we should vote on it separately. This proposed allocation is exactly half of what was requested by the police department. And it was recommended by our ARPA team that I assume the ARPA team, that it should be a phased approach that ought to be coordinated with the Department of Public Works and Facilities Management staff. And then as far as the remaining balance for phase 2, as was mentioned tonight, probably more appropriate to deliberate on that item in the CIP process. So it's a little bit of everything.
Okay. Counselor Kassiri?
Thank you. While I appreciate trying to compromise, I, again, would like to explain a little bit that we have ARPA dollars to spend, and I think this is a really important project to fund. Normally, they run with 2 police dispatchers and 2 fire dispatchers, so that would be 4 terminals. And if we're not funding this in the full amount, then what's really the point of giving them the money if they can't get those up and running regularly? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. First, we'll vote on Counselor Baumgartner's motion, which is $125,000 for project number 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Baumgartner, Westervelt. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, abstentions? Okay, so that will fail. 2 in favor, Baumgartner, Westervelt, 6 opposed, 0 abstaining. So we are on Counselor Franco's motion of $0 for both project number 1 and 2. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Counselor Parker, were you in favor?
No.
So you're
I mean,
opposed?
I'm in favor of Councilor Franco's original motion. That
Okay.
was a,
0, okay. So I have 4-0, so this is 4 in favor, Parker, Bordelon? Franco, and Baumgartner? And 4 opposed, which would be Melendez, Jones, Westervelt, Kasiri, so that fails. On the floor, we have Counselor Kasiri's motion for $175,000 for project number 1. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Counsel-
Parker,
You're abstaining? Okay,
yes.
so I have, was that 2 opposed, Bordelon, Franco?
I was opposed.
I was opposed.
Okay,
I support it.
supported?
Yeah.
Okay. So, 5 in favor, 2 opposed, Bordelon, Franco, 1 abstaining, Parker. So that passes. Okay. On to strategic response vehicle.
I'll make a motion for 150,000.
Motion by Counselor Kasiri for $150,000. Is there a second? I will second. So, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I basically already went over it, but the benefits would be utilized by all first responders to coordinate emergency incident plans, disaster recovery command post, crime or accident scene processing, act as logistics operations center, and at any point of mass distribution of medication, vaccinations, or PPE. And in the application, the applicant actually talks about how they had set up mass distribution points for mass and home test kits. And our volunteers were out in freezing cold conditions, trying to distribute those items. And also, a lot of those items, I'm assuming the test kits, were supposed to be stored at above 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and they were out in the freezing cold. I know of other municipalities around us that have these types of vehicles, and they are regularly utilized for these type of situations, and I think it would be a complete asset for this town to have this, and also highly qualifies under the COVID-19 pandemic ARPA issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
Yeah, I'd like to move a number of 0.
Second.
I have a motion by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner for $0.
In the good faith of my former coworker, Roseanne Kotowski on the RTM, she used to say, I don't know if I remember it, is it a need? Is it, it's a great item to have. I just don't think right now, when I'm staring down, there's certain people that might not even get any ARPA dollars on this. Right now, I think we can hold off. We've learned a lot about COVID, and, we realize now that we could, change the system. We would probably be handing those out inside a building now, and, with heaters. We could get one of those heaters like at the gates of, I saw other municipalities using the heater like they have at the gates of the naval base and things like that. And, you can provide a tent-type storage spot and have a heater blower, and there's other ways that we could conserve money. This would definitely be something I think we should take a look at in the future. But I know one of the costs on the RTM is, how many vehicles does the town own, the maintenance on them, I mean, we have, you know, ambulance vehicles that are like about to fall off their, you know, they've been, you know, refurbished many times, you know, and no one's screaming to replace those yet. So I know that some of them are private, but I do think that we really need to assess how is our other vehicles. Look at, you know, the public works vehicles. We have vehicles that aren't even able to cut things and do things properly. I think this would be great to have, but I want to make sure all of our other vehicles are properly funded first. But this is definitely something that we should apply for a grant and move forward after. Thank you.
Oh, Manager Burt?
Just going to mention, this project's been kicking around for a couple of years now, partly because of COVID, running into some of the issues mentioned, as well as, if you remember, we had a barricaded individual, and it was raining out all night long, but, and we didn't have this kind of facility. I believe the police department has looked at grants, and as of 2 years in, they haven't found anything. I don't believe it's likely to make it through a CIP process, so I'm very much in favor of this project, so just to throw that out there.
Okay. Council Westervelt?
I'm going to be in support of this project simply because I know what the timeline is to try to get a vehicle like this. And this is looking at a expected completion date of 12/31/23. If we have to wait for CIP or other budget considerations, this could be another 2 years out. And I just think it's something that's important to the town right now. Thank you.
Council Franco?
So you've said this has been kicked around before? Can you expand more?
Well, it was, well, we've been talking about it for about 2 years now, me and Chief Pissarro. He had introduced it as a CIP last year, but we were so overwhelmed with CIPs, I asked him to hold off a little while.
So we haven't had a chance to pass it as a CIP?
Right.
And when will we be taking on the budget?
Well, I think the budget presentation is March 29th.
So it's
somewhere
just in a
around there.
couple months, right?
And then it takes about 2 months to make it through, but I think
Right,
it's unlikely to
so-
make it through both phases.
All right.
Just from my experience, I could say that.
Well, I would like to say we haven't had a chance to even vote on this once yet, so I personally, I think there's one CIP in here on this whole list that I'm funding, just to let you know, and the rest of them, I think they should go to CIPs because I think we have spent a lot of our ARPA dollars on CIPs, and I think, in my own personal opinion, there are lots of other organizations and things that can help our community and are in great need. So I think what we've done during our budget session, spending over $5 million on CIPs, I think some other of these organizations can use our assistance at this moment, which will not come through our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bordelon?
I actually can, you know, support Councilor Franco. You know, I was a little baffled when we were voting on CIP items in the budget of ARPA dollars that I was totally against. So I do think there's a concern, and they weren't, in my opinion, they weren't properly vetted, and the community had no chance to really weigh in on it. So I just, you know, I don't know, and I just don't think it's fair to say that it's not going to go through the other bodies. So let's send it through here because it won't go through there. It's even more reason that it should go through there because they are the checks and balances, and they should have a voice in the RTM. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. We are voting on $0 first. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, so that's opposed,
Aye.
abstentions. Okay, so that fails, that passes. 5 in favor, 3 opposed, Melendez, Kasiri, Westervelt. 0 abstaining. So $0 passes. Okay, on to mobile meal service, project 15.
I'll make a motion for $119,575.
Second?
Okay, you said 119, what is it?
$575.
575.
That was their new ask, correct, Mr. Fitzgerald?
That was the ask from the one-sheeter. Their modified ask, which they itemize in there, supplemental response, they say they could accommodate, oh, actually, you're right, it was 119,000.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
on page 12.
Just a brief overview.
This is a request from Groton Community Meals. It would acquire a food trailer, a pickup truck, as well as kitchen equipment for the food trailer. It would establish a new meal night service for the organization, which would take the services to neighborhoods in Groton that don't have access to nutrition resources, and would provide prepared meals to residents in the community that aren't able to reach the established sites that they run on Monday and Wednesdays.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bronk?
Just a quick comment, kind of related to this. I've been looking at the categories as well for these project requests. If you recall, there was previous conversation with the council about the needs assessment that was done and how it compares by recovery category. And projects like this that fall into human services, there was reference earlier that certain categories have been funded through the CIP quite heavily, and others haven't. Human services is one, economic development, resiliency, arts and culture. Those three categories are the ones that have yet to be funded in comparison to the needs assessment. So I just want to throw that out there. We've had that general conversation, but some of these definitely fall into a category that is underrepresented.
Thank you. Council Bordelon?
Yeah, with that, I would like to make a move a number of the original ask on this, the 131, 57, if I'm reading it correctly, 575 in my eyes.
Is there a second?
For community mobile meals.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moved by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Parker, $131,575.
My reason is that very exact statement, and that's where I was headed. We need to make sure, when we finish this at the end, you need to be able to look at all of these and say, did the money go to what really impacted COVID overwhelmingly? Overwhelmingly, it affected minorities, low income, and people who could not get access to good quality food, shelter, and we do not have a soup kitchen in the town of Groton, okay? We send all of our services, I know some people hate funding outside services. Everything in the town of Groton's outside service. If you become homeless, there's nowhere to sleep in Groton. You're going to New London. If you want to eat, there's a soup kitchen in New London that's open every day. There's not one in Groton. So if we're truly taking care of the people in the town of Groton in the need, you know, we were debating back and forth about a mobile vehicle that would be nice to keep the officers warm, which is a nice thing to have, but people in our community are not even warm at night. Making sure people have a warm meal is a basic, just right. No one should be hungry in this country. And if they're asking for $131,000 for that, we should be giving it. There are children that benefit from these meals. I know ever since they expanded over at Westside, I see families walking over. I see the people in the community. I talk to the people in the community. Look at Brantford Manor. Imagine if this mobile thing that we could provide, right now they're all displaced because of mold. Imagine if this van could go meet them at the hotel and drop off food. Imagine if this mobile thing could be pulled up at the school. There are athletes that are hungry, that get free and reduced lunch, and then they get on the bus to go to like Bridgeport for a basketball game. Do you think they have any food? If they're free and reduced lunch during the day, how are they eating before the ball game? That's one of the things I'm pushing for right now for Board of Ed, is helping to feed the athletes like NFA does. Overwhelmingly large populations of minorities and folks from low-income areas that service our community, that are phenomenal athletes that overwhelmingly could use an extra sandwich around 5 o'clock. Currently, if you look at the food guidelines, it's no disrespect for the school, because of the federal guidelines, they have to serve balanced meals. My 6'2" son, if he eats pizza, and I'm sure some other counselors up here have experienced this, they get one slice. I don't know anybody that eats one slice when they eat pizza. It's not enough. And then he goes to fencing or whatever, all his extracurricular activities and comes home at 6 o'clock, he's starving. And that's me paying full price for lunch. One slice of pizza. So but imagine if this mobile, I'm sorry, I'll wrap it up. Imagine if this mobile unit could come through. I encourage this council to fund it at 100% of the asking price. Let's not cut a corner here. Let's feed the people in our community that need the food. Let's not skimp. It's a difference of 131,000 versus 120,000. We can do it. Let's fund it. I encourage everyone to jump on board. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add, first of all, I agree with everything you just said.
Sorry, I'm passionate about people being
No,
hungry.
good.
Sorry.
I 100% agree
No one should
with,
be hungry in this country. Nobody.
I agree with everything you just said. However, I just would like to look at page 11 under where it says project feasibility evaluation. The second paragraph states, the submitted budget can potentially be reduced to $119,575 by removing the requested $9,000 for storage and marketing materials. This scaled-down allocation would not limit the impact of the mobile meal service and would remove elements that are programmed for short-term funding. So while I agree with everything you just said, 100%, I will be supporting the $119,575. Thank you. Council Baumgartner?
Thank you. Well, Council Bordelon, you definitely won me over as far as supporting this ask, because there's a lot of good asks this evening that we cannot all fund at at the requested amounts. But just a question to Manager Burt. Included in the original number for the 131,000 was self-storage unit, about $9,000 of the request. Is there any reason why Groton Community Meals could not take advantage of the storage, existing storage within our town government?
I think right now we're pretty filled up at the community center and the empty rows. So, and plus we haven't finished the new plan to see what we're doing with it. So I think it's hard to commit long-term until you finish that process, but I think we're full up right now.
So there's no way they could utilize that?
I can ask, but I think, I believe right now they're full up at the community center. I don't know where else you would put it at, and they're pretty full of human service. I mean, they are full of human services too.
And self-storage would be chilled food, or is it stored?
Do you have any details, Kevin?
I believe it would be more so an accessible locker that wouldn't be refrigerated or used to store food. It'd be more, from what I gather from the application, designed to hold stuff like packaging, spices, things that wouldn't be at risk of food insecure or food being compromised if they were in a setting like that.
So could we hypothetically identify a plan utilizing existing resources for this, just for the storage? I mean, we have a lot of town buildings, obviously utilized for a lot of different purposes, but I'm sure we could utilize that efficiency public works plan.
Well, and they say they could do without, so they must have a plan enough, they just won't have that sort of equipment, so.
Okay.
Though the one thing about the advertising, I would, I like the marketing materials just because you want to make sure it gets to everybody, and not everybody, gets all the same information, so I think it's kind of worth having that.
Council Franco?
Just very quickly on page 12, it says it's a self-storage unit, accessible 24/7, which means it would be outside, which is probably like a Connex trailer of some sort. And it says that they would be using it for paper goods, and they would have access to it if they were running low, if they have a higher than anticipated turnout for an evening meal. So I think it's just a small Connex trailer, and what they're saying here is for paper goods. I would, if they said that, I would be supporting the modified budget amount of $119,575. Thank you.
Council Kasiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, will be supporting the 119,575 because it says right in the application that this will not limit the impact of the mobile meal service and would remove elements that are programmed for short-term funding. And then as Counselor Franco just stated, on page 12 in our packet, it states basically that this is where they store paper goods, and those kind of items. So I would be in favor of, as Counselor Baumgartner suggested, us looking into it as a town, finding a way to find somewhere for them to store their items and make sure that they are getting the funding so that, meals are getting delivered, because I agree with Counselor Bordelon that making sure people are fed is of the utmost importance. So I will be supporting the lower number, and hopefully we can figure out another situation for storage. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
So again, the marketing aspect is so important, right, to make sure that this gets out. The other way that this vehicle, I know we're skimping it down, it's barely 10,000 or something dollars, is that if there was a natural disaster, this mobile unit would be able to resurrect and feed people that were without power. It's not going to be just people in need, it could be you or I. And having all of that stuff set up where, because they feed everybody, anybody that walks in can eat. So this is a great asset for Groton to say, wow, we have a mobile unit, and the advertising and the collaboration the town could do with them in the event that there was a disaster or a power outage for a long period of time. If we do a supply and we decide, my question is yeah, they're going to say, yeah, anyone's going to say, yeah, I'll take the 119,000, but they're going to have to come up with the other part somewhere for advertising and for the storage and the paper goods. And so they're going to take it away from things like food that they could be purchasing. If we do provide a spot for them, I don't know, maybe we can collaborate with Mary Morris, the school, maybe Mary Morrison that's been sitting on mothballs, as they called it. That's what they said, they're going to mothball it and see if, we have a building just sitting there and there's other spots in that building and maybe it could be used, John. Maybe that's something we can reach out and maybe kind of connect the two. That's how I think, if we think about that. But I'm worried then about the marketing. What % of that is marketing, do you know, for their advertising?
It's $3,000.
Okay, so then to facilitate and, would it be fair to say then, move this number plus the 3,000 for advertising and then hope that they get a paper goods supply thing for the 9,000? So subtract it, just add 3,000 to the ask so they can get the advertising, because this advertising, underserved communities, the number one reason that they don't get services is because they don't know they exist. And you need proper, as you stated, John, advertising. The advertising is a huge piece to that. So if they have to come off that money to advertise, that's money they're not buying for food. Whatever building we use, or wherever they put their paper supplies, if there was a natural disaster or emergency, they need to have keys after hours to get into. So now they use buildings where they're at, but if we say Mary Morrison or some other town place, it has to be a spot that's accessible for them in the evening, that's safe, that's well-kept, and that they can go in and out of. So how many motions are on the floor?
There are 2 motions, however, one of the motions is yours. So,
Okay, I asked that a counselor consider someone who's on the other side is wanting to fund the new number of 119 to maybe be willing to spare $3,000 for the advertising and make a motion to include the advertising if you don't want to supply the storage for the paper goods. And I hope that John maybe can collaborate with Community Meals and maybe we own the building and the school's utilizing it, but maybe there could be some collaboration to get into Mary Morrison and store their goods. Is that possible, John?
Well, I think, I think part of it is how quick they can,
Right.
access it. So, I don't know if that's going to work or not without it, but they thought they could go without it, so I assume they think they could figure it out one way or another.
thank you.
So if someone could move a number with the advertising, it would be awesome.
Counselor Franco?
Thank you. I just want to notate that we've been here almost 3 hours, and we are on our 4th item, basically. And I'm just asking that we stick to just basic what's going on with the funding that's requested, and with no disrespect for anybody else, it's just like some of these other things we can work on outside of this meeting, on how we're going to do some of these things. So if we could just focus on the item and potentially even make some type of motion that maybe we limit ourselves to, like, just try and get 30 seconds for comments, because there's a lot of going off the beaten path instead of sticking to the subject at hand. Just as a request, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on $131,575? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay,
You can tell me as yes.
okay.
I'd like to put another motion on the floor.
1 second. That fails 2 in favor, Bordelon, Baumgartner, 6 opposed, 0 abstaining. What's your
I'd like to do the requested amounts plus the 3,000 for advertising.
122,000.
121?
121 or 122?
122.
575.
122, 575.
Fine, that's the number I'd like to move, and that way we can fund them and help advertise to utilize the program, and they can figure out the paper, I guess, supplies on the back end.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Baumgartner?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, that fails 4 in favor, Bordelon, Baumgartner, Melendez, Westervelt, 4 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to $119,575. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 8 in favor. All right. On to Economic Assistance Fund, Project 17, brief overview.
This would provide business support for Groton business owners in the form of a pivot grant. So capital that could be used if an entrepreneur wanted to add resiliency to their business. It could be creating a business resiliency plan, creating a new website, acquiring new machinery, even transitioning to a new business model altogether. But the strategy is to take the lessons learned from COVID and to streamline their business into a 21st century model that can be more adaptable to changing circumstances like was seen in the pandemic, but also be competitive. And this would provide, if partial funding would provide a smaller grant or would look to a smaller pool of businesses.
Thank you. I believe I was meant to go back to number 16, so we'll go back, we'll do that after. But we're on 17, so if anyone wants to put a motion on the floor for that. Counselor Jones?
Yes, I will move a number of $100,000 for project number 17, Economic Assistance Funds.
Thank you.
Second, Parker.
$100,000, moved by Jones and seconded by Parker. Would you like to speak to your motion?
It says in the packet that the average grant award is $5,000, so this would fund funding for 20 different businesses, a total of $100,000, and I think that's an adequate amount.
Okay.
I'd like to move another number,
Okay, what's your motion?
200,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion of 200,000 from Counselor Kasiri and seconded by Franco. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I am just reading from the packet that 40 businesses would be able to be helped with this, and I think assisting businesses from the COVID-19 pandemic is important. Thank you.
Counselor Franco,
Thank you. I'd like to make an amended motion.
what's your motion?
$300,000.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
I have a motion for $300,000 by Counselor Franco and a second by Counselor Kasiri. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, as I looked through the list, I have zeroed out any of the businesses that are asking for money, and I put money into the Economic Assistance Fund, where these people would go to apply for them at probably Economic Development, I would assume, right? Economic Development Committee. And there would be a process, and you would review it and vet it and discuss it all and make sure that this fit your criteria for this. And I know that there are some in here that are waiting to find out whether they get ARPA funds, but my thought is that they should come to you and request them out of this assistance fund. And I'm giving the $300,000, and because as a council, I have seen numerous businesses come to us that go through the economic development, a different fund, and how they have gotten funds from that and how it has helped them with their businesses. So I'm hoping that this would be the same type of thing, but you would be able to vet them properly, more so than we did. So I was taking all the businesses and zeroing them out on my spreadsheet. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
Thank you. You know, this one's kind of tough because I would think that I could support something with this, but it'd have to have a caveat. A lot of the downtown Mystic businesses, despite COVID, really actually thrived. A lot of my son worked down there, and I was speaking to a lot of the business owners. A lot of the ones in the main strip, we had a lot of people who wanted to get out of malls, and that was a great place because you could walk, and they got a lot. So my concern is I want to make sure that this is going to hard hit, and so how do we define that? You know, I'm looking at like places on this strip here on, you know, the Route 1 corridor that, you know, don't really fall into the parking problem we have in Mystic, as people say, because there's so many people down there. I'm looking at businesses that saw decreases of foot traffic in certain areas that normally didn't before. I want to make sure that, you know, a business that's able to put on a whole new extension that's making, you know, developing buildings all around New London County is not on the top priority for the 5,000 or however much is being allocated. It should really be going to a business that is struggling. So my question is to economic development, what will be the vetting process for this?
I just wanted to clarify, and I think I'm going to get to your answer, your question. We are labeled as a business pivot grant program, and I know from a general category, the term economic assistance fund was used.
Right.
The town has an existing economic assistance fund that is for growth. So if you're going to add to the grant list, you would go through that program. You have to demonstrate that you're going to grow the grant list. That is a separate program from what's being asked here. I think it's more accurate to call it a pivot grant for a small business who is having difficulties, challenges. They have yet to set up, you know, we learned during COVID, 2/3 of the businesses in town still do not have adequate online marketing, website, etc. This could be used for facade improvements. So it definitely is going to be geared towards the small business that has yet to actually advance themselves. Either they don't know how, or they don't have the funds to do so. That is what we were envisioning.
So you're changing the name then, is what you're saying?
No, the request is for the pivot program.
So then, I mean, because economic assistance funds then doesn't fit that.
The town of
same
Groton
description.
already has an economic assistance.
Or, no, I didn't make the name of this.
That's your
why I'm
name on
asking
here.
You guys.
It's on here.
Yeah. It says actually economic assistance funds, plural. So our formal name is this economic assistance fund, the program that the town already has. I think that was a general category name that was applied to it, but specifically with the supplemental questioning, we wanted to ensure that people understood it was for pivot grants.
Okay. I don't know, I mean, here we are, you know, helping small, which is great, helping small businesses get a website, but we couldn't fully fund, you know, a mobile food mobile and advertising. But we're gonna advertise for everybody else. So I'm having trouble. So now, like, it's hard for me to vote on this when we couldn't even vote to fund advertising for folks in need. I don't know. It's tough. You know what I mean? So for me, it's just like, yeah, I want to help the small businesses advertise, but I also want to feed people.
I think that's part of resiliency.
Yeah, so it's tough. So I couldn't move even 3,000 to get the advertising. But thank you.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes, just reading through the application for this item, interesting proposal, and look forward to seeing it implemented. I was actually prepared to go to a lower number, but just based off of what you shared, I'd be willing to support Counselor Jones's motion, but I won't go any higher. So with that said, I know Counselor Franco had mentioned that there were other requests from other businesses, and that does not have any bearing on my decision-making. So even if I do support a $100,000 allocation, that wouldn't preclude me from supporting other business requests. So I again, would be supportive of the $100,000 original motion.
Thank you. I'll step in here quickly. I do think this is a worthwhile venture. However, I do fear if we fund 300,000, we're on pace to probably go over the funds we have. So,
Well, that's from your spreadsheet, not mine.
sure. But doing $300,000 is certainly, and again, this isn't my spreadsheet, but okay. These aren't my numbers, but okay, point taken.
Well, I'm sorry, whose numbers are they then? What numbers are you going by?
We will continue to talk about Counselor Franco's number. 300,000. Any further discussion? Counselor Franco.
And the businesses that are on here, would they be able to come to you and apply for funding from this for the items that they're asking for?
Businesses that have submitted an individual request,
Like pollution mitigation project for Mystic Cheese Company. If I zeroed them out, would they be able to come to you and ask for funding out of that fund?
I have two answers, I suppose. As proposed, although they could apply for, let's say, $5,000, it won't satisfy their need. My second answer is, if the council desired to incorporate those requests specifically in this program, then it could be accommodated. But both of those asks, Mystic Cheese is $17,225, Beard Brewing $66,850, that totals $84,075. That would be, well, certainly greater than the threshold we envisioned, and it would be a large chunk of what was being asked. But if the council wanted to embed those in the program, that would be fine.
So your minimum that you're giving, I mean, the maximum you're giving out is 5,000?
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
Your maximum is 7,500? You can, is that flexible?
As proposed right now, we had envisioned so that it would target small businesses.
All right, but it's flexible?
I think it is flexible, particularly if the council voted to add any particular businesses into the program.
Well, in my referral, that's what I stated, was that I plan to give zero to the businesses and have them come to economic development and see if they can get their funds through you. And if that means making your threshold more flexible and open to a larger sum, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
My only concern, it changes the whole caveat of what you just explained the program would be. You know, you said it would be the money to help a small business with, you know, a certain section. The asks for Mystic Cheese and other things are different things, so I just kind of think we're kind of getting in the weeds a little bit, in my opinion. I speak for myself. So now we've changed the name and said, well, it's really this, and then if we start throwing other funds, it doesn't sound as transparent. And as it was stated tonight, we came here prepared and had these things for a long time. That really would be changing. You know, I really have to sit down and tease that out, which I couldn't do, you know, in a time frame here. So that really would be changing all of what I was ready to vote on tonight. So again, you know, it was stated, you know, stick to your germane item. You know, changing this drastically is causing for more discussion. So, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote, and it's on $300,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? That fails. 1 in favor, Franco, 7 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to Counselor Kasiri's $200,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
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 And abstaining? Okay, so that fails, 3 in favor, Westervelt, Kasiri, Franco, 5 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to $100,000. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 8 in favor. Okay, so we will go back to number 16, Stabilization Fund. $45,000 have already been allocated to this project. Brief overview.
The original request was to address budget shortfalls from Groton Ambulance that were experienced during the pandemic. That could be overexpending on revenue to pay for overtime. The way the application explains it is just the amount of time for someone leaving the ambulance after carrying someone with COVID to the hospital. There's a level of cleanliness procedure as well as amount of time just to have people at the facility, which really exhausted the people and extended the time needed per patient, as well as just overuse of machinery and equipment at their facility. So their original request was over $400,000. The modified request of $159,000 would be dedicated to what they term hero pay, which would overlap a bit with what was requested, but it's at the council's discretion to see where that could be rebalanced from there, given they had an expanded request to start.
Point of information.
Thank you. Yes?
Mr. Fitzgerald, didn't it also include some equipment in their ask as well for the 159?
Just referring to their supplemental response, I believe it was entirely to hero pay.
Okay, I'm looking at number 2 on page 15. It says we are now requesting $159,000. That amount would provide our workers with a one-time bonus for their dedication and commitment to the community and to replace some of the equipment damaged.
You're right.
Oh, okay.
But in this supplemental response, they don't outline the breakdown between the two.
Right, okay, so that was my question, is whether or not they had indicated how much actually needed to go towards equipment, and they did not.
No, not in
Okay.
the supplemental response.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
Thank you. I think it's important, as we went over I think we should take out the money that was allocated for the incentive, the pay for COVID during pandemic relief fund. But I also think that we should also look at Mystic. Mystic's not on here, and I think that, Mystic overwhelmingly comes in with a very low number every time at the budget season. I know that no disrespect, we did give a pretty hefty raise to the Groton ambulance this year. It was, what percent, John? Like a 300% increase, I think it was, something like that, if I remember correctly, which is great, and it was a good thing to do. But Mystic also does provide a service, and they were definitely affected as well, and I think it would be appropriate to make sure that they're also on this. So I feel it would be important to give, like 75,000 to Mystic and 75 to Groton, for a total of 150,000. That's what I would like to move. And that would allow them to, as it was stated in this, to clean up and all that. Mystic had the same things that they dealt with, and I think they should not be overlooked. Since we do not have our own ambulance service, we rely on them equally, and they both respond, just depending on the section of town you live in. So I do think it is vital to make sure they're properly funded, and I think it's important to fund them. So I'd be requesting that we give each department 75,000 for the same reasons noted here and/or repairs that are needed.
Point of information?
Mhm.
Didn't we do that already in the premium pay section? Wasn't Mystic Ambulance included
Just for
in the
premium pay.
motion from,
I think she's talking now about equipment on top of that.
We just, in that motion, we only gave them premium pay.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, I'm not seeing a second. Counselor Franco?
Thank you. I'd like to put a number on the floor,
Mm-hmm.
144,000.
Is there a second? Motion by
Point of
Franco.
information?
One second. Motion by Franco, seconded by Westervelt, $145,000. Counselor Parker?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was getting ready to ask you if she said 145 or 144.
I believe she said 144. Thank you.
And is that subtracting out the 45,000, or is that
I
on
haven't
top
been able
of
to
what?
speak to it.
Counselor Franco can speak to her motion.
Thank you. I had taken, because while they might have said in their packet that they wanted to give some hero funding to their staff members, potentially, they were at maybe $500 per person. And I tallied that up to 15,000, so I subtracted that from the 159, and that leaves 144. Now, what we did was even give Quantic Bridge even more than what they asked for. So maybe they were asking for less. So I wouldn't punish them because they asked for less. So my thought is, the 45 that we're giving them is because we wanted to give hero pay. The 144, what I'm offering to give them is for what they said we're requesting, what they requested was 159,000. We have eliminated a majority of the equipment that was damaged by COVID-19. This is the bare minimum that we would need to recover from COVID-19. What they're requesting is a supplemental. This is money to help them stabilization fund, to help them stabilize the ambulance because of what has happened during COVID and probably all the overtime and everything, all the other expenses they had. And as well as the truck damages and equipment damages that they've had from the cleaning. As we know, people working in medical, they use different types of things to clean things that could probably damage the equipment. So I'm taking off 15,000 for their hero fund, not the full 45 because we upped numbers, and I'm giving 144. Thank you.
Okay, just 1 second. So your motion is 144 plus 45,000.
Well, the 45 was a separate motion.
Right, so you're adding,
I'm giving them 144 for their request for stabilization funds.
right. So that 16 would then be 144 plus 45.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we decided to up numbers on our own spreadsheet.
Okay. Counsel Bordelon?
Again, I mean, we want to properly serve, so if we're going to give, we can't just give to one side. What would be the rationale for not giving the Mystic, I guess?
Are you asking me?
Anybody, I don't know,
Well, Mystic didn't ask for stabilization funds.
but they were impacted, you know, but it's.
They might have been impacted, but they didn't ask to
Right,
be
but just because-
stabilized.
Okay, hold on.
Just because
Just
a-
one
a-
second,
an
just 1 second,
agency,
just 1 second. We will talk right now about stabilization funds for Groton Ambulance. If a counselor wishes to make an additional motion to give Mystic Ambulance money, that's in a different discussion at a different motion.
Sure.
This is for Groton Ambulance.
Yeah. Well, I just figured it would be nice to add it, since we did it all as a caveat under the other thing, we threw everybody in and things are added, so that's why I thought it was interesting to add. So my argument is, though, if we're gonna give to Groton, you know, just because they didn't apply, you know, doesn't mean they don't need it. They always come in very low, so just, you know, and they don't ask a lot, and I think we should do something to support them with their, you know, equipment and things as well. So if you don't want to do it under this motion, I think that, you know, it would, you know, they could, you know, also use funding. So I don't necessarily agree with the number on the floor. I, at this time, would like to move a number of, I would move a number of $100,000.
I'll second the motion.
That, the second ask was 159, it's a little under, but if you take the 100,000 plus the 45, pretty close, and I think that, gets the job done. Thank you.
Just a clarifying question, and that would supplement, that wouldn't replace the 45,000?
No, that's 100 addition,
In addition to?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I second.
and hoping that people will consider the Mystic ambulance as well for a fee as well.
So I have a motion for $100,000 made by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. On which one, I'm sorry, just want to make sure I'm getting.
100,000.
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I have. Opposed? And Counselor, abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. Okay. So this will fail, 3 in favor, Baumgartner, Bordelon, Jones, 4 opposed, 1 abstaining. On to
Mr. Mayor, what's the original motion?
144,000,
Excluding?
excluding. So the total would be
189.
189,000.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for 125,000, which is almost a little over half of the Counselor Bordelon's motion in comparison to Counselor Franco's motion. So it would meet in the middle.
Okay.
Second for discussion.
Motion by Baumgartner, seconded by Parker for 125,000. Okay, seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Counselor Parker, how do you vote?
I voted yes.
Okay. Parker. Do I not have? Bordelon, how do you vote?
I voted against it.
Against, okay. So, okay. So fails, 3 in favor, Parker, Baumgartner, Jones, 5 opposed, 0, and 0 abstaining.
Make a
3,
motion.
5, 0.
Make a motion.
What's your motion?
My motion would be for $114,000, not to include the $45,000 that we previously approved, so that it will equal to the $159,000 request originally.
Second.
114, the only thing is that that's in between 100 and 125, and those both fail. So,
It's all different motions.
Depends if you think it's a frivolous motion or not. Is it enough change to consider?
Well, we never set, point of information, we never set parameters on that, and so I don't think anything's frivolous, but we're looking at every dollar of ARPA funding here. It's
well,
not
hold
like
on,
our
okay,
town budget,
hold on.
so
All right.
I think
I will
every
ma-
thousand matters.
Counselor Bordelon, I will make the rulings on whether
Well, we never
a
established
motion
what-
is frivolous or not. Okay, Counselor, I have a motion by Counselor Parker, $114,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Baumgartner. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so fails 3 in favor, Parker, Baumgartner, Jones, 5 opposed, 0 abstaining. Okay. On to 144,000.
Question?
Yes?
Mr. Mayor? That's not to include, so it'll be $189,000 we're awarding, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Point of information,
sure.
if this fails, then what happens?
If it fails, the number will be 0 until someone else makes a motion.
Perfect, all right. Go back for another round, thank you.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, so this carries 6 in favor, 2 opposed, Bordelon, Jones, and 0 abstaining. All right, on to number 18, Housing Rehabilitation Funds.
This is a two-pronged proposal advanced by the Office of Planning and Development Services Community Development Wing. One wing of it is for housing rehabilitation, so addressing or providing funds for residents that need to address aged fixtures in their house that improve the quality of life living in their house. And there's also a component of this for first-time home buyers to provide down payment assistance with purchasing their first home, with provisions on residency in that home for an extended time.
I'll
Point of
move,
Thank you. Sure.
Point of admission, can we see where we are on the total on our spreadsheet?
Yeah, we're hardly in.
So we're almost at $1 million. And we have 1.5 million left. Okay. Thank you.
I'll move $175,000.
Second.
Okay, 1 second, let me get organized. Okay. So I have a motion by Counselor Kasiri and a second by Counselor Baumgartner for $175,000. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think it speaks for itself from the description from Mr. Fitzgerald. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Franco?
I'd like to make a motion, amended motion.
Sure.
I'd like to make $75,000.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay, so Counselor Franco's moving, Counselor Jones seconding, 75,000.
Third motion, please.
What's your motion?
100,000.
Is there a second?
Second, Joan.
We got a motion by Counselor Parker and a second by Jones for $100,000. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Just
Me?
being consistent of what we gave
Council
to
Brooke.
them.
Oh, I
and-
never spoke to mine.
Yes, but my motion goes for after, because I did the third one. So I'm going to be consistent in what we gave to planning and development and make it even, 100,000 each, and go from there. Thank you.
Okay,
Can I speak to my motion, actually?
sure.
So I had put up 75, which is a partial, because this is where they were talking about home buyers securing housing to establish their lives in Groton, but to help with first-time home buyers. But the state of Connecticut also has a program, which when our legislators came here, they spoke pretty in-depth, and I questioned them about that. So these are funds that are readily available at the state level, and I'm sure their pocketbooks are much deeper than ours. So I would like to put the money in there for potentially some of the other issues that they were discussing in here, maybe some of the rehabilitation issues. So that's why I'm only inputting 75. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes, considering what we just did as far as helping another critical partner of ours, in terms of public safety, supporting Groton Ambulance, at a tune of $144,000, excluding pandemic pay. This would provide seed funding for a program that is very much needed, especially since the pandemic, addressing housing affordability in Groton, making home buying accessible for middle to lower income earning families who are looking to either move to Groton or stay here in Groton. So I support this. I also believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this program was identified in our affordable housing plan that was established, that as a body we adopted.
Yes.
All right, so it's in line with our values. As you mentioned, one area we haven't expended a large percentage of our funds towards is the human services bucket, and it would also cross that box. So my ceiling is the $175,000 that Councilor Kasiri put on the floor, so I'll be supporting that motion.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
You know, this one's another one that I'm really passionate about. I mean, the first-time home buyer program that's run through the state, you still have to put a down payment. They don't pay for it in its entirety. So they give you like lower APRs and other things, but it still has some upfront costs that a lot of people don't have. You know, home inspection, a lot of other things that have to be made. Having the option of a first-time home buyer program where a person might be, you know, required to put, you know, like $8,000 for closing costs, and this they can apply, and maybe they got $1,000. That extra $1,000 puts oil in the tank for when they move in, and now they land up to come for $7,000. We keep talking about wanting to attract millennials and young people to stay here in Groton. Everyone keeps talking about EB, you know, thinking everyone makes a ton of money there. Not every employee at EB makes the top dollar. I know people that work there that moved to the area that are making $50,000. They would be falling into that first-time home buyer category. And they also might be trying to rehab some of these disasters that we have up and down these roads around here. I mean, we have a lot of houses that need rehabilitating. Right across, I mean, even right across from the town hall next to Dairy Queen. I mean, there's tons of buildings that are just sitting there with broken windows and other things, and having these options available, you know, are so important. We talk about the pandemic. People, you know, look at Branford Manor. I've met a few people there, and I won't say their names, that make enough income as single moms, but just don't have the down payment to deplete their account because they're afraid. So they're paying $1,300 to $1,600 for Branford Manor because they don't want to put the $5,000 to $6,000 down on the house, but they have an income of $50,000 or $60,000. This could help them. That could change the tapestry of our town and allow folks to get out of what we call low-income housing. I honestly think, you know, I don't like the way that we're going through this budget because money's already getting sucked up at the top here and not getting funneled down to the bottom. I personally think that this should be funded at a higher rate. The extra money that we gave to, you know, the car, the strategic response car, imagine what we could have put, I mean, all the other things into here, imagine what we could have done with that for this program. Imagine the extra $40,000 above the ask of the ambulance that we could have put down here. I just don't know where we're going or where the direction is, but that was something that we overwhelmingly heard from our community. And rehab. There are people that live here that have houses that they just couldn't afford to update. They need new furnaces, you know, I guess my question is, what type of rehabilitation things would qualify under this?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
What type of rehabilitation would qualify for a homeowner to do? So I need a new roof. Would that qualify?
The value, someone's income, you're asking?
That's what I'm asking. What are the qualifying factors for these funds?
Well, the rehab, we're looking at 100% area of income. And then for the down payment assistance, we're
So
looking at.
I guess my question, I apologize, what things in
I'm
your house?
having a hard time hearing you, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry. What things in the house are allowed to be rehabbed? What qualifies? Like a roof, windows,
All of it.
anything? Siding, flooring?
Not anything, but basically, yeah, doors, windows, roof, heating, plumbing, electrical,
Okay.
those types of things. The average cost for us is about $30,000 to $35,000.
Yep.
We have a CDBG program with a waiting list, and we try to get through as many as we can, but there's certainly a great need.
And what is the income threshold to qualify? for a family?
Depends on household size.
So let's just say a family of 4,
What's that?
like a family of 4, like, could you be, like,
I
what
don't have that information.
ballpark, do you know anything? Like, I mean, how low income are we?
It's basically low income, definitely. It's less than 80%, probably more like 60.
Okay, so this could be seniors that went on a fixed income and then now just are trying to
Yes,
stay in their
that's
home and can't afford to just put the new roof on, you know? I don't know, I'm torn with this one, I would like to increase this, but as we look at the budget going down, there's so many other items underneath this that, and the way we're doing this, we're taking a vote, right? So these are final votes, where it's not a consensus.
There can be motions to reconsider. Manager Burt?
Not to belabor the point, but I agree with much of what Counselor Bordelon said. From what I've seen, I think there's a need for this. I think it can make a difference in people's lives and the community. And I do believe in the rising tides raise all ships philosophy.
Okay, thank you. So, it is 10 o'clock. So, first of all, we need a consensus to continue.
Yes.
Not seeing a consensus to continue.
What are you asking? You want to know if we want to continue or not?
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
my question would be, do we need to recess this so we can
Yes.
further have discussion? I make a motion to recess until February 21st to finish discussions.
Don't think we need a motion.
February 21st?
I think you just
We have to
continue, you have
recess
motions
to a
left
time
on the table
definite.
for the next meeting, whenever that is.
Point of information, I don't think we should wait a whole month. We got to get through this.
Okay.
I think if
Okay,
you just
that can
don't
be-
continue, you have motions sitting on the table that will just be brought up the next time you continue this discussion.
And
Okay, so, one thing I will say, because at the pace we are going, this might bleed into budget season. So if everybody could, and Manager Burt, perhaps you
And
can,
and basically, if we don't get done by the end of March, we won't be taking up in April and May. I've got to get through the RTM.
Okay.
Because the room, we've got every night through that. So
Okay.
if you don't get done by the end of March, then we take it back up in June, basically.
okay.
Yeah.
So, so I'll ask Manager Burt, we've already allocated a certain amount of money. We can subtract that from our total, and if everyone could submit what they would like before our next meeting, then we can have an average of everything, and so we can have a good base point, because at the
So-
pace we are going, we're going to definitely
Point
Go
of
into-
information.
go into budget
What's the
season.
benefit of submitting it before? Because then I'm already challenged before I get here.
I don't know what you mean by challenged.
Meaning like, it's supposed to be in the public.
Okay, if you.
Yeah, we're not
if
supposed to
you-
do our work
if
like by
you-
email.
One
Yeah.
second. If you would like, we have one more opportunity before the budget season. If you want to hold this off past June, then that's what the council can do. But at this pace, we will not be done before budget, and this will go into the
Point
summer.
of information.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I have a point of information.
I have a motion to adjourn by Melendez, seconded by Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
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 Abstentions? Fails 2 in favor, 6 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
This also could be done on another day of the week. We can create a special meeting and get this done. You know, I think it's urgent that we move forward with this. I don't want to feel rushed, and, you know, I don't agree with submitting numbers ahead of time. You know,
That's
it's
fine.
not
That will
above
make the
board.
process go, it's definitely not below board.
I feel it is. That's my opinion. I think it should be done here.
It's 10 o'clock, we didn't have a consensus to continue, so I'm not honestly sure why we haven't adjourned. Counselor Baumgartner,
Counselor Franco's hand was up.
Counselor Franco,
Thank you. I'm also in favor of having another meeting, potentially even next week, during the week. That's not a council meeting, because I think we need to get this done as soon as possible.
The
Thank you.
31st is an extra Tuesday if there was.
No, it
interest
doesn't
in
have to be a Tuesday.
I know, I'm just saying, it's only
Yeah, it
2 weeks
does.
from now. though.
I'm not
Yeah.
coming to, I have other meetings I go to.
Yeah,
So-
and that's the thing too, it's hard to do, this quick, like, within a week to change up.
I mean, and,
And then wait till February 20th.
it would be helpful if we had, like the budget in the future, had taken like 1 through 25, like what I had recommended at the last meeting, and did 1 through 25 on one day and 125 on another day, with a break in between.
I am-
There's no
okay.
way we were gonna get through
Okay.
this. No way.
Okay. I will take this as a consensus to continue, and we can move on to continuing
But
housing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
there was no consensus to
There
continue,
was
so
a-
we would have to stop. Technically, we have to
Technically, I
stop.
think you stand recessed right now, but,
Okay.
We voted not
The
to adjourn.
council is in recess.
Yeah.
oh, I thought you voted
But
not
we
continue.
did.
Okay, then if
we
you
had
didn't
a
vote not to adjourn,
consensus
then
not
you're
to
still,
return.
did you vote to
We
not
had a
adjourn, or did you vote to not?
We voted to not adjourn,
Right.
Okay, then you're still going.
We're still-
yeah.
so we're not going to continue, but also we are going to continue.
I can think we should keep going. If you like look at Hartford and stuff and voting, they just deliberate and they work until the job is
How
done.
about we have some rules that we only speak for like 30 seconds and just like ask pertinent questions, because honestly, it's hard. I mean, a lot of us know so much of this detailed information that we just know it. We all know.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
and I'm also going to point it out again, even though we voted to adjourn, we motioned consensus before you adjourned was not to continue to talk after 10 o'clock. It's after 10 o'clock,
A
and
consensus is
technically
not a
we need
vote.
to be done. We had consensus not to continue after 10 o'clock. That means we need to stop.
The consensus is not a vote.
Okay, so we continue.
let's go.
Have a good evening. Good night, y'all.
Good night. We continue. Number 18.
Point of information,
1 second. Motion on the floor, $100,000. Second motion on the floor, $75,000. Third motion on the floor, $175,000. Counselor Bordelon.
in fairness of time and everybody, which is what I was asking at the beginning of the meeting, no disrespect, maybe we can agree as a consensus to get to a certain number here tonight, and also then kind of move with a plan of how we want to move this to, so that we can leave here feeling like we're all, ready to move forward. I think that we were going to get through all of these. I mean, how many are here, 52? There's no way we can get through 52 tonight. In all fairness, as a person who served on the committee, we weren't asked to vet
Counselor
it by
Bordelon,
number.
the discussion is on Counselor Parker's motion of $100,000.
Parker's not even here, so how can we work on our motion if the counselor's not even here?
Her motion is on the floor.
Right, but my question is, I think we should figure out how far we want to get, like, before we
Okay.
get into it.
We discussed whether we were going to adjourn or stay. We decided to stay. The discussion is on $100,000 for account 18.
So I'm not allowed to ask if we want to make a consensus to see how far we want to get for tonight?
No.
Okay, that's your choice.
$100,000 for account 18. Any discussion? Counselor Franco.
Very quickly, how would $100,000 help with rehabilitation and down payments on a house for first-time home buyers? Like, how far is this money going?
Some of that breakdown is on page 21.
Why are you speaking?
Mr. Bronco, you have the floor.
Go ahead.
Some of that breakdown is on page 21. I mentioned previously, our average rehab program, project is about $35,000 per household. Things are expensive. We do not have, at the moment, a down payment assistance program. So I think that number is still yet to be determined, but, I think something in the order of $5,000 or so probably is what we would look at. So, $100,000, $35,000 rehab each, you're talking about three projects. It's not gonna go that far.
But the state has money to help people with these things as well, like down payments, is that correct?
I actually can't comment about the down payment. I know they have first-time homebuyer mortgage assistance. The down payment, I believe there's probably a need for that. I can't certify that there's no assistance, but I don't think there's as much for down payment.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
In reference to this line item, maybe we should go back and look at some other items and find some funding. I mean, we already chewed up half. You know, I hate to see this underfunded. This is something that we spoke about. People have been coming here overwhelmingly saying there's not enough affordable housing here. Elderly are getting boxed out of their homes overwhelmingly because of cost and tax increase. Therefore, they're not doing any home improvements. There are people that I've met that say they do no home improvements because they don't want the value of their house to go up because they don't want to be taxed anymore. And they plan to only live in their house for another 10 years because they're retired or 70 years old. So they're not fixing things. Also, our stock was considered old in that report, right? Groton had an old stock of housing.
Yeah.
That was also addressed. This rehab money could help that old stock get back on the 21st century. We have a ton of housing and apartment buildings loaded with asbestos, lead. Now we found out about mold, but I'll speak to lead and asbestos. The average millennial doesn't want to buy a house like that with their children until all that stuff's gutted out. We grew up with it, but nobody now wants to live with that. I'm concerned because we moved a huge number for the Groton ambulance over their budget by almost $40,000, and now we're going to gut this one. I couldn't even get $3,000 for the mobile, advertising again. I want things that are going to be funded on this, and I'll say it right down to the penny. It sounds frivolous. The $3,000 was Parker made a motion for $114,000. Some might call it frivolous. I did not because no one would even agree.
That has nothing to do with this topic.
It does. I'm talking
No,
about
it really
numbers.
doesn't. It really doesn't.
Counselor Franco, with all no
Okay,
disrespect,
we are
she
not,
spoke.
we are not communicating across the table. Counselor Bordelon, you have the phone, the other
Thank
floor.
you. I just am concerned that we're moving down and the trajectory to get to the end is going to be nothing left here. We're only on 5 items in. So I say that maybe we jump around. I think each counselor calls out a number, if we're going to sit here, and picks an item that they're passionate about, and let's move it. And we'll go one by one. I mean, how else are we going to do this?
We're going to eat up the money before you get
Right.
on the list.
I feel like I'm shopping and I'm running out, like I'm on a tight budget here. And it's not fair, and there's things down here, I haven't even flipped the page yet. So I'm having trouble, and I'm saying this sincerely, voting on this and picking a number that's fair for this, because we're not moving in a fair process. And everyone up here that's voting on things, we're all gonna have to answer to them in the community, you know you will. And this is something I am passionate about. I want the $3,000 back for the advertising, for the mobile unit, for the food, and I want this
Counselor Bordelon.
funded,
Counselor
I want
Bordelon.
this funded at a proper rate to help our community. We can't just be helping the affluent people and their big businesses and everything else and not saying, oh, forget you that can barely afford to do your roof. Our community suffered and people do not have the money because they were out of work. Not everyone got COVID relief money.
Counselor Bordelon, your comments should be about $100,000.
It is about the $100,000.
No,
It's the
no.
fact that I don't feel there's enough money.
You are speaking on other accounts, other dollar amounts, other projects.
Sure, I'm speaking about the
Number
process.
18.
Can I make a motion then to rearrange this process because I feel like we're not moving at a pace that's effective nor beneficial to all the line items? How would I move that motion?
That's not a motion.
I'd like
Counselor
to move the
Baumgartner.
question. Can I move the question?
To move the question.
I'd like to move the question. Can we vote on that?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to move the question by Counselor Franco, seconded by Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye?
abstentions, fails, 4 in favor, 3 opposed, Westervelt, Bordelon, Baumgartner, 0 abstaining. Counselor Baumgartner?
I don't think we need to move the question, but I think we can move through this now. We have three motions on the floor. Let's put them to a vote. And if nothing stands by the third vote, then we can entertain another motion. But I think I'm comfortable with the number that's already on the floor, and that's the initial motion for 175,000.
Okay, so we will vote then. All in favor of $100,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, so fails 1 in favor, Jones, 6 against.
I'd like to move another
0
number.
abstaining. What's your number?
200,000.
I'll second.
200,000 by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner.
My reason would be that I hope that we can go back and revisit some other items and fund what's proper for Groton, in my opinion, in these services, maybe shave off somewhere else. And we haven't even moved down the list here.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstentions? Carries 2 in favor, Baumgartner, Bordelon, 5 against, 0 abstaining.
You said carries. You mean fails?
Fails 2 in favor, Baumgartner, Bordelon, 5 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to $75,000, Counselor Franco. This number. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, fails 2 in favor. Franco, Jones.
Point of information, what's left on the floor, just to see if we
Okay.
need to.
It fails 2 in favor, Franco, Jones, 5 against, 0 abstaining. 1 motion remaining on the floor, Counselor Kasiri's motion of $175,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Abstaining.
Okay, so that fails 4 in favor, 2 opposed, Franco and Jones, and 1 abstaining, Bordelon.
Make a motion for 180,000?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Counselor Westervelt, $180,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions?
Aye.
Okay, carries, fails 3 in favor, Baumgartner, Westervelt, Melendez. 3 opposed, Franco, Jones, Kasiri, and 1 abstaining, Bordelon. Counselor Franco?
I'd like to go to project number 19, Greater Mystic Chamber of Commerce for $25,000. Make a motion, put on the floor.
Second.
Brief overview.
This is a regional initiative proposed by the Greater Mystic Chamber, which would outfit or acquire a former mail truck, which would be an ambassador for the Mystic community. So it would be a mobile tourist visitor center, which is cited in the application as their visitor center was closed down during the pandemic. Well, not only would be mobile within the Groton community, but it would also be able to go to regional events around New England and provide Groton's brands to amenities in the community and showcase Groton as a destination.
Thank you. So that's a motion by Counselor Franco for $25,000. Who was the second?
I was.
Counselor Baumgartner. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think
Okay.
it's in the packet.
Counselor Kasiri?
Thank you. Mr. Burt, is this something that the chamber can come to us during budget season and ask for?
I don't know how much we want to broaden, CIP requests to that many agencies. I mean, it's up to the council if you'd want to entertain it, but I think it's a slippery slope to start going wider than we have.
I was just curious, that's all. I'm going to make a motion for $0.
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion by Counselor Kasiri, seconded by Counselor Bordelon for $0. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. It's nothing against this application. I think it's a great idea. Just when I went through and filled out my priorities for ARPA dollars, it just didn't come up as something that was a priority for me. And that's all. Thank you.
Counselor Baumgartner,
I'd like to make a motion for 13,000.
is there a second?
Second, Jones.
Motion by Baumgartner, seconded by Jones for $13,000. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this motion would meet both motions halfway. It would also mirror the allocation made by the town of Stonington for 13,000. I am supportive of that 25,000, but in the spirit of identifying a common ground, putting forth the 13,000 number.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
Is it my understanding that Mystic is, the Stonington side is also funding or donating, do you know?
13,000.
Yes, 13,000 was approved in their plan for the ARPA funds.
And what did they request? And what did the chamber request to them? Was it 25 as well?
I'm not entirely sure. I referenced their finally approved numbers.
I don't know, I'm torn on this because again, yeah, I don't know, I just, again, thank you.
Counselor Westervelt?
I'm in favor of the 25,000 simply because I think it's as a way to rebuild. Granted, we did not lose a ton of tourism, and we have seen an increase. I think that as an ambassador around the areas where this vehicle is going to be used, it's going to help us in the long run, putting us out there as a destination.
Thank you. Counselor Jones?
I will support the Councilor Baumgartner's 13,000. I think it's the same number that Stonington put up, and the chamber seems to be really good at fundraising, and I think we can match them, and so I'll be supporting the 13,000.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? So that'll carry 3 in favor. Baumgartner, Jones, Melendez. 4 against, 0 abstaining. That fails. On to Counselor Kasiri's motion, $0. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, so fails. 3 in favor. Kasiri, Bordelon, Jones. 4 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to Counselor Franco's motion of $25,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? 0, so that also fails. 4 in favor, Westervelt, Melendez, Baumgartner, Franco. and 3 opposed, 0
Do we need
abstaining.
majority here, present,
Yeah,
or,
so I was just thinking, it'd be a
or
majority
is it
here.
5?
I think
Is it
we
5
need
or majority present?
At least majority present. Oh, no,
It's
it
the
says
one
in
rule I
every.
know, and it's fine.
Yeah,
I believe we need 5 for everything.
we do for the resolutions, but we're not sure about other votes.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second. Motion to adjourn by Jones, seconded by Melendez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? That fails. 3 in favor, Jones, Melendez, was it Westervelt?
Yeah.
4 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion to allocate 11,000 to the Paquonic Bridge Fire Department for emergency response bikes.
Kasiri will second.
Which number?
Number 21.
Number 21. $11,000. Let me get to the page.
Mr. Mayor, I'm getting migraine, I'm going home.
Okay. Counselor Jones is left at 10:27. Okay, so this will be page 26 in your packets. Motion by Counselor Baumgardner, seconded by Counselor Kasiri for $11,000. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, other than this is one of my favorite requests, and for all of the ARPA requests, also scored very high from the ARPA group. In my opinion, the ask was too little, but certainly I wouldn't begrudge the good chief of our fire department for putting a lean, mean proposal to us. So I see that 2 of those bikes will be electric bicycles as well, so that's very exciting to see them put to use. So enthusiastically support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
I thought this was a kind of an interesting request in the sustainability side, and a way to kind of get into trails down at Bluff Point faster than a pedaling bike, and other ways to kind of, there's a lot of trails on the back end that you can't get, 4-wheel vehicles on. And so having someone who knows the trails and has run those trails, I know, Fitch runs back there for cross-country and a lot of training, and as a person who's frequented those, someone goes down out there, you're pretty far out sometimes, and having something that can get out there quicker electric bike. My only caveat or hope, and I can't get a response, is I hope that they maybe will support a local business in purchasing these bikes. It'd be great to kind of take the money and put it back into Groton as a way of stimulating the economy. Definitely find a local electric bike company and try to give back to them the money. It would be a great economic driver for here. If we could, just a thought. There's a couple electric companies around, so, bike companies.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I'd like to do number 35 for the Mystic Knowing Library for Library Park Accessibility Project.
I'll second.
$71,095.
okay, let me get to the page.
Point of information, is that the full ask, Counselor Franco?
Excuse me?
Is that the full ask, Counselor Franco?
That was the one I had.
The original ask.
Yeah, the original ask.
Okay, thank
Let me
you.
see, hold on. Is it, had
Yep,
it changed?
yeah, it is, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't get to the page yet. Was it seconded?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to find the page, sorry.
What number was it again, one more time, I'm sorry?
35.
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll be page 53. I got a motion by Counselor Franco and a second by Counselor Baumgardner for $71,095. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make another motion.
Sure.
Number 40, the Groton, Bike Groton, Town of Groton, Parks and Rec, the bicycle pump track for $25,000.
Second.
I was just about to second it.
All right. So we're on page 68. Motion by Counselor Franco, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner. What was the number?
25,000?
25,000. Counselor Bordelon?
I think this is a great asset for Groton. We need more outdoor activities. There's a lack of youth facilities, and this is a great program that maybe Groton Parks and Rec can create another program and, you know, get more children out on bikes, and it would be a great outdoor activity for exercise. And we realized during COVID that the more we have for outdoor activities, the better, and during a pandemic. And this was something that was discussed, and if I believe was overwhelmingly supported by the community when they had come out about the idea. I just wanted one question, that this is still gonna go in, at the entrance of Bluff Point on the right there. Is that still the proposed spot?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion
Sure.
for number 52, Violence Prevention Education Program, Save Futures LLC, for $24,000.
24,000? Second.
All right, let me get the page.
Page 104.
24, thank you. Okay. Motion by Counselor Gasiri, seconded by Counselor Franco. And what was the number?
$24,000.
$24,000. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. First, I'd like to disclose that I am an employee of Groton Public Schools, but this would not affect me, as this would be going into the middle and the high school. So I am requesting the 24,000, or putting a motion for the 24,000, because that is their reduced budget. This is a curriculum for middle school students and high school students on healthy relationships, exploring the difference between healthy and unhealthy conflict while seeking to prevent bullying, increase in bystander intervention, assist students in the development of healthy friendships and dating relationships, and increase awareness about the red flags of abuse, sexual harassment, stalking, and sexual assault. I will be supporting this because it's highly important, and we've seen an increase in mental health issues since the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think it's important to support this. Thank you.
Is this the updated request?
Yes, it's
Okay.
it's on page 105. Their reduced budget is $24,000.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to move a number.
Sure.
Number 39, Healthy Groton Campers, Project Oceanography, I don't have the number.
Oceanology.
I'm trying to find the number.
Number 39?
38,000, is that 800?
Yes, for the original.
That's a Groton project. You know, here, it's going to support our community. It's really important to, being a coastal community and looking at coastal resiliency and sustainability here, that we are getting our youth out there and providing these scholarships in the summer. I know our school does field trips usually that are funded, but these would be for summer campers, is my understanding. And so if other folks that maybe would not be able to afford to go, this would allow them to be able to attend these more extensive summer camps where it's smaller groups and they do more in-depth, like, learning at this program. It's local, and it's, I think it's an important program.
What number did you put forward, 19.4?
38.
38.8?
Who was the second?
I'm sorry, I spoke to my motion, I apologize.
It's okay. Okay. Motion by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Baumgartner. 38,800. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I just had one question. That would be for Groton, right? Groton applicants that are residents?
Yes. And they would advertise it through Groton Public Schools and Human Services.
And when we do the agreement, let's make sure we specify it's for Groton residents.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
Number 51, the enhanced trail signage and wayfinding, Town of Groton Parks and Rec. And I believe their adjusted number is what, 15,000? 15,000.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so this is on page 101. I got a motion by Counselor Franco and a seconded by Counselor Baumgartner. What was the number?
15,000?
$15,000. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to move number 45, but before I move it, can I ask the question first, just to make sure?
Sure.
That's the homeless and hospitality, that's open to any Groton resident. Would this funding be for Groton? I mean, they have to go to the New London Homeless and Hospitality.
Number 45?
Number 45,
Okay.
HUD-approved housing counseling, can you just, I'll throw it on the floor for discussion. Or if you could just explain it really quick, I just want to make sure.
This is a collaboration through New London Homeless Hospitality Center, which would pair this contribution with the funds allocated by the City of New London. And over 2 years, they would receive federal recognition as a HUD center for assisting people with home ownership and resources to have housing resources.
Okay, so the number, we didn't get a requested number back from them?
It was 130,000 per year for a total request of 260,000.
That was the original amount, but we didn't get another new number after the second ask?
Not that I
Okay.
see.
I'm trying to think of a number to put on the floor. I would be willing to put 100,000 down.
Second.
I think this is an opportunity, once again, we do not have a homeless shelter in the town of Groton. Any of our residents that are Groton residents that become homeless, they go through that program. That's where the homeless shelter is, and many folks I've unfortunately have met through the pandemic have had to utilize that shelter. Homelessness has gone up due to the pandemic, inflation of costs and unavailability of jobs. People have lost jobs, and so this program, it shows that, we're not just sending our people across the bridge because we don't have anything, we're also supporting it, and we should be, because if you become homeless, that's where they go. We have homeless students at Fitch High School and around Groton Public Schools that reside in homeless shelters, and they are bussed in, because if you are homeless, you can live out the side, especially if there's no shelter. This is something that I'm really passionate about. I think it should be funded higher, but I do think we need to support our neighboring shelter. And I love the fact that HUD, helping them to become homeowners, and get them HUD approved and all of that. I think that is what we need, and I think it's important.
Okay, so I have a motion by Bordelon, second by Franco, $100,000. Okay, and that's number 45.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Just reading through the application, perhaps a question for you gentlemen. What safeguards do we have in place that these dollars will actually make an impact on our community? And I only say that as much as, will support this ask and this motion. I just want to make sure that other towns are doing their part. I know New London, just by virtue of hosting these facilities and services, they do a lot more than most surrounding communities, but should we allocate these funds, we'll be doing our part. Can this information be shared with the Council of Governments, just to let them know that, again, Groton, we have been expending on regional agencies and services. We've done the same for even the Council of Governments, right? The position for ARPA programming, yet many municipalities did not. So I think you know where I'm getting at.
We had referenced the material they'd produced for an earlier sheet, and we'll report back on any future allocations from there.
Yes, and I would actually request that reporting back does happen in person in a council meeting by their director, Kathy Zoll.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion
Sure.
for wastewater mitigation project.
What's the number?
What number?
I apologize, number 34,
34.
for a total of $53,350.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. What was the number?
53,350.
53,350. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon, 53,350. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. This motion does not reflect the original amount for $66,850. They did reduce their ask by the tune of $13,000. And as far as just speaking to what this project is, I mean, obviously, this would be to benefit a business, but I understand there are issues with a byproduct called whey, and that is having almost a disastrous impact on our sewer and stormwater systems. So as much as will provide business supports, this will very much impact our town infrastructure should we allocate funding for this. So if you want to speak to this item.
But I would just add to that, sewer investments in sewer infrastructure is one of the core components of the American Rescue Plan.
I concur with that, and I'm not trying to tee up another project per se, but I also want to bring it to the council's attention that you have 2 requests on the same parcel as well. So I'll just float that. Mystic Cheese and Beard Brewing are on the same property, and they're both contributing to the same issue that was just referenced.
Point of information, what number, just for quick reference, was the other one that you're referencing?
The Mystic Cheese?
Yeah. Just so I can pull it up faster.
74.
74, thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
Yeah, how is this, how will it impact the town by having this in place? Like, what benefits overwhelmingly would be, because, again, when I was talking about businesses that aren't on the main strip, those are places I think of. There's no signage allowed out in the corner because of our zoning or something, I guess, so you have to kind of know it's back there. but that's something, that's a whole other topic I'd like to bring up, but, anyway, what would this do for these two companies, or this company that's on, the motion that's on the floor?
What would this do?
Yeah,
I think the best way to look at this improvement is to assist two local businesses, if you're referring to both, with also infrastructure needs. Both of those explicitly are addressed in the U.S. Treasury's final rule. And I would just add that Public Works has been dealing with both companies on the same parcel for about a year or two in trying to resolve this unique challenge so that these companies don't fail. And it really is an infrastructure problem. So they were encouraged to look at this funding since it meets the Treasury requirements.
And just to add, I believe the sewer authority has given them a bit of a pause before taking
Yes.
further action to see how this ARPA dollars come out. So they've been pretty generous trying to hold off for this before they start charging them a much higher rate.
Okay, Counselor Franco?
Thank you. I would respectfully ask Counselor Baumgartner if you would withdraw for right now and maybe come back to this later on after we pick up some of the other maybe nonprofits first.
Yes, I can honor that motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Counselor Baumgartner rescinding a motion. Counselor Bordelon, are you rescinding your second?
sure.
Okay,
I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
sure.
Number 49, Tri-Town Trail, Greenway signage. I believe, what is their current asking?
4,500.
I'll second that.
Original land remained,
4,500. What was that? I'm sorry.
and it remained at 4,500.
All right, thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay. Got a motion by Counselor Franco and a second by Counselor Bordelon for $4,500. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion
Sure.
to allocate $20,353 to Ocean Community YMCA for the purposes of offering swim lessons and summer camp scholarships to Groton youth.
What project?
What number?
That would be 58.
I'll second it.
All right. Project 58. Motion by Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. And was it 20,353?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, or?
Yes, this would establish a swim camp program as well as summer camp program for Groton youth. They were very specific in how those dollars would be expended in the application. With that said, just a question for the town manager. Just for any summer camp or funds we distribute to summer camps and programming for our youth, what's the oversight look like as far as ensuring compliance with on how those dollars are expended? Obviously, there's that federal piece where.
Yeah, I mean, they signed the agreement on how it's being spent, and we can request any information we want at any time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If they misuse it, they end up having to pay it back.
Or worse.
Counselor Bordelon?
I'm not sure, which one's considered Ocean Community YMCA?
The one in Stonington?
The one right by Mason's Island?
Yes.
That's considered Ocean, I just called it Mystic Y, so I just want to make sure. That is the one, okay.
Yeah.
Actually,
Isn't,
That's Westerly.
also part of that?
Westerly's also, okay. So the only thing I ask, and I know it's just a caveat, I just want it on the record so we can come back to it, is that, the project Oceanography, I would love for those things to be put up on GMTV, that we allocated them and that folks should look to apply, Groton residents. So John, that's my other thing, is can we make sure that we advertise it on our platforms?
I mean, if they send, I mean, they're gonna be running their own program if they.
Right, but a simple Facebook post that, you know, Groton allocated
If they send us
this much
information, we
to-
certainly could, yeah.
Or we could just say, you know, we allocated money to Project O.
Sure, oh yeah, certainly we'll say
And
whatever,
that we
yeah, oh, yeah,
encourage
yeah,
Groton
yeah.
residents to seek these grants.
Oh, yeah,
And
definitely.
maybe have Groton Parks and Rec added on that, you
Oh,
know,
for
just,
sure.
I think it'd be a good, simple blurb to get it out there,
Mm.
so that we, I just think swimming is a public health concern and a safety concern, and I think, you know, having that access, we do not have a pool, and I think it's a great program.
Just a point of information, indeed, it's the NAG family branch, so that would be in Mystic.
Oh, it is,
Cool.
okay.
Yeah.
Counselor Kassiri?
Thank you. I just want to verify this would only benefit Groton children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As someone who had to drive to Plainfield all summer to get my kids swim lessons, I will 100% support this. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
Is this only for financial need, or is it anybody can apply, do you know? Because I didn't see that stated.
You could add that as a provision. It would be by application, and you could add that from the front end if you wanted it.
Well, I guess my question is like, if those type of caveats are needed on any of these, I just want to know up front. So like, is it like anybody can just go apply for that, or is it financial need, or same thing with Project O? Like is there, I'm just curious, you know, I'm just asking because I think it's important to know.
For both, I believe they have an application process, but they preference for financial need. So if they request the information, and if nobody qualified within that income bracket, they would alternatively go for people outside that or making a higher income. But
So how long do they have to expend these funds? Is it only 1 year?
they would be multi-year programs with funding.
So
They
I
live.
guess, yeah, I really would want them to really hit a target. I mean, you know, as a person who was a stay-at-home mom myself for several years when my husband was in the military, you know, and I had 2 small children on 1 income. You know, I probably could have, you know, if this program existed, I might have applied. I don't think they should open it up right away to just hiring. I think it really should be set to, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but I think it really should be set to people that normally can't afford to go to the Y, you know, and things like that. I don't know. I just would hate to see this money be, you know, swiped up and someone's at the YMCA and this person got a free scholarship and they're making $150,000. So if it doesn't have to be expended in a year, I would like that money to be able to sit there and go to people who are in financial need, maybe a family of 4, single mom. I mean, we have kids in Branford Manor, low income. We have military families here. You know, like, I just think it really should be, but I don't know if we're allowed to put that on there. I don't know, John, and how everybody else feels, but I just think it should just be this open scholarship for Project O. I really think it should be financial need.
You could, and what we could do is check with them I don't know if what they do is they first entertain a certain amount, or is it just with 5 applications come in, get these people make the lowest. So I don't know what their program is. You know, you'd have to allow staff to work with them to try to set the parameter, or else you'd have to say, I don't know how on the fly you're gonna say, you can say low income and leave it up to us, but other than that, it's hard to go beyond that tonight.
Well, financial need, even just financial need.
Or demonstrate, sorry.
Yeah,
Demonstrates financial need.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Franco?
Thank you. I have a question to ask Counselor Kasseri through the mayor. Like, on average, what is the price of swim lessons right now?
I believe it was $100 a kid, so I paid $200.
Well, because I just took this dollar amount, and I divided by the 70 kids they said this would help, and it's $290 a kid. Is that like normal?
For Mystic it is. Oh, sorry.
$290.
Sorry. It is for Mystic.
I mean, like,
I did drive to Plainfield, which was 45 minutes away, so.
and we have no other options in Groton, like at Avery Point?
They don't-
The rec doesn't do it through Avery Point?
No.
We just pay for the open swim, is all.
If I may, I could not find swim lessons around here, which is why I did the drive, so.
I can agree with her. I was recently looking for a lesson and that was the only one around, and they were booked. They said they could not take any swim lessons. So, again, Swimming is
All right, it's
a-
been a long time since I took swim lessons, and mine were at Isker
hear
Point,
you.
so. And that was through Parks and Rec. And they did it right at the beach in the nasty water out there
I
with the
went to a Mystic
seaweed.
Oral School.
That's right.
We won't talk about that.
Let's
All right.
renovate that pool.
Well, I'll support it, but I think it's an awful lot of money per kid, but.
Okay.
I
Any
mean,
any further discussion?
I think it should be financial. Then in that case, I think it should be financial need. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Probably.
I mean, I think it's a great opportunity for someone from other sides of town to really infiltrate. It's not a very wide tapestry of folks that are going there, because the cost is very expensive.
Let's just let's amend it just to say income needs based.
Right. So
How do you want to say it?
I don't know, income need based?
demonstrating
Demonstrate financial.
federal income need base or guidelines.
Or however Parks and Rec does it.
Yeah, or demonstrative funding, yeah, demonstrative financial.
And this would be great with the Project O to also have on a poster down at the Human Service Building. You know, people come, so they know, and Branford, and like,
As part of the contract, we'll negotiate it with them and set something. Yeah, we'll talk to Parks and Rec too and see what they use.
because New London got a whole bit of money for swimming, they were having trouble with, and this would be another great thing to, and this is a thing we should advertise, that we put this money to this, and get it out there and get the diverse population of folks that are low income that don't know how to swim, I'll be honest. And, get them the accessibility. Yeah, I think that'd be great.
All right, let's vote.
Oh, you vote?
Any further discussion?
Almost breakfast time.
Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
That would be great.
Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion
Sure.
for number 56,
Okay.
which is Groton Wheels to Work,
That's a great program.
for $62,500.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I got a motion by Counselor Kassiri and a second by Counselor Baumgartner for $62,500. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I'll read this little passage here. It says, sorry, I lost my place. This pilot program would provide eligible families with minor children with the resources needed to resolve transportation emergencies. Wheels to Work would assist with car repairs, insurance, registration and licensing, past due or current car loans, past due or current motor vehicle property taxes, bus, taxi, rideshare vouchers, and gasoline gift cards. By working proactively before a transportation crisis results in a loss of income or employment, we will stabilize a family's housing and reduce their risk of eviction or foreclosure. And I think this is obviously something that I would love to support and fits the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon?
Again, this is another one I think that I'm really passionate about as well, and this would be another one, if possible, John, that making sure Human Services is aware of this program and that they're directing people, because we funnel money into it, we should be funneling people to it. I can name probably 5 or 6 people I've met through Branford that probably could utilize this right now. Again, is this amount set for just Groton, or is it a pool of money from all the communities and they just distribute whoever comes? Which is, they don't track it, I would assume. Or-
There's a dedicated fund for Groton.
Okay.
And they have an evidence experience helping 18 Groton families so far.
Right, this is, I think, a great program, and it would be great to put up, again, ARPA fund allocations and put these things here, if you're in need, like, get it up, blast it up on Channel 19 and on, on the Facebook, so people can see where we're allocating this stuff, and tell them to go apply. They don't have to go into Human Services, they can contact this place directly. I think that's great.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I would like to pass number 53 in the amount of $60,000 for street tree inventory and planting plan.
Second.
Wait, I'm not done. And I would like to take item number 42 for the Groton Beautification Committee, the street tree planting and maintenance and make that into 0, because we're gonna be funding it with the town.
Okay, so this is two accounts, 53 and which one?
42.
53 and 42. And it's 60,000 for 53 and 0 for 42.
Correct. You still seconding?
I do, yes, I do.
Okay. Motion by Counselor Franco, second by Baumgartner. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
Just to clarify, Counselor Franco, you said the town is doing this? What did you mean by
The $60,000 is the town of Groton Public Works.
Yes.
And that is the street tree inventory and planting plan
Yeah.
for $60,000.
Yes.
But the other one was from Groton Beautification for $250,000 for a street tree planting and maintenance.
So I thought that was the actual planting, the tree buying of the trees.
They're not together.
Okay. So that's not what it was for the beautification request?
Beautification they wanted to buy trees and plant them, and then probably pay other people to maintain them, from what I've gathered. So I wanted to do, because there's only so much funds, I wanted to do first do a street tree inventory and planting plan through the Public Works.
Which is really needed before you would actually plant anything.
Right.
So hypothetically, so if we were to zero it out, down the road, say next year, just before when we need to actually identify how we expend all the dollars, can we take some funds from the contingency and put it towards tree planting after the
Yeah.
plan is developed?
Mhm.
Even if we zeroed it out tonight? All right, I'll stick with the motion.
Can we do a number check?
Well, have you been?
You've expended 1.3, so a little under 1.2 left.
There's still a lot to go.
Just over halfway.
There's a lot to go still.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
This is the retrofit implementation plan.
What number?
This is 35.
I thought we did 35 already.
We did 35.
I'm sorry.
36.
36.
All right.
Eyes are bleeding.
Oh, you're gonna do a CIP. You're killing me. Can we leave those towards the end?
I shall.
Can I make a motion then?
Yeah, you can go for it.
Thanks. Number 59, which is STEPS, Educational Empowerment Career and College Prepare Program. I'll make the motion for $22,000.
Second.
Okay. Page 121, project number 59.
The 22 or 20?
22.
22.
22,000. Counselor Kasiri, seconded by Counselor Bordelon.
May I speak to it first? Thank you. So again, I'd like to disclose, I am an employee of Groton Public Schools, but this is relevant to the middle school and high school, so it doesn't have to do with me. Just want to state that it's a career college preparedness, workshops in STEM, mental health and wellness, community service, field trips, and a 4 to 6 week summer enrichment camp. Summer enrichment career college leadership program for up to 100 Groton middle and high school students, and an annual leadership day is also included that meets at Mitchell College. Am I missing anything that you two would like to touch on? No. Okay. The direct benefits that STEPS provide the Groton community would be its long-term trusting relationship with school administrators and personnel, students and their families. Through 16 years of program, STEPS has seen girls become empowered, confident, able to graduate from college, get a good paying job, break the cycle of poverty, and return to mentor younger girls in our programs. During and since the pandemic, we have helped girls move from anxiety, stress, and isolation and provide programs that help them see the possibilities for their lives, and I will absolutely be supporting this. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
I know some people, I know when we were in the ARPA group, they were saying, you know, that Groton Public Schools got their own ARPA funding. That's the case, correct?
Yeah, but this isn't the schools asking for it, is it?
Correct. It's
This
the
is-
actual organization, Steps Inc.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify for the record, because some people were just not wanting to cross.
I believe they work
pollinate.
with the schools,
Nice.
but they have their own organization. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and so this, again, is earmarked for just Groton students.
Yes.
And is this financial need, or obviously it's anybody can apply, because it's a social thing for emotional, social well-being and leadership.
But it's more so developed inside the school system, so more so accessible to everybody.
Yeah, this is another great thing to put up on that website, you know? I think people are always looking, where are these resources and where's the money going? I think this is another great thing to advertise. I didn't even know it existed until I started going through the ARPA things, and I was like, wow, this is like pretty cool, you know? So I think the more advertising we can do, this would be great.
Counselor Kasiri?
Thanks. I do follow them on social media. They're really active in the community, and it's great to watch what they do.
Nice.
Just wanted to comment on that. Thanks.
I'm gonna add them on my list. Actually, I think I do know who runs the program now.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
Number 64, respirator fit testing machine for Quantic Bridge, to the tune of $20,100.
Okay. Okay, we are on page 135. Motion by Counselor Baumgartner. What's the amount?
Yes.
20,100?
20,100. Is
passing?
Yes.
there a second?
Second.
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Franco, $20,100. Any discussion?
No, other than this would purchase a respirator fit testing machine to be used to provide a free OSHA mandatory fit testing to town employees and emergency services personnel for I-95 Mass. Also fits the recovery category of human services, which obviously is very important, and as was mentioned earlier, has not been funded like many other funding buckets. So enthusiastically support this request.
All right. Seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
Let me find it now. Hold on 1 second. Oh, jeez. Oh, here we go. Number 30, Groton Little League, pitching facility improvement. For $10,650.
All right.
I'll second it.
Okay, so, number 30, page 44.
And just for transparency, I just want you to know that my husband is the president of Groton Little League. We would not make any money off of this, and it would not help me personally, so just want to clarify.
Okay, what was the number?
It was number 30, and it's for $10,650.
Okay, $10,650. Motion by Franco, seconded by Kasiri. Any discussion?
It is, from what I gather, it's for the facilities at Calvin Burrows, where a lot of work has been done, and and many counselors have come down and volunteered so they can see what's going on down there. And they're trying to get that all fixed up.
Okay. Counselor Baumgartner?
As a former Little Leaguer myself, having been a backstop, I do understand the importance of obviously investing in our youth. And so I will be supporting this request and just hope that as we continue to go through our ARPA requests, that we really do keep kids front and center, irrespective of where they ask came from.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion for the pollutant mitigation project for
What number?
74.
74.
And this would be for the requested amount of $25,080.
Okay.
For Mr. Cheese Company,
Yes.
17,225.
Nope, 25,080.
I have better numbers, and so revised it up to 25.
Okay. This is on page 161. A motion for $25,080 by Counselor Baumgartner. Is there a second? Seconded by Westervelt. Any discussion?
I think we've already spoken to some of this item on a previous discussion, but if there's anything else you wanted to add, that would be helpful to the counselors before we vote.
Additional information. I think it's been going on for a while, as I mentioned. Public Works has been trying to work with them. Relatively new business to town, but has been concerned about some of the costs as a result of the existing situation. As the town manager had mentioned, the town has been patient with them and trying to defer increased costs as a result of a high discharge load. And there is a solution to this, but it requires some money. And they're a small business, and they're struggling.
All right, so this would help a business remain a business here in Groton.
Yes.
All right, in that vein, I will support it. I know it was an amended number, a little higher than what was initially given, but I want to make sure this is done right, that this isn't, done haphazard or a piecemeal or Band-Aid approach. It's one shot fixes it all. So, and view the companion CIP and the companion request in the same vein. That's all. Thank you. Take a page.
Counselor Franco?
Can they come to you and ask for this in economic development funding?
Yeah, actually they did. We've had conversations with them for a couple of years. They don't qualify.
What about the ones we allocated today, the 100,000?
Well, the guidelines have not been written yet. We provided the parameters of that. It's supposed to be targeted towards roughly $5,000, so it won't rectify their need unless the council desires for that program to be different than what was proposed.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
What was
Mr.
that,
Mayor?
25?
to move a number.
How much was that one?
25,080.
I'd like to take just a 10-minute break. I need to stand up and walk around or something.
Sure.
We've been sitting for like almost 3 hours.
Sure, we'll be back at 11:25.
Good work, team.
We're gonna bang this out tonight.
already recording? Yeah, it's already recording. All right. Council's back from recess at 11:25. Council Bordelon?
I just had a quick question. The one that we were given to when we got here, number 75,
Right.
before moving a number, can we just talk about it a little bit?
Sure, we can get a brief overview.
Right, this is the one that we got here.
Right.
It's a proposal from the Children and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut to establish a bridge clinic for Groton. They already have a established operation in New London, but this would be dedicated for Groton and largely paying for operations at the facility. So they have a shortfall in their operations that wouldn't be covered by insurance payments. But this would be a consolidated center that focuses on mental health services as well as connecting people to primary care and also providing access to additional services like ambulatory, connecting people to specialists. And they're looking at launching this shortly.
And this would be housed at our human service building?
Now they're building out their own facility at 964 Connecticut Road.
And one more question. Did they send any other requests of funds? Just this is it?
This is the only one.
I'd like to move a number.
Okay.
Number 32 for Groton Beautification Committee. Town Hall Wedding Gardens for $13,616.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to 75. But this
Number
is
32?
This is 32. All right. So that's on page 47. What was your number?
$13,616.
Okay, is there a second? Not seeing a second.
Nobody cares about the military getting married at our town hall?
I was saying that we have a surprising number of weddings out there. I'm always shocked how many I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Until then, Councilor Bordelon, do you want to continue 75?
I just was still seeking, like, I mean, John, do you have any direction on this one?
No, I don't have any information on it.
Can I move a number?
Sure.
Sorry, guys, it's a big one, number 54, Groton Hockey Rink upgrade for $148,275.
Okay, that's on page 110.
Second.
Okay, motion by motion by Kasiri, second by Franco. What was the number?
148,275.
148,275. Okay. And that was the revised request.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any discussion?
So outlined on page 112, it says this project helps support 3 of the Groton Parks and Recreation's 4 pillars of service: health and wellness, economic development, and social equity. Health and wellness, it provides opportunity for people to engage in cardiovascular exercise. Economic development, being the only outdoor rink in the region, it is a draw for hockey players from miles around. And social equity, Groton Parks and Recreation provides affordable programs for everyone in the community, including those with limited ability to pay, those who need assistance in order to participate, or those that participate in activities that have cultural significance. And as we saw, just from going to the senior center on Tuesday nights for our meetings when we were there, there was a ton of kids there every Tuesday night, which was super nice to see. So I hope that counselors will be able to support this project, as we definitely need more outdoor activities that's safe for everyone. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
My question with it is that, the location of it, some have said it feels like it's underutilized. Is there not enough programs? It's just occasional program on certain nights. I know when I go to Westerly a lot, and, you know, when you drive by their little rink, you have people out there skating at night with the lights on. Are we looking to do any of those type of programs where you have learn to skate and, you know, music and lights out there? I just don't know why it's not used when the senior center's closed and the library's closed. There should be like skate nights where you can just go skate, open skate. Do we do that? Does anyone know? John?
Well, I mean, I see people pop on it all the time when I'm over at things. I mean, people can go on anytime they want if it's not got a planned activity.
Oh, so it's open and the liability, you can just go on there and go.
Just like any park or playground, yeah. Just like the bike pump path will be, or park will be.
Yeah, I just think Westerly is open and the lights are on it and it's just really nice at night and people are out there. And there's like organized, you know, free, you know, skate nights with ice skates. I mean, do we have is any of this funding gonna provide any skates for people who, I mean, the people we need to get on the
And
ice.
it's not ice, but yeah.
I'm sorry?
And it's not ice, just to make that clear.
It's not ice.
It's not ice, no.
So what is it made of?
What is the surface? It's a year-round surface, it's, you know, and I think part of the issues are.
You like wear
the side-
rollerblades and stuff like
Oh, so
that.
it's a rollerblade rink, so I don't even know much about it, to be honest with you. Because we don't have an ice skating rink.
If I may, part of the project would also include lights and new asphalt pad that would be coated with lines.
So maybe there'd be some night skates. Yeah, I just would like to see, I think adding the lights would utilize it more, even if it's just an open skate and it's not ice. God, I thought it was ice all this time. Sorry, I was thinking, whoa, what a liability. But maybe we do need an ice skating rink too there, John. Maybe they should add that into the Clodchester Park. Anyway, anyway, I think it'd be great. I think if the lights are gonna make it utilized and it's not getting vandalized, it's in good shape otherwise, it just needs the upgrades. And I'd like to see some expanded programs, you know, I think the youth need more to do in the evening.
All right, thank you. Counselor Franco?
Thank you. I'd actually like to make an amended motion for $225,000.
Second, Kasiri.
Okay, so 225,000. Moved by Counselor Franco, seconded by Kasiri. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please.
All right.
In the packet, it says removing the lights and associated electrical work of $100,000 would reduce the scope of the project by 40%, and the new budget would be $148,000. So that's by taking away the lights, would reduce it down to $148,000. So I would like to leave the lights in, and as we know from Tuesday nights, and those kids playing out skating on there, those are pickup games. Those aren't even, it's not even organized. That's a pickup game with all those kids showing up. It's amazing. And, I mean, there's an adult organizing it, but, so I would like to give them the full funding, and this is something for kids in our community, and I think it'd be great if they could resurface it and put the lights up, especially the lights would be awesome, so.
Yes, my apologies, I didn't see that till after. Thank you.
Any better than me? I thought it was still ice.
True, true.
I just thought it was an ice skating rink.
Any further discussion?
How would you know?
But we still need one.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I will call for a vote on $225,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to reconsider the meals, the community meals. Are you guys willing to budge $3,000?
What is this, number 15?
I mean, we're throwing money at rings that I thought were ice and everything else. Like, can we just give these people the money?
Can we
Please.
come back to it at the end? Because I bet you there'll be 3,000 left over.
And maybe even the full funding, because as I did talk to John at the break, and it wasn't his recommendation, but I was saying, we don't know that they're growing their program and having that mobile shed, trailer, or whatever they put up, it could be a potential growth that they're going to need. I don't know. I would hate to see that we don't fund we're funding all these other outside agencies that are supporting our community, but this one directly impacts, so I'd like to come back to it.
Counselor Baumgartner?
I'll make a motion to revisit number 15, 123,000.
Okay. Let me get to that page. Okay. Does this have to be a motion to reconsider?
I would assume so.
Was it officially, it was a vote.
Okay. So,
You have to make a motion to reconsider.
I'll make a motion to reconsider number 15.
okay, so that was unanimous, so everyone was in the prevailing side. So I have a motion to reconsider number 15 by Counselor Baumgartner. Is there a second? Second by Westervelt. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I can't support the storage. I really hope we can figure out a solution. It's for paper products, not even food. As far as the marketing, I would concur, obviously we do want to promote the program. With that said, I really hope these are the best marketing materials we've ever drafted. So I'll support the amended number, but that's the highest I'll go is 123,000.
Okay.
Are you voting on reconsideration?
Right.
Yes, I apologize, yes.
And that's two-thirds, is that right?
So it would require all of us.
4?
But you need 4 anyway, so for
Wait,
capacity
okay.
anyways.
2/3 of the whole council.
Or 5, yeah.
You need all of us.
Come on, everybody.
Oh,
You need
okay.
5.
That makes sense. Okay. Very good. Okay, all in favor?
I just want to make sure, is it going to be stated that we're just not funding the paper storage at this time when they?
We're just voting on reconsideration right now.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking a question. When it gets submitted to them, will it just state that, or how will it look?
What you guys give us as direction is what we'll put in the agreement.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, on the motion to reconsider, Councilor Casiri, did you have something to
Oh,
say?
no, I
Okay,
was-
okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'll make a motion for 123,000.
Okay,
Second?
123,000, moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider number 7, I apologize, number, oh, Jesus.
What is that?
Oh, I totally just lost my train of thought, admittedly. The Housing Rehabilitation Funds, number 18.
Okay,
The specific motion to reconsider was the 175.
that one, I don't think we need a motion to reconsider because they all failed. So
Okay.
I think you could just put a motion on the floor for that one.
I'd like to put, this motion would reflect what Councilor Casiri originally put for this housing, the housing fund, for 175,000.
Okay, so we are back on page 17, and a motion is made for $175,000. And is there a I'll second that one. Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Melendez. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, Franco, 0 abstaining.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure?
Number 46, the Groton Housing Authority, Grasso Gardens Sewer and Broadband Infrastructure Project. I'm going to put a partial number on the floor of 225,000. You doing CIPs? It's
Okay,
not a CIP.
you said 46?
It was 225, you said?
I said 225,000 for number 46. They plan on, I guess, expanding Grasso Gardens. And I'm in favor of helping to help do whatever we can to help pay for the sewer. And even if it's a partial payment, or partially funding, because we're sort of getting low on our funds here, and I wanted to make sure that I got them onto the board. And maybe somebody else can speak to this a little bit more.
Counselor Bordelon?
Yeah, I guess my concern is if they don't use it, like, if they don't have enough to fully, you can't partially do a sewer. You know, so, like,
Well, what we don't give, they're gonna have to finance.
I just want to make sure they're going to still move forward with the project. Is that the plan, with or without the ARPA funding?
It says contingent on ARPA funding.
Yeah, so if they
Yes.
don't get the full funding, I guess that's what I'm reading. I'm concerned if they only get a quarter of it, of the requested amount, they might not do nothing.
John?
It's not, I want to support them, I just don't know. Like, if they don't get it, they're not expanding, or?
John, Bert?
Because I know they need renovation improvements on the structures, but.
They also stated, question 5, are there alternative funding sources? And they said no.
Okay. So it might be an all or nothing one?
Is this an all or nothing one?
Sorry?
Is this all, you fund all of it or nothing?
For that part, because there's two portions of the project, the sewer and the broadband investment, the sewer, it would likely be an all or nothing, because to do it in a comprehensive way.
So when they're doing their expansion and they're putting in new housing back there, this isn't part of the sewer to help pay for that sewer? Did that go to the new expansion? I'm sure they won't be able to build a new expansion without the sewer. And that they're gonna have to finance it then of some sort, is that correct?
This is just for the existing facility. That would be, for the expansion, would be a different initiative.
This request came in prior to that Connecticut Challenge Grant funding. So they identified this need and scoped it out before the added 51 units of new housing. But I would imagine the
This is all
sewer's gonna serve
replacement.
both.
So if we don't help replace the sewer, is there any funding as well that they can find somewhere else to help fund this? Through that
They-
grant from the state that you are talking about, Community Challenge Grant?
Not Community Challenge Grant, it's specific to certain expenditures. But I'm just going by what they provided as an answer. Are there alternative funding sources that this project could leverage to secure funding? No.
So they need the full, like, almost $800,000 or nothing?
That's what they put down.
You could also do a set aside, sort of like the seawall.
So when that sewer goes, basically, and they need to replace the whole sewer system in there, is basically what they're probably saying, then where are they getting code for their money?
They may have to bond for it,
They'll have to bond,
potentially.
or will
One option.
they come to the town?
Yeah, I believe they have to.
So
I'm
they're
not
gonna come to
sure.
the town to ask for bonding?
I think we have to sign off, but I'd have to look into it. I don't wanna really say off the top of my head.
They did recently authorize bonding.
Oh, yeah, they came through here for their remodels. They did come to the town council for the remodels a few years back.
Here where it says other funding secured 189,000 GHA, is that, that means that they put up 189 of their own money?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bordelon?
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, it's just kind of gray, like, and how long do they have to use it? So like, what if they fundraise and they don't get the rest of the money for another couple of years? Can this ARPA fund just sit there? Right, so we need a defined deadline from them.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's a large project with a lot of money, so if they don't have the other end and rolling and I'm not trying to belittle Counselor Franco's amended number, I think it's, you know, great, you're sending something, but if it's not gonna do it, it's kind of like sending it into a, you know, a
Funding
whole-
has to be allocated by the end of 2024 and expended by 2026, end of 2026.
Yeah.
Do we have a separate number for the broadband itself? I just wondered.
We do. In the, we do have to have them, I would just have to refer to their full proposal, but they do offer them as portion, 2 phases.
So the sewage is one number and the broadband's another?
Yeah.
Can you break those out for us?
Yeah, I can
Sure.
develop those, but I'd have to refer to their full proposal just to get it. I do know that a significant portion of that is the sewer. If I had to really search for the number, it'd be about 180,000 or so, similar to the one that they had available for the broadband improvement. And that would be an improvement in their common areas, which residents could go to and access a strong broadband signal. Additionally, I'd cite that both of those are priority expenditures for our broadband investment and sewer infrastructure investment.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, I think this project's absolutely critical. I think that the devil's certainly in the detail on this one. Would it be possible if we can reserve the contingency fund, what would be allocated? So that's what, a little under $1 million for contingency right now?
Yeah, 850,000.
And
Would-
remember, 150 possibly for housing authority, or for human services.
Okay, so would we be able to reserve essentially that amount, the 795, in the contingency? During the legislative update, Councilor Franco had brought up, which done some exploration since then, the broadband, various, because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, there's going to be a lot of dollars available to municipalities from the state government for broadband projects. And so that's something that, you know, I'll be working on this legislative session partnership, hopefully with the town government, any other counselor, to see if we can identify some funding at the state level to pay for a project such as that, to cover the broadband side of things. But that still doesn't answer the sewer part. So I think at a bare minimum, we should reserve something, because I'm uneasy about reserving anything from the remaining 2.5 million we have tonight, because there's a lot of other projects. And if we reserve in the contingency, should dollars become available, say the city doesn't expend all the dollars that we reserved for the seawall, for example, that's going to open up hundreds of thousands that the council or whomever would be able to decide how those dollars can be expended before 2024. So that's just an idea, but I would just simply reserve it out of that contingency, and then still look at other grant funds or for broadband, or, you know, even if it's for everything up at the state level, just for now.
Are you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Mhm.
I would like to withdraw my motion, and I would like to make an amended, a motion on the floor for, as what you just said, let's put the $795,000 that we're going to have basically in a contingent and allocate it towards that as a placeholder. And let's vote on having that as the placeholder, just like we did as a seawall. You know what I mean? Let's hold it there, and if we don't have to use it, that's, like, we can put it towards Grasso Gardens and Groton Housing Authority to upgrade their sewers.
Point of how much are we setting aside?
$795.
Okay.
But we have to put, like, we already have to put 800,000 aside on hold, basically as a contingent, and just have it sitting there in case.
Right. Okay,
So we would basically allocate the contingency.
okay. So first I need Counselor Kasiri to rescind her second.
Yep.
Okay. So you're saying we're gonna put aside 850,000 and we could just earmark that for this if they need it?
The 795
Okay.
for Groton Housing Authority in our contingency. And if we don't need our contingency for something else,
Right.
like
Oh.
because we go over in our numbers or whatever, and we have to go
Okay.
into it, I guess, then that money will be going to Groton Housing Authority. That
Okay.
will be where it's going. Is
Second.
that correct? I mean,
Yeah,
eventually the
that's fine.
contingency will be
And
spent,
Let's
right?
say we wanted to do more for human services.
I'm gonna
we
put
just
that
do
in
for
tonight,
our
don't
money.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's coming.
The 150,000?
We'll do it tonight,
Okay.
so. Do you second mine?
I second that motion.
Can I ask a point of information? Okay, to clarify, we're putting away $800,000 approximately anyway because we have to?
You don't have to. That was just a recommendation for if other projects come up, like the 150,000.
But it wasn't included in our
Right.
total, correct?
It was already.
It's
yeah,
set aside, right.
Okay.
It's not out of the 2.5 million.
Right.
So we're saying as a consensus possibly that we would use that money for this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we
Right.
didn't need to use it for anything else.
If
I-
something
I'm
else doesn't
comfortable
come
with
up.
that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm comfortable with that.
Because it's eventually gonna have to get spent
Yeah,
anyway.
I agree. I
But
agree.
we're earmarking it, saying this is where it's gonna go when it, if we don't need it for something else. Sort of like the seawall.
It's fine.
Okay, so that's a motion.
Counselor Bordelon has her hand up, and I seconded it.
Counselor Bordelon?
I don't know, I can appreciate the thought, no disrespect. I just don't like really earmarking stuff. I think we don't know what we're up for down the road, and they might come into more money to do this in another way. We don't know. There could be another grant or something from the state that could come forward. I hate earmarking. I know the community hates that, and it's just money sitting there. I didn't like earmarking for the wall as it is. We keep still talking about the wall. We got money earmarked waiting on a wall that we don't know if we're using. It's just not good business. So for me, I will not be supporting it, because I just don't like sitting in the wayside like that and just kind of half doing things, and no offense.
But may I?
Yeah, sure.
But it's sitting there anyway.
Right, but I think there's gonna be other things that we didn't fund, and there's other needs in the town that might be CIPs that weren't done, or some other things that something could, fail tomorrow that we're gonna be like, oh my God, we need this, we wanna prepare, like you don't earmark all your money in your checking account for a reason, right? Because you need to prepare, so for me to be fiscally responsible, I just don't feel comfortable setting it and saying that they're gonna get it and voting on that on my word that I'm giving that money to Groton House Authority today, tonight, my vote. I didn't like the seawall vote. I won't do this one. I just don't feel comfortable, so I apologize.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Certainly, I'm not commenting against the idea, that certainly is workable. Given that there are some unknowns, the contingency was for those unknowns, which we would kind of figure out. I think we're gonna know quite shortly what the Groton Housing Authority is looking to do and what the needs are, and we could allocate the funding at that time. But some of these others, we haven't even finished the listing yet. There may be some cost overruns, there might be some unknowns that we have to address, so I'll just float that.
Okay. Counselor Westervelt?
Okay, so if we earmark this and then they come up with some other type of funding, we can always just use that for whatever comes up. It's not that by earmarking it, we're saying it can never be used for anything else. So that money is still there available to us if something else of more importance comes up. Okay, thank you.
I think, so, just so I can understand, I think it's saying if one of these projects needs more money or something happens and we need to use that contingency and that 850,000 goes under the 798, I think, whatever it is, then it wouldn't go to this.
Right.
Okay.
And
We'd
the
still
council
use
will
it
have
as
to,
contingency and hold it as contingency, the money, and if something else came up, we would use it as needed.
And then this would not get funded.
But at the end,
Right.
basically, if it doesn't go anywhere else, it would go towards this.
and the council will vote on that at that time. It won't be released until you vote again to actually release it. In a few months, I think we'll know about the city seawall too.
Because I think that would change a lot. I mean, once that city seawall is released from our obligation,
Then we got some more money.
then it's the whole, we could really, I think, as soon as that's released, we should vote then, to my opinion, then at that time, I'd feel comfortable voting to move to help the housing authority with this big plan. But, anyway. So it's really no vote, that's a consensus thought, it's not, if we have to re-vote on it, right?
No, we're earmarking it for that. And it'll have to come back to actually release it and stuff, but we're earmarking it towards that, just like the seawall. We didn't spend it because we know it's going towards that unless they get other funding sources.
Good? Okay. So we are going to vote on Counselor Franco's motion, which is essentially to earmark $795,000 of the contingency. Basically, if the contingency doesn't get used, then we will use that money for this.
Should it say also any funds released from seawall?
No, the seawall's already a different thing.
With the way things cost, I mean, don't count on the 1.4 till, don't count your
Right.
chickens before they hatch.
Yeah. I'd like to make another motion.
You might have to rescind your previous motion.
Why?
I don't believe you can have two motions on the floor at the same time.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
The 795, I'm already jumping ahead.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
so
okay.
sorry. I'm ready to throw down here.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay. Carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed. Bordelon, 0 abstaining.
Now I'd like to put another motion on the floor. Sorry about that. I'd like to allocate $150,000 towards human services.
Second.
Okay. And this, of course, won't have an account number, right?
No account number.
Okay. So,
What should we call it?
150,000.
What number's not used?
Called 81. We threw out 80 for the outside one when we added that. I don't think there's anything above 80.
Okay. 81. Motion by Franco, seconded by Bordelon. $150,000 for human services.
And
Sure.
this is, the 150 we initially allocated, this is
Same
relief
exact
money
thing,
for food, shelter, all these other
Yeah,
different things that could come up.
yeah. It's definitely kept some people in their apartments,
Yeah?
their homes.
Counselor Baumgartner?
How long do you expect this allotment or allocation to last?
Well, it took a while for this first amount of money to really catch on. It was really slow going. All of a sudden now, it's been, I feel like every day I have to approve over a certain amount. I feel like I'm getting requests like every couple of days. So, it was like nothing. All of a sudden, she's, spent half of it in a short amount of time. So, it'll get spent for sure.
And maybe it would be helpful just to get an update from her on
Sure.
how the program's gone so far. But I'm comfortable with this number.
Counselor Bordelon?
Yeah, because you gotta remember all the COVID relief, extra incentive pays that people are getting are over. And a lot of the other fallout from COVID is happening, so there's people probably, those rent incentives and all that stuff is ending, and people are still behind. So, and the cost of oil this year is some of these funds being used for oil, or do we have a separate fund for that?
The utilities, they go through somewhere else for utility help typically. I forget what the.
Operation Fuel.
Yeah, It seems like these have all been rent or mortgage, pretty much. That seems to be, because those are big ticket numbers, you know? You know, and a lot of times there's been some sort of gap where they're gonna have money again, but there's one gap that if they can't fill it, they're in trouble.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
Number 34.
Okay. 34. Get to the page. Okay.
And that's for a
page-
total of 66,850.
I think the new numbers revised based on better numbers, isn't it?
53,350.
Yeah.
53, 350.
Okay. Just specifically about that number, reading through the breakdown, it says this is less than ideal logistically and financial, but if phase produced from our request 66,850, we could make do with procurement of additional NBC totes. But that would be in lieu of an Enduraplast trailer mounted tank. So just again, in that same vein of looking to do something, not the Band-Aid approach, but an approach that actually will solve it. And I know it's I don't want to say marginal amount, but a little bit more. You recommend just getting it done the right way, since it's something that you've been working on for such a long time?
I would say yes.
All right.
To get it, I'm sorry.
Would you recommend doing it the right, I don't want to say the
Yes,
right way,
yes.
but, okay. So I'll stick to that $66,850. Again, not just an economic development project, impacts resiliency, so it covers a lot of different areas, but I think it's important to have demonstrated track record of supporting businesses, not just handing them blank checks, but if there's a need, and this is due to unfunded mandates or, ensuring that the environmental quality is protected in our town, I think we should support it, so I hope you'll support the motion. So I'll move $66,850.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Franco, $66,850. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
Number 38, reducing isolation through social engagement. The applicant is Mind Matter LLC for $68,000.
You said 68,000?
Yeah, hold on, I'm sorry, I lost it for a second. Yep, 68,000.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, so a motion by Kasiri, seconded by Westervelt, 68,000. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. RISE aims to provide access to Mind Matters Daycare Services, a program founded in 2017 by a doctor of nursing practice guided by the Montessori method of dementia care. This allows caregivers to attend to their own needs and self-care while they know their loved one is safe and well cared for. The RISE program will provide services to family who need it most but cannot afford to attend. RISE is a vital program for members of our community who are affected by a dementing illness and their caregivers. Isolation is a serious problem for the elderly, especially those with dementia, who are even more prone to cognitive decline. At Mind Matters, we are focused on combating the effects of social isolation. We are strong advocates for client participation that is tailored to and appropriate for each individual we serve. This project is based on a well-organized and established program that has demonstrated its ability to improve the quality of life for persons with dementia and their caregivers. And at $68,000, it says they can provide up to 4,000 hours of care over 4 years, helping many families who need it. And I I think this is a good human services applicant for the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
To confirm, this will just be in Groton? Just Groton residents?
Yeah, in the form of scholarship for programming.
And we'll put that in agreement.
Council Baumgartner?
Is, just reading through the project, the concept sounds really amazing. Did the applicant demonstrate a capacity to actually put this on? In your honest opinion?
I heard earlier today, update that they had just completed 5 years of programming in this capacity. And so with that record of success, this would be just reducing the burden, the financial burden on families, to have family members of their family engaging in this programming. So from my assessment, I believe that they can pursue this programming.
And specifically, again, Groton families?
Yes, and a portion of their request is attributed to, well, their initial request is attributed to marketing materials. So they would just be reaching out further to Groton family members of the Groton community that can participate in the program.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on $68,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to put a, number, if I can find it, my eyes are kind of getting a little off. It was the pickleball one. I know we have a big, huge pickleball. one.
72.
72.
Yeah. Right
What
there.
number is it?
72.
Or 73?
I think it's combined, right?
Yeah,
No, there's two separate ones.
No, it's just 72 now.
they combine
Oh,
them.
they combine.
Yeah,
So they,
page 157.
what did they come in at for the new request?
On-
64,500.
I'm sorry?
On the chart, it says 64,500.
Does it state exactly what that's gonna do, because the original request was 129? I think it's important to, support our rec programs, and I know there is a large pickleball group, is that correct?
It's,
Yeah, it's very active, yes.
Resurfacing of currently unusable outdoor courts at Groton Community Center, 30,000. Include 34,000 for outdoor lighting and to expand the use of the outside courts and increase the number of participants.
But doesn't it say that they're using some kind of savings
But
on the bottom of 159?
the way I interpreted it was savings through resurfacing, so basically rehab as opposed to new.
Right.
And it's not just pickleball, it's basketball, it seemed like. But I'd rather just start new.
Because it says original, and then it says requesting, and then it says savings,
Yeah.
68,500.
I think they're just saying that's them withdrawing the proposal for 6 new dedicated courts and 8,000 for fencing. I think that's what they mean by savings.
That's right, they had consolidated 2 proposals. And the savings was just the ability that they could have this smaller request.
Okay.
Is it, so I didn't put a number down, so the 129,000 would be able to fund all of it at its original capacity, right?
It would,
It was
the original request
133.
was 133.
133, yeah. That's 133.
That's 133?
129?
I have 129 here.
I have 129 as well.
That's on the sheet, but on 159, it states their total was 133,000.
Right.
Yeah, I think they're all mixed up.
I had called this applicant earlier today to address that. The way they had mathed it out was they had added the 2 proposals together and then removed $8,000, which they had attributed to the fencing, which got them down to 133. And from there, they modified the proposal to have $30,000 for the court resurfacing and then the $34,000 for the lighting.
Okay.
So on here, it says original number 129, the 129,000 would be able to do everything?
That was for the full court, yeah. Improvement, 6 court.
So is it just resurfacing, or is it redoing the whole thing?
It's establishing dedicated
Yeah.
pickleball courts, so it would
6
be
new courts, yeah.
new courts.
Where would this be?
It's be at the Groton Community Center.
I know, but where?
Behind the C Wing, which is, I believe the dedicated, was mentioned in the
Like
presentation.
in a
also.
parking lot? Like, is it I can't,
It's the, like the field behind, aside the parking lot, so on, closer to the fences in the back.
because there's like a baseball field there as well.
I think the C wing is the where the cafeteria was, I believe. So on one side it should be the parking lot, and on the other side there is a field back there.
Are you bringing up math, John?
My other concern is that, you know, we don't have the plan yet for the community center. I know when we were applying for that money for Clodchester, it was stated that we don't have the plan yet, so we couldn't use that as like a proposal as of money for grant money for the state. So my concern is like, sometimes in Groton, we tend to, you know, want to fix things and put things in, but we don't have a master plan. So would this impede like any further, because if we put 129,000 on these new pickleball, and then all of a sudden we realize we're gonna take down this wing and we need to put this, it would just seem kind of redundant, you know? So I just wanna make sure that's not
Where
space
you going?
that's,
It's at the bottom.
that's not space that's, being allocated to,
There you go.
you know, what, we don't have our community center map yet, or a plan, last I heard.
Instead of redoing these right here, is it replacing them with new? Is that what they're doing?
Fully
The
redo.
existing spot there?
Okay.
Okay.
And for doing what we know
Yeah,
from
it's like-
the plan of the building moving forward for the community center, I mean, is that gonna fit in the footprint of what we visioned? Because didn't we just also consider a splash pad somewhere over there? Where would that be? Or a pool, if, you know, remember we just, I mean, I know we're talking about this budget item, but it does pertain to it in the sense of when we look at the Clodchester master plans that were presented as the three.
You know, the pool is this building, and the splash pad somewhere right next to it. Do you remember? I'm trying to think where it was.
Just wanna make
I
sure
don't think it
we
was over
agree.
here. I don't think there's anything planned in this area.
I think you put it in the picture there. Not that the picture matters, you can move it wherever, but.
I just am having trouble,
And they're gonna keep pickleball no matter what. They're gonna keep that in there. It's
But that's
you
3
redo it.
courts, right? It looks like 3 courts to me.
It
Doesn't
is 3 courts. That's what's,
I don't know if they're gonna expand.
that's what's in the proposal.
Well, the full proposal is 6 new.
I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, proposal for 6 new dedicated courts. Maybe it's that other area behind it.
Could be.
right?
It doesn't look big enough for 6.
I just want to make sure we're sticking in a plan, you know, we're not just plopping things down and then we decide we want to move this building and we're going to put this here and now we're impeding and we're voting on things that just don't fit the master plan, which we don't
We're
have a
just gonna
master plan.
fill it all up, and there'll be nothing left to plan.
Yeah. So, John, I know you said they were working on that. Is this won't impede any of that plan? I know originally when we were looking at Clodchester, we didn't want to, when we were looking at what things we should apply for the grants for, and I said the community center, and then people said, well, there's no plan for it yet. And you guys were working to.
For the building itself, not the outside. That's
Well,
within
the structure,
envelope
you
of the
know.
building, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So it's still.
What number's on the floor?
It won't affect this though.
I haven't put one yet. I was trying to understand what was the difference. So I'll put I'll put the original ask down.
I'll second it.
Wait, 129?
Yeah.
Okay. 129,000 by Counselor Bordelon and seconded by Baumgartner.
Can I ask a point of information? Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. Your original number, Mr. Fitzgerald, was 133, though?
That was the product of consolidating the proposals.
Okay.
The total would have been 140, let's see, 141, because it would have added the $8,000 for the fencing.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because, like, I know on the worksheet it says 129, but it's
Yeah.
actually 133 in the packet, so if we're gonna fully fund it, I'd rather do the 133.
Would that fully fund it?
The 133 is just their math on when they brought the two proposals together.
I'm
And then they
assuming,
took out the $8,000. So that
Right.
133 is just like part of their equation.
I'm assuming the 129 is just an error from whoever made the worksheet.
Now I'm getting worried.
Because I don't know where the 129 came from, other than because it's not in here, it's 133 in our packet.
And we've cross-referenced everything that was on this spreadsheet.
Well, it was 103 on one of them, and then
Right.
38 on the other. 38 and 103.
That's
Right.
141.
41.
Right,
Right.
what she is saying was the original with the fencing.
They,
It was the two proposals added together,
Right.
the
Correct.
38 and
minus the
103.
fence.
Oh, minus the fencing.
Right.
Okay.
So they just added their two proposals together and they subtracted the fence, and that's where the 133 came from.
I can support 129. I'm sure Parks and Rec could find the money if they really want it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I mean, I'm willing to move the number off. I'm just hoping all the other numbers are all the correct number.
Well, that's, yeah, also my concern.
I'm just gonna, the spreadsheet that I got on Sunday night. I mean, I just hope that it's.
I've been trying to cross-reference them, so they look okay.
I'd go with the 129. Let's do that.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so I've got a motion by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner for $129,000. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure?
Where are we at, Jan?
326.
We're getting low.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are we at?
Gloves are off.
Just
Hey,
over
we have a lot of
226,000.
check marks, okay? We have a lot of check marks.
We have a lot of things
Yes.
we ask. So I would like to put up number 25, which is Southeastern Connecticut Television for the Groton studio upgrade. I would like to put up a partial funding of $35,000.
For what number again, I'm sorry?
25.
25.
Partial number of
Sorry,
25.
you put up $35,000,
I'm on number 25,
right?
Southeastern Connecticut Television. And
Yeah.
I'm putting up a partial number of $35,000.
Thank you.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, $35,000. Counselor Franco, seconded by Counselor Siri. Would you like to speak to your motion?
This also goes with like some of the arts that we should be doing, right? Taking care of some of that stuff, so, I would like to fund them. Because just how I did my spreadsheet, I partially funded them. And I still have other things that I'd like to squeeze in here, so I have 35,000.
Okay. Counselor Kasiri?
Thank you. Can they do anything with a partial funding?
Yeah, they really emphasize the need for the HD component on their system. That's the remaining piece that they need to provide an upgraded video product,
Okay.
in addition to studio upgrades.
So giving them $35,000 will enhance what they have now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Baumgartner?
I'll support this request.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure?
You better jump in.
I
Number
gotta say,
7.
Oh, Counselor Westervelt hasn't
Counselor
gone.
Westervelt has
Oh,
been
do you have your hand
practicing
up?
better decorum than all of us. Shocking.
Wait, you have a motion?
He's
Okay.
actually
All
had
right,
his
you better
hand
jump
raised.
in.
I'll let him go. I'm gonna make sure we,
All right, Counselor Westervelt.
let the minority vote in.
Yeah. Counselor Westervelt, you're up to bat.
You're up.
Everyone's
What are
super
you
quiet,
pitching?
super
I would
quiet
like
for
to make a
this.
motion to reconsider number
Oh,
19,
boy.
which is Chamber of Commerce Tourism Card.
I'll
Oh,
second
you're getting
that.
controversial now.
Okay. Okay,
And fully funded at 25,000.
okay, wait, let me just make sure, because, you have to be on the prevailing side. What page is this? 19.
Now, does it take to vote to reconsider though? Because it just never, you never did anything
Yeah,
with it.
I don't think we ever
I don't think you
actually,
need to reconsider. I think
Okay.
you just.
We didn't pass
Except
zero.
for you didn't pass the 25,000, so okay.
but
If you're
did we-
25, you'd have to reconsider.
Right, we didn't
Yeah,
pass
yeah,
zero.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no motion to reconsider. Okay,
well, then I'd like to make a motion for the $25,000 for item number 19.
Well, you voted no on, you actually had the number though, right? And it got voted no on, correct?
yes,
So
yes.
someone on the prevailing side, I think you would have to.
No, he can put up another motion on the floor with a different number. That didn't fail.
This is a new
This one
number.
failed though specifically.
25,000 did
25,000
fail.
failed.
Right, but he could put up a different
Yeah, you put up
number.
another- yeah,
24.
Maybe $24,995?
That's frivolous.
Is that frivolous? Thanks.
Okay, okay. So the numbers that failed were 25,000, 0, and 13,000. 13,000 was Town of Stonington match, 0
What's your
and
number?
full funding.
24,000.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Westervelt, seconded by Franco.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I'd like to put 15,000 down.
Second.
Okay. 15,000 by Bordelon, and a second by Kasiri. Speak to your motion.
I just think it puts us in line with what Stonington's doing. We shouldn't fund more. We should be lockstep on that.
Okay.
And I couldn't do 13 because they was already voted down, so I went 15. So,
Okay. Councilor Kasiri.
I will also support 15 over the full 25,000. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see here. It says they have 31,000 from sponsors, 13,000 from Stonington. And they requested 25,000 from us. So my question is, because that adds up to 69,000, but the total project cost is 78,000. So they must be looking for other things? Or self-funding?
Yes.
Okay. So essentially, if we go from 25,000 to 15,000, it would just be 10,000 more probably out of pocket for them. Okay, just so I'm understanding. All right, Councilor Baumgartner?
I'll put a motion on the, for 20,000, but I will support the request, just I will not support zero. I think this is an important project.
Okay, is there a second?
wait, what number did you put down?
I put down 24,000.
24, 15, is there a second for 20,000? Okay, not seeing it. All right. Just before we vote, can I see how much money we have left?
Nothing.
We're in the line of credit now.
Yeah. 191.
191.
That 15 is looking very good.
15, okay. All right, is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote on $15,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, abstentions. Okay, so this is failing 330. Favored was, wait, did you vote against?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were in favor. Baumgartner, these are the favors, Baumgartner, Melendez, and Kasiri. I have a question, actually. The 5, everything requires 5, is that a council rule? And the cow rule is majority of present? I'm remembering this, and, but I don't know if I'm correct. Yeah.
We can also vote 2/3 to suspend the rules.
That's true. I mean, it is relevant right now, because,
Why?
Because
It
if
was
it's
3-3.
4-2, then it either pass or not pass.
I think we
4-2.
need to honor the 5 votes.
I think if we've done it with 5, we need 5.
Okay,
We can't change it now.
all right. Well, I'm not saying, I may have misremembered the rule, but,
Maybe.
yeah,
All right, let's keep going.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I thought that vote was 3-3.
it was
So-
3-3.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
saying
He's worried
hypothetically.
about the next
If
vote.
something is 4-2, then I don't know if it passes or
Okay.
not.
I'd like to make this motion for the 20,000, see if we get a second this time around.
I'll
Let's do-
second
Let's
it.
do the 24 and let's see where we go.
I'll second the 20,000.
Okay, we got it.
Oh,
We got a
come
second.
on.
Okay. Motion for
Give Westervelt a
20,000.
vote on his motion.
Baumgartner, seconded by
nothing to do with Westervelt.
Kasiri for 20,000.
Mhm.
All in favor, say aye for 20,000.
Aye.
Opposed?
I said aye.
Really, man?
Same opposed, same
Opposed.
abstentions. Okay,
Opposed.
okay. Melendez, Kasiri, Baumgartner in favor. 3 opposed, fails.
All right,
On
here
to
we go.
24,000.
Wait, how much?
24.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay, good. 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstention. No ambiguity.
Were you worried?
No ambiguity.
This is my baby. I'd like to make a motion. This is for number 36.
36.
This is the retrofit implementation plan. And John, I'm gonna need some help on this one. I'd like to put a motion on the floor for 119,500.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
I'd like to make a motion for number 34.
36.
Wait, I'm sorry, we did that. 36, retrofit implementation plan, Groton Town Public Works, for a total of 119,500.
Thank you.
And where are we at for number?
That's
He's
pretty
about ready to
good.
take it all.
Almost all of it.
All that's left.
What are we, oh, everything will be gone at that?
Almost.
There might be a little left.
There'll be a little left.
John, if you could scroll down a little.
Let me plug it in and you can see what the effect is. So right now you've got 167,
160.
just whatever is this about,
So it'd be just under 50,
500?
48.
About 48,
Yeah.
226.
Whew.
48,000.
Okay. Is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
Okay. $119,500. Motion by Baumgartner, seconded by Westervelt. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but to date, we have not allocated any requests made by Department of Public Works so far.
That's not in this funding round.
But there was in
In the budget.
the budget process.
And what was that item?
Do you have those? You've got the,
Give me-
What's that?
you've got the
Trees?
CIP sheet.
Dude, it's 12:30. You're asking all these questions
What am
now?
I doing it?
Sorry.
On your baby?
I lost track of time.
I thought the trees were public works.
Trees were public works.
Yes, they were.
The tree count.
That doesn't count.
It does
By
too
the
count.
traffic lights, probably what they're thinking. You're thinking of traffic light?
Hold on.
Is that the one you're
This
thinking
is
of?
a mic
traffic-
drop.
Traffic
And
lights.
the facilities.
Yeah, there's a lot of different facilities that they're gonna work on, but.
All right, I know, but this is important. This goes towards Burroughs Field. This manages stormwater. And, can you just speak to the merits of the project? And especially if we don't get it done tonight, I do hope the council will get it done during, CIP time.
Can you comment on the project?
This would also honor the town's obligations for the MS4 stormwater capture and pollutant mitigation initiatives. If it wasn't addressed in this, there would be a push to have it addressed in a future CIP. But it would just be to address sites where water flows off into sensitive coves in town. and by having a reroute for the water into where it could be addressed more, where it could be addressed.
And based off the supplemental information, it appears as if there's, if you, anything less, that we can only really do one project at this point, based off of this allocation. And that would be for Burroughs Field, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Stormwater is also one of the explicitly stated objectives in the U.S. Treasury final rule. It's explicitly referenced.
All right, so I will, actually, I'm gonna amend my motion to honor, I think, the fact that we still have a few other projects to get through. I'm gonna put the amount of $82,500 for Burroughs Field, which would reduce the amount by $37,000, which would address the outfall. So this would fund one project of the two, and I would hope that, you know, in the future, that obviously the town would fund that second item, but it would be a good opportunity to demonstrate, you know, our town's ability to comply with what is a very important mandate, but an unfunded one.
Okay. So, I'm assuming this is a rescind of 119,500. Counselor Westfall, you rescind your second. Is there a second for 82,500?
For Burroughs Field.
For Burroughs Field, motion by Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Counselor Westervelt. Counselor Bordelon?
Is this something that we can apply for grants from the state for? I mean, it sounds.
It does say on the paperwork that it says it could be done with capital improvement plan or financed with grants.
Yeah, is this something Counselor Baumgartner could work on with the state?
That list is getting really big.
Yeah. Well, this is why I like that we duly sit, because it helps Groton. It's a very powerful thing. So I wonder, have we looked at an initiative to start proposing and writing something up for the state?
Or our resiliency guy.
Right, yeah, our resiliency person, right? Couldn't they, right, John, couldn't they submit this to the state?
Certainly, I think it's certainly, yeah, I mean, in terms of, so if you're looking at like bond funding, you know, bond commission funding, would probably just be correct, but if you're looking for other grant funding, then, yeah, the resilience.
Yeah, it would be a great
person
use for the
would-
resiliency person to, I think that's great. I encourage that. I think that, I mean, the state has funding for this. I saw something about this recently where towns were getting funding for this under the resiliency thing, and I don't know if Counselor Baumgartner knows of anything in particular, but I think we could be missing out.
And,
It'd be a great project to bring and get it all done, bundled up with a nice bow, and, you know, I think it would be a good state project for our town.
And can you explain how this is connected also to the other I know we're not gonna get to it, it's $500,000, but also very important in the long term, the Learning Lots project, which would allow Groton to build parking or pervious pavers, or creating parking lots that can manage stormwater much better than simply asphalt. So like what we will be piloted down at Escort Point Beach, with the $700,000 in funding we're getting from the federal government. But I know it does connect a little bit to that other.
I don't have an answer for that. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
That Learning Lots initiative would also acquire a truck that would be able to clean out those pervious pavers, which would be important to have on hand, as otherwise it'd have to be contracted out. But with increased risk of flooding, it's important for that to address areas in town that have that risk, but they have established lots where water just flows off into those coves. So that also has an educational importance for town staff to be able to practice putting in pervious pavers and also treating them. So they would be leveraging that to be able to expand that
And I
stock of them.
I only asked if they were connected because in the note for the supplemental information request, it says, both retrofits are part of the larger town of Groton stormwater retrofit plan, which evaluated 40 sites. Of these, 7 were found viable, and these 2 best suited for this opportunity. While Fishtown Road delivers greater disconnection benefit, 28,000 square feet versus 3,800 square feet, Burroughs Field has the advantage of porous pavement as its feature. Important given the long view of paving trends and increasing LED promotion. In this way, Burroughs Field is a unique complement to the WD Learning Lots request. So these 2 very much go hand in hand. When you combine them all, that is like a $600,000 ask. So I would agree, certainly a case to be made at the state level, but doesn't mean we should put it on the back burner. So let's get moving on that.
All right. Council Bordelon?
I'm not gonna support it. I just think it's a great initiative for the state as a whole package and a need. I think we could get it. I think with the elected officials representing, with Connolly and Summers and Baumgartner up there, I think we could get this funded and get it all done under one big package. Even if it's only partially funded and we're still short, we're gonna have that, earmarked money and possibly a leftover seawall money and possible other 800 if it's not used for the HUD, then we could always revisit this. But I think we should cast our net, use our resiliency and sustainability person, and use it to its full potential and try to get this funded. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Okay. Council Franco?
Yes, I will, I won't be supporting this for the same reasons as Councilor Bordelon, and simply because I do recall when we brought in the resiliency person, they said they can get us millions of dollars in grant funding. So there's a lot of things that we can do that we won't have to come up with taxpayer dollars, or even potentially use these ARPAs so that we could distribute these to some other well-meaning. But, yeah, it's important, and I agree with you, but let's see if we can find another route. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote in the amount of $82,500. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Okay. So fails 1 in favor, Baumgartner, 5 opposed, 0 abstaining.
I'd like to put a number on the floor for item number 71, small business development service for women and minority.
Okay, just, if I might, before you make this motion, can we get a list of all the accounts that are on 0 or unfunded right now, just so we have an idea of how many there are?
The Arts and Culture Coalition has not been addressed yet. Enterprise, the ARC of Eastern Connecticut, TVCCA for their commissary improvements. We discussed it but not funded on the wedding garden. Just
I have 15.
community murals, as mentioned. There's some gardens we talked about. Fine arts. Did we ever mention the fine arts? I forget.
I don't think we've discussed that one yet.
Then Odd Fellows for the door. Precious Memories, which is a very large request. Groton Public Schools Safety, which
Did we do that one?
we have not. And I mean, it's a large request, and I'm very supportive of it. But I think I know from the police perspective, getting the camera system hooked up to the dispatch center, there's some certain software they need. I think it's in the range of 125 to 150,000. That's the core piece, but
A point of information, has it been asked with their ARPA funding to get that funded at all from the Board of Ed?
yeah, they did not want to fund it out of their ARPA funding.
Okay, fine,
The
yeah.
philosophy there is that CIP should be town responsibility.
Okay, then bridging the digital divide.
Cerebral palsy, landscaping the town hall, the Memorial Library, fiber connection, station, Mr. Museum Burke's field trips, which is a small amount, Women's Business Council, and the Child and Family Agency of Southeast Connecticut.
Okay, thank you. And then just the total of remaining funds.
You touched on the women's minority business center.
What number is that?
Said the one I was putting on.
71.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Counselor Bordelon?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I was putting 71 on, but I also forgot about 23, which is also a very important one. All right, I'll go with the 71. This can be set up where it's just for Groton businesses, minority businesses, or no?
Yes, it can be dedicated for, but there is a 10% grant management fee from WBDC.
Okay. John, can you scroll to that one on here? So what would that mean then for us?
If you did how much?
25,000? And how much is the grant management fee?
10%.
10%.
Take 2,500 of that?
But they did, I called with them about a week ago, and they did comment that a small amount like that might not line up with what they can manage. They would be looking for managing a much larger amount.
And what do we have left?
It was
167.
167.
So they don't, so we can't go any lower. And I'm just asking information before number, the ARC program, that funding number
23.
23, thank you. Could you just speak to that quickly if you can?
That's for consolidating their business operations. They had a merger 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, just before the pandemic. So that would be an online business planning platform for the agency, and they've made a regional request to municipalities across the region with a, I believe it's $10,000 request to Groton, and they're waiting for accumulating that $100,000 before rolling out the initiative. So they have $15,000 already secured from a regional municipality. But they've insisted that they gather that $100,000 before rolling it out, which would just help them plan out where their assets are in serving their community, as well as just where their employees are across their multiple offices.
And so the number 71, the small business development for services and women in mind, that one didn't come back with any other number, the 150 is where it stands.
They had actually increased it to 500,000. They put in 150,000 initially, and since then they've added their equity match program, which is which are now grants. The $150,000 ask was business advising. The additional $350,000 was for granting $10,000 grants to applicants.
Well, man, I'm torn. I'll throw it out there, 150,000. See what happens.
Is there a second?
Is that for number 71?
Yep. Okay. I'm not seeing a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Count number 71, 150,000 by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Abstentions? Fails 2 in favor, Baumgartner, Bordelon, 4 opposed, 0 abstaining.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Before you make this, can I ask a question? Because I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, number 22, 1% for funds for arts and culture. Did we already vote to allocate that? I remember this specifically coming up in a
I sent a
meeting.
letter quite a while back, but I don't think
No.
it's not on the list for funds.
That was for Ledge Light.
I rem,
Well,
No.
they
I
did send a
remember-
letter quite a while back to you and I, but it was never funded.
I remember that, did they come to our meeting and we voted on it?
They asked you for money to
Yeah.
put it towards
I-
the arts.
I don't know, I just specifically remember
It's not on the list of as being funded.
it was on an agenda and I,
Is it during the budget season under outside agencies?
I mean, they get funding through that, yeah, but
That's
that's
what-
not different
okay.
than the 1% that they were asking for.
I remember this getting funded.
And how much
Okay.
do we give them in outside agency?
I don't have the budget
I
up
don't
in
know.
front of me.
I remember it getting funded, but I could be remembering wrong. Okay, Counselor Franco?
Thank you. So I wanted to do the arts right now. So I was going to do a motion for number 41, which is community murals for the Groton Beautification Committee. And I'm proposing $40,000. Their request was for 75, and I'm bringing forward 40. And that will help do our funds for arts and culture. And if you could give it to the arts and culture, the cultural coalition, it'll probably just come right back, to the beautification committee, so.
I need a second. Okay, not seeing one.
All right.
I'll make a motion
All right,
for 7,500 for cost center 41, the murals.
70, how much?
7,500.
is there a second?
I don't even know if you can get somebody to do a mural for 7,500 bucks.
10,000. Make a motion for 10,000.
Fine, I'll second it.
It's a, okay, second.
Now we're bartering.
Counselor Baumgartner, 10,000, and seconded by Franco. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, part of the rationale, just in the comments, the application put together by Groton Beautification Committee and co-applicant Bruce McDermott. Professional muralist charge 10,000, and any proposed sculpture carries a price tag of 7,000 to 10,000. So this would allow us to build, I would imagine, one mural. So we can start there, see where things go, identify a location in the community, and celebrate the arts.
Okay, any further discussion?
So
Counselor
it's
Paul?
not determined where this will go, it's just, maybe it can go by the pickleball court on the back. I'm sorry, that's just, I don't know. But, so, I don't know, like, we don't know where it's going, or what it would be just, one mural.
That's the art of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, I just ask that I wanna fund it, but I just wanna make sure, maybe we should kind of look at the last few and see where we all think it should go, because I would hate to just fund this like haphazardly, and then, that money could enhance with the other funds to another program.
It's the arts.
I don't know.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Counselor Bordelon, how'd you vote?
I don't even know. I just don't even know how to vote on these. I'll just abstain on this one. I really don't know what I just,
Okay. So here we go. I have 4 in favor, Kasiri, Westervelt, Melendez, and
No, I was opposed.
you were opposed?
Yeah.
Westervelt, Melendez, Franco, Baumgartner, 1 opposed, Kasiri, 1 abstaining, Bordelon. So it either passes or it doesn't, contingent on the rules. Sure.
I have a question about the town hall landscaping that was proposed.
Okay.
Just wanted to know what that would entail as far as the landscaping? Or was it just a wedding garden? I don't want to say just a wedding.
I think it speaks for itself, Counselor Buckler.
Yes, town hall landscaping, 65.
Have you seen the front of this one?
No motion yet, just
65?
informational purposes. How that would differentiate from the wedding garden?
The wedding garden is proposed to be at the rear of the building, which would be a dedicated venue for hosting weddings, whereas the landscaping would be in the front, right along Route 1 there, where you have that garden area in front of the front doors by the parking lot. And it would just be an improved entrance to not only the town hall, but they're proposing it as an gateway to Groton's downtown. So they would add flowers as well as brickwork just to make it more of kind of a place that people can sit as well.
And is there any reason, perhaps a question for Manager Burt, any reason that couldn't be done within the existing funds set aside for beautification? Because I know it's a big, I mean, when you
Yeah,
combine both of them, that's 30,000, so that's a big ask.
No, 32.
Yeah, you probably have to,
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
wedding garden.
when you do their annual amount for the budget, you would just have to up it if you wanted to match that much. But yeah, it could be done through the budget process.
Okay.
But just to let you know, that like what we passed on our budget got cut at the RTM.
It is, yeah,
By how much?
I think,
Half.
yeah.
You good?
Is there any interest in the Bill Memorial Library? Just throw it out there, it's the last since Mystic No Way.
That is true. What's the question?
That's the
As
five.
far as the town hall landscaping, that's not just something you can do in your own budget with, you know, with your maintenance department and stuff,
No,
just
that
to-
was cut out, but we don't keep money in there for that type of thing.
It just, I really think the beautification came on board because there was, people decided to gut everything and did nothing. So ideally, we don't really want to have a beautification committee, even though it's nice. I mean, the town should do it. I mean, so I'm concerned because, yes, if we tell everybody curbside appeal, economic development, barn, and then you come by our building, and we had like nothing up that said happy holidays, no lights, nothing. You go to New London, you go to the city, they all had the little poles with the reefs. We had nothing. We had some lights thrown up at the, you know, senior center, that was it.
But that's their beautification committee.
No.
Yeah.
But, I know, I'm saying, but also their town puts their money into the landscape and stuff. So eventually, I'm hoping we can get back to like funding our landscaping through, you know, public works, and the beautification become actual beautification and not maintenance. That's what I'm concerned with. Look, you know, the beautification should be putting up the happy holidays banners and, you know, all the little things for the holidays and stuff, and, you know, winter snowflakes and things on the poles and reefs and.
And
park-
just, we would contract out for that type of thing, for like flowers and things, so if you landscape or it's Groton, one way or another, it's not gonna be our staff doing it, it would be a contract.
But the thought would be that that it could be shrubs, it could be blooming shrubs that just would be trimmed and maintained and leaf blown over the years. You wouldn't have to go too catastrophic. I mean, it wouldn't take much. I mean, that is an intersection that's not very beautiful right now at all. There's a lot going on at that intersection. And it could use some incentives over there to maybe encourage folks to, I don't know. I don't know. We just can't gut it and then create a committee and then funnel it there and then say, well, we're not, I don't know, it just seems like we're still funding it, just funneling it a different way, so, I don't know.
Counselor Baumgartner?
And to be clear, beautification is not the fiduciary, it would be the town, right?
Correct.
So in the same way that we, you know, a Complete Streets Committee would opine on complete, but they're not actually you know, managing it, right?
This
It's-
committee dictates though what they spend it on.
Yeah, yeah, so they advise on it. So
Yeah,
basically, if we were to expend dollars for landscaping, it would be buying plants that the town would buy anyway? Or
We
not
wouldn't
buy
buy
anyway,
them otherwise, no.
right, so,
I don't get it.
so, but it would, long and short of it, we wouldn't be paying for the labor, we would be paying for the
They
actual
volunteer their labor for materials.
materials.
Right.
All right, in that case, I'll make a motion for 10,000 for town hall landscaping.
Second.
Okay. And the number?
65.
65. Thank you. You have a question? Council Franco?
Thank you, and that's what I was gonna expand on, is that, at least with the beautification committee, you have volunteers, they come together, they vote, and they decide what to do with areas, and then this funding usually purchases, you know, the plants and the shrubs, and then you have that group, then they go out and they do the work. And
Expertise in how to lay it out and all that.
I mean, they have people that are landscapers on that committee. Or, you know, they have special degrees in gardening. And so they lay it out on paper and people discuss it, and then they go and they do it. And then you have their labor, where you're not paying for labor, and they're doing the work. And then they try and come back and they maintain, and they're doing it at a lot of spots in Groton right now. And I will tell you, what I see in our community, at least on the forum, is people complaining about how things aren't looking good. And that committee is trying to make things better. And the thing is, it's hard to get money. I mean, I brought up a couple things tonight, and I couldn't get money for it. So it's hard to get money. And then the money that this council has even allocated towards them, it got cut in half by the time it went to the RTM. So it's difficult. I mean, because you think it's a lot of money, like $9,000 is not a lot of money when you're buying these plants. And you have a lot of places to do. So but anyway, I'll stop, it's late. Thank you.
Okay. That was motion by Baumgartner, second by Franco?
Yes.
Okay. Council Bordelon?
I don't know, I'm not gonna be able to sleep well knowing that I'm taking ARPA funds that were meant, and, you know, I'm not saying that the beautification committee shouldn't do it, and that it doesn't need to be done, I just think that should come out of our budget cycle. We can't eat the plants, and people are hungry, and we're saying all these other things and cries for, you know, that $10,000 could go and help someone get a house. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be done, I just don't think ARPA dollars, I can justify saying, yeah, look at the town hall that's been sitting there looking like crap for 20 years, and now, oh, we got some ARPA money, and oh, I put 10,000, look at those shrubs. That's not what, in my heart, that's not what ARPA dollars are for. So, I'm just not gonna support it for that reason, doesn't mean it doesn't need to be done. But I hope it comes up in the budget.
Just to mention, we did repaint the building not long ago, all the trim, our building's actually looking really nice right now, so the main building itself.
I'm just talking about the
All
landscape.
right.
It's enough.
Okay. Any other motions? I actually have a question on 61, which is the school safety and security enhancement.
Are we in the middle
Yeah,
of gonna
Yeah, we have
vote?
motion.
We're gonna
Oh.
vote on the beautification?
10,000.
Oh,
You're getting all loopy.
you're correct. Okay, any other discussion? None? Okay. Voting on $10,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I'll vote. Abstention? Okay, so that'll be, I'll vote in favor. I'll vote in favor.
Passed, right?
5 in favor, 1 opposed, borderline, 0
I'll stand
abstention.
One more
alone.
information.
Sure.
Did it pass?
What's it gonna do to the dynamics if I excuse myself now?
We will not have a quorum. But,
We only have 157,000 left, maybe we should leave it and pass, like, this is it.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just be
Let
done
Amy
right
have
here.
some fun.
Maybe we should just be done with all of it right here.
Well, also, just to clarify, I'm a little nervous that there was an error on the sheet. I think it should come back to us and we need someone to go through these numbers and make sure spot on.
What do you have?
We
left
got
over,
a
John?
retrofit implementation plan.
You're at 157, John, as balance?
Yep, 157, 726.
That's what I have.
Can I ask a point of information? We don't have anything in the economic assistant fund, correct?
No, we,
That one was a zero.
No, that was
no, we
100.
did it.
100.
100,000.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, my bad, thanks.
All right, so I think, does anybody else think we should go further with these numbers, or should we just be done right now with the ARPA funding?
I also think that maybe we should just ask, is there any other line items that maybe, you know, that could, you know, the 10 or 15,000 extra on them would enhance them, that we want to just quickly glance at? I'm not saying we have to expend all 150, but maybe 50,000 of that, where we were kind of running short, and we were being kind of conservative to an extent. Is there anywhere that we think that we might want to?
But with the leftover money, if we review and later on we can add on to it or spend it where we would like,
Before we do that, can I make a motion for $10,000 for number 23 for the ARC?
Yeah, that's the one I was wanting.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay. So a motion by Counselor Kasiri for $10,000, seconded by Baumgartner, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
Council
Counselor, seconded by Counselor Bordelon. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, just really quick. The project is vital to the continuing health of the ARC Eastern Connecticut and to the well-being of the over 800 people with IDD and their families we currently support. Currently, the ARC ECT provides support and services to 55 people with IDD and their families in the Groton area. So I love the ARC and would like to support them. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Bordelon?
I also agree with that. During the pandemic, when the ARC shut down, intellectual disability population was so underserved, and they definitely fell into this scope where the need for care, and it's an outside resource where once a person with IED graduates from high school and becomes 21, that's when they graduate, because they stay extended. They go to their day program, a lot of them, and that's their work program from like 8 to 5, and that's the respite for the family. What was the original ask?
10,000.
And so we're funding it at what they asked? I'd like to put a motion and give them 15,000, honestly. I think ARC came before us one time, we underfunded them. And this is an outside resource for intellectual disabilities, and I think we should give them a little bit more. So I'd like to put a motion for 15,000 down.
Is there a second? Motion.
I'd like to speak.
$15,000, motion by Counselor Bordelon, seconded by Counselor Westervelt.
I agree with your desire to do it, but this is for a program that impacts the region. And as far as I know, I don't know if they're asking for 10,000 from Groton specifically, but they're gonna be asking other municipalities as well, right?
Yes.
So with that said, yeah, I would be more comfortable just allocating the 10,000 and maybe implore some of our partners, especially our city partner, the city of Groton, which will be receiving ARPA funds, and I don't believe has determined how they tend to expend those funds, but perhaps they can kick in 5,000, or but we need to be on record stating this because we're funding a lot of regional projects at requested amounts.
Counselor Bordelon?
But the other concern is that you saw things get chopped. There's no guarantee that other towns are gonna fund it. You get an all council that doesn't care about outside services, which is probably happening in some towns, and I won't name them. They're not gonna fund it. And so I'm thinking we have the extra here, and we're piecemealing it. The extra $5,000, they service our intellectual disability community, and it's a huge asset to our community on many levels. They have a program over at the Sacred Heart Church in Groton, in the city. They have a mobile thing where they go to different places. I think it would be great, but I'll support the 10 if you don't want to do the 15, but I just think we're assuming a lot that other towns are going to fund it, so.
All right.
Like, we almost didn't fund the mobile unit for the chamber, so, like, we can't assume that everyone's going to fund it 100%.
Okay. Any further discussion? No? So we'll vote first on 15,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We opposed. Abstention? Are you in favor?
Opposed?
Opposed. Okay. Fails 3-3-0. That's in favor. Westervelt, Bordelon, Baumgartner. Voting on 10,000. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 6 in favor.
All right, I'd like to make one motion here. I know, and I'm gonna kill you even more, Counselor.
All right, let's go. Come on.
All right.
I'm ready to roll.
So this is for number 36, retrofit implementation plan. Just hear me out. This is not a motion I've made yet. This is for 38,500. I made a motion for the Burroughs Field, not the outfall at Fishtown Road. So the reason why I'm making this motion is because should we apply for grants, it would be for in project area, right? And so Fishtown Road, that location, the outfall there, and Burroughs Field, they are not at all connected. They're two separate projects. That Burroughs Field project is contingent on the learning lots. So again, it's 38,000 for a resiliency project here and within our town borders. I know we kicked in 1.3 million for a seawall, but I do believe for our ARPA allocations, we ought to spend something on coastal resiliency, something. So,
Okay.
Did you get a second?
38,500?
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion 38,500. Motion by Counselor Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. Just question. If this doesn't get funded, is this gonna be in the CIPs?
I can't say for sure yet.
I mean, like, I'm not saying like, will it get
One way
through
or
your
another-
budget?
One way or another, yeah. If we couldn't find other sources, yeah, it'd be CIP.
Okay, so you're saying like, if it doesn't get funded here and if it doesn't get funded in any other way, it will show up in the CIPs?
And actually, I take that back, it's not 38,500, it's $37,000. So an instant savings of 1,500.
Okay. Counselor Bordelon?
Again, I think this should be funded with the resilience and sustainability, package that all up with the other stuff. Get your state legislator involved in that, and let's move it. I think it should already been on the table a while ago. I mean, this has been identified as something that needs to be done on all of those, so we should have been already like screaming from the rafters for this before the resilient and sustainability person was on board. But now that we have one, I think this should be our first ask, and then if it does fail there, then we move to a CIP. But I do think we should go there and really seek it. We made the agreement that that's what we are as a town. We're gonna seek to be like that. We hired somebody to do this. Now go after it. We need movement.
Counselor Franco?
Very quickly. So when we're done tonight, this is gonna come to the town council. We're gonna vote on it as a whole. Is that correct?
It'll be one resolution, yeah.
One resolution, we'll vote on it as a whole, and then whatever is remaining, we can come back to at another time. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically it's just contingency then. Then you actually have a little contingency, which makes it more likely you'll have then money for the 795,000.
Right, because there's the 800,000 contingency, and then there's like 147,000 left here.
It's basically just contingency unless you do something
We're gonna
with
leave it in contingency, all right?
It's about $1 million.
Right. I think that's a sound plan.
All right, sounds good to me.
But it
Let's
also
vote.
could, it also could be that the human resources, you know, you said there's an acceleration in funding. You know, I would also like the council to kind of keep in mind that if John Vert, our town manager, comes back to us, again, remember what the ARPA funding money was used for. If another $50,000 needs to go to the human resources, I would hate to say that we're just sitting on it. Again, that's what the money was meant to be for. So I would just encourage that, you know, if we need to give more there. We only gave a whopping 150 and then 150 and other things we gave a ton of money to. So this is our human resource services is the meat and the potatoes of the heart of where the people are seeking help. So do we have to earmark it?
What?
like a 50,000 extra, or would be something that you could come back and discuss with us, but I do
Yeah,
think I
I'll
would like
keep you
to.
updated, yeah. Right
I-
now, we're,
yeah.
150 is, extra is great.
Yeah, I think we should be planning to
Well,
keep some
depends on how
money.
we vote on this.
Can we
Okay.
vote on his motion, please? Because
The motion is $37,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thanks, Scott.
Opposed?
Aye.
aye.
Abstention? Okay, so this should be 2 in favor, Scott Westervelt and Andre Baumgartner, 4 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn moved by Counselor Franco, seconded by Counselor Baumgartner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we're adjourned unanimously at 1:11.